Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League Season 6. We're back here at Week 2, and I got some special guests with me. You already know I had to bring the heaters. Last call, baby. Show the mugs.
Last call?
Show them. Oh, my bad. Show the mugs.
Yes.
I got the old school Season 4 last call, and then now my new player, Soren. We've come to some a truce, a little peace agreement. I'm now the EKC coach, so we're on good terms now, which means Soren is also technically an honorary member because he was on our Strike Shotters team. So we got the boys all here. I'll start with you, Threezy. How you feeling today?
Man, last night was a little crazy. Okay, played some Apex with my fellow last call brethren. We did not get a dub. That's for the next time we play. I also scrimmed like 4 hours with Sundubu yesterday, and that went really well. So excited for my match today, Borg.
Beautiful, beautiful, and fresh. I see your your camera's glitching out a bit there. I just don't want anyone to be alarmed. That's normal here. Now that you're playing for Demons Raw, everything seems a little scuffed. Are you looking to unscuff some things maybe with this roster? You're playing this week.
Hey, absolutely, 100%, if you will. Yeah, I mean, ever since I joined Demons Raw, like everything's starting to go upside down. Like my camera's all bugging out and whatnot. But no, I think that I'm bringing a lot to the team. Obviously, I'm not replacing Fudge. I'm just subbing for the week. But we scrimmed a lot this week. Definitely more than once. I'm just kidding. No, we only scrimmed once, but it was a pretty good scrim. Like I feel like we were really vibing out. We were really discussing things, trying to figure stuff out. So weirdly enough, I feel really good about playing against this bozo over here.
And speaking of the bozo over here, as you called it, Soren, I see you're locked in. You have the caffeine. You have the coffee. You got the Lakeland University esports facility behind you. How you feeling this morning? Are you excited for your match later?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling like Rock Lee. I haven't played on good ping in 2 weeks. I'm getting to fight Demons Raw with an arguably upgraded roster. That being said, this frightfully fresh guy. Hey, if you know EKC, it is an initiation fighting us as a midfielder, bro. You're not going to have a fun time, and I'm pretty sure you're going to be dying a lot, but pretty excited. I've not played with Katsuna. Haven't played it with Katsuna in like 2 weeks, but like, hey, I heard they scrim last night and beat another bozo and call here pretty hard with a sub or two. So, I mean, if they're winning without me with some melee goalie abusers, when we get me back on the field, KO Comp's looking real weak right now. It's going to be a sleep today, 2-0.
Well, EKC, I mean, hey, stay tuned, everybody. We got some crazy comps that we've definitely been practicing cooking up in the sidelines. I'm not just talking for fun here. But moving on, we'll talk a little bit about last week. I think obviously some upsets, some things that kind of, I guess, we all saw coming in terms of wins and loss. But I want to start with the biggest upset of them all. Weez Little Bees versus Demons Raw. And I'll let Fresh take this one as the Demons Raw substitute for this week. What do you think happened on there? Do you think things are going to turn around? Do you think Weez Little Bees is better than everyone thinks? What are your thoughts on all this?
I think it's a little column A, a little column B. I think the big thing about Weez Little Bees is they have a game plan and they know how to execute it. I don't really know what'll happen if you kind of like divert their game plan for them, like if you make them play your game plan. However, Demons Raw didn't really look like they had a game plan. Putting me on the team, I'll be able to figure something out, like adjust on the fly. I feel like that's something I could bring to the team, old wisdom, whatever you want to call it.
That's
so, hey, put me on the team last week. That game looks a little different is all I'm going to say.
Holding it down, as always. I'm excited to see Demons Raw game later. Sadly, I mean, you're going to have to lose another week because, that's just how it works. But we can talk about that game later with the predictions. But Threezy, I'm going to ask you a little bit about Hungry Like Nephew, a.k.a. Sad Boys, versus PPL yesterday. Close game, but I feel like, or close series, I guess. Obviously, 2-1, but I think Hungry Like Nephew taking the win. Any thoughts on that matchup? Any thoughts on PPL or HLN instead of Sad Boys now? The new era.
Yeah, so Sad Boys lost that game 1. Or was it the game 2? I don't know, the Inkies game.
It was game 2.
The Inkies game? Yeah. No, I think it should have been a 2-0. They kind of messed up a little bit, but they were playing really well on Inkies. I was impressed, honestly. They haven't been scrimming really and able to practice as a team much, but they looked good, and they beat PPL, who, I mean, let's just be honest, like those guys are giga grinders. Like they're constantly queuing. This guy Bloom does not get off the game. Like, I'll be honest, like this guy's permanently queued. That's a good sign, right? You're beating PPL, who was hungry. but they were hungry like nephew. They got it done. Vaughn looked so good on Luna. I know we glazed him last week. Josh already handled that, but I gotta say, Luna goalie, hey, if you got that in the bag, pull it out. I might be pulling out some Luna today. Okay, so we'll see. But
Me
I was
too.
definitely impressed. We'll see how they do against us today, because there's average Alex in the midfield, pretty good. But now Caleb's got to go against the Grimps. And that's, hey, watch out.
Hey, it'll be a good game to see later. Excited for that. And then Soren, last question about last week for you. Kind of covered kind of the main things, but is there any big surprises or things that you kind of saw coming from last week that kind of came to form?
I feel like I'm also Weezebee's biggest hater. They know this. I wasn't that surprised that they beat Demons. I'm surprised that it was as big of an upset as it was. I've played against this new Demons roster in house a lot, and I did pretty good against them. But yeah, I'm interested to see how they do this week. I mean, I watched them die I think I counted 30 times last week. I VOD reviewed them on stream. I'm pretty excited to fight them. I also think the Bond and Showtime match is gonna be pretty fun. I think Showtime's definitely the favorite to win here, but I think Bond is one of those teams that might have a decent matchup to them, and I think they could take a map.
Alrighty, now on to some slightly different things. We did have a little bit of a hot fix, little change up in the game here. Era, obviously, getting a little fix. Definitely not as overpowered, I would say, anymore, but definitely still, I think, pretty good. Are there any game-altering, I guess, complications to this patch, or do you think anything's going to change, or is it going to be pretty similar to what we see last week? We'll start just kind of top down, just quick little sentence if you have any thoughts on this, 3Z. Muted.
What am I having thoughts on?
Just like the recent hotfix, and if it's going to change up the meta at all, or is it going to be pretty standard?
Oh, the era hotfix?
Yeah, just.
I mean, I think it's just an adjustment period for people. Yumi said it in call this week. He was like, "Yeah, you have 2 or 3 years of experience playing against Era with a beam on 0.4 seconds. So going to 0.2 was a pretty turbulent change. Allows you to kind of have a cross coverage option. 0.3, some people say it feels like 0.4, some people say it feels like 0.2. You're both wrong, because it's actually a new number in between those two, and you guys just need to use your brain and adjust to the time. Regardless, I still think Era's good. I think she's good on certain starts. I think Era goalie probably the best position you can play her in right now. So we'll see. I know in our series last week, EKC, Dubu, we didn't play Era, at least in one of the games. Wasn't pick banned. Could have been the whole series, could have been one of the games, but neither of us were super high on Era. We know that Era still has exploitable weaknesses, so I don't expect the character to be running the show. I just think she was mainly fear banned last week because people didn't have a time to practice her or thought she was too broken and was afraid of the other team playing her. So I think now maybe teams will have a better sense of the meta, better sense of how the character fits as she's pickable. So maybe we'll see a bit more refined drafting style around Era this week, but who knows?
And Fresh, obviously, you said you have some thoughts on having a game plan, right? And in terms of the meta and how everything's going, do you think that Demons Raw, and your thoughts in general on the current game plan in the meta, do you think there's any, I guess, cut and dry strategy like there was, I guess, last season, kind of the melee goalies and kind of more core control, or do you think it's pretty? Well, I guess, what are your thoughts? Do you think this season has more flexibility in it?
I definitely do think so. I think we were scrimming last night, and it was a monumentalist start. For some reason, none of us mentioned now. No one's going to pick now. And then somebody picked now. So that was a little hard to play against on a monumentalist start. I think the characters that were good before are going to still remain good. I think the character, there's a lot more good characters now. Era comes to mind. I think that she was a bit overrated, even with the 0.2 second beam. And with it moving down to 0.3, obviously she'll be a little bit worse. But as 3Z put it, it's an adjustment period. So a lot of people are losing to the beam because they're not used to it. Era players, they're playing it like it's crack cocaine, playing with this brickbat guy. He's screaming, "Oh, Era brawler!" every single time he scores. Yeah, he's a little nutty, but I do think that the characters that were good before are good, and even if some of the characters that were pushed down, or even if some of the characters were pushed down, I think that they're still playable. They're still really good. It's just that you kind of tighten the character pool a bit closer. Like I feel like if the enemy team picks now, or Era, like it's kind of like a similar sort of thing. Whereas before it was like, oh, they picked Era, we picked now, we're just gonna win.
Gotcha. And then the last question about the meta, and then we'll move on. Soren, this one's kind of perfect for you as the team who's been pretty storied, especially recently, but in general, playing these double midfield comps and these more aggressive projectile, I guess, team-focused ideologies. How do you think that is right now? Do you think, I mean, I'm kind of saying it as an outside source. Obviously, I know a bit better, but do you think you're cooking up some new things we'll be seeing today, or do you think it's going to be pretty standard today?
Today, maybe not as much. Katsuna has been gone, I've been gone, so we haven't had a lot of time to practice the new patch together. Our warm-up today will be our first time playing together since the new patch. That being said, I'm definitely thinking that double midfield, like projectile stuff, is looking stronger than ever, especially with a lot of speed being removed and a lot of stagger being gone. Midfield or like projectile-based stuff is just going to kind of take over the meta a lot. You're looking at Vice getting a buff too. I think that's really strong. The only thing now is the reason we really liked that double midfield before is because characters like Rune and Juno weren't as good with Hotshot being gone. And I think with like the Hotshot being back and those characters kind of being playable again, it's going to be a little bit more rough because notably Estelle has a hard time into characters like Juno who can kind of just keep the core away from her, which is why Estelle was like playable last patch. As far as midfield characters go, Era, I think, at least, I don't know, I can't speak for my team, but I think I'm one of the people who don't think that she was like that giga broken. You could definitely tell, I think people that banned her last weekend were just teams, like Suzy said, that didn't have a lot of time to practice over the week. Where realistically, Era, yeah, she got like a buff a night, which feels really good. It was really fun to play. But she got a buff, but we also just like giga buffed kill comp, which Era notably has been weakened to because you can just kill her really easily. So we're not too worried. As far as projectile stuff goes too, it's really interesting seeing that Luna resurgence coming out now. It feels like it's been like over a year where there's only been like a few notable Luna players, and now I see a lot of teams like experimenting with her and playing her again, and kind of realizing like, hey, this character's really hard to play, but if you know how to play her, she's like really, really good. So unfortunate for us, we were hoping we could gaslight the entire scene to maybe letting Katsuna play a game or two of Luna, but I feel like we'll be seeing a double Luna ban today. Yeah, I think the double midfield stuff's good, but another thing that's really good for us is we saw the Julie buff, which I don't know if we got a Julie buff this patch for some reason.
Fun.
I'm not complaining. Plus
Juliet
5 seconds on her
sucks.
ult. Apparently
She's the
Juliet's
worst.
really weak,
Wow.
guys. Don't pick Juliet or ban Juliet against us. So I mean, we're not complaining too much. But yeah, I think this is like arguably, I know a lot of people are complaining because they don't like the kill comp stuff, but arguably one of the most fun patches we've had in a while. The game feels shaken up a little bit. A lot of like the really frustrating awakenings that could change games, like Riesel and Stagger Swagger, are gone. And it like melee goalies are a bit off the table. Like it feels like you could play eject. You could play whatever you want now again and kind of get away with it. So I'm pretty excited to see matches today and to kind of be back because I wasn't here last week, minus that one game we don't talk about.
Well,
Moving
Taro.
on. There you go.
I want to.
Hey, maybe we'll make it happen. But moving
Might
on,
happen today. We'll
before
see.
we get to predictions really quickly, do want to do a quick shout out here to one of the all-time greats, bestie and slot veteran himself, Ratman Rob, who is perfectly fine. He's alive and well. I talked to him the other day, but he is retiring for now, at least due to just years of videos and helping out the nasl broadcasts, making team, as we saw earlier, all the team previews, the playoff shows, all the YouTube videos, like everything is just amazing for Rob. So definitely thank you there. Ratman Rob, you will be missed. And I hope that, wherever life takes you, it treats you well. So thank you on that.
And we're staying
now
tuned.
We're going back. And we're staying tuned.
Because he's got a couple. He owes me at least one video. Let me tell you this.
He's gone.
Listen.
Go ahead.
I've commissioned like 2 videos for him that haven't come out yet. So hey,
okay.
I'm staying the hell tuned, man. Come on, man.
Maybe there'll be some residual Ratman Rob content filling in, but
love that guy, man.
It's letting everyone know. I feel like he deserves the credit, so I got to give him a shout out there.
Yeah,
now on to some predictions, everybody. On to some predictions on the schedule today. I'm excited. let's just start from the top down here. Showtime versus Bun Bun. Soren, I'll have you go first. Who's taking this one?
It'll be 1-2 Showtime taking it, but I think it'll be a very close game 3.
Okay, Showtime. Fresh, what are you thinking on this one?
It's a Bun Bun bonanza. I got to say that.
Okay.
This Liari creature has been in the mines for like 80 hours this week. Just canceled all of her plans. She's just been grinding. I kind of want to see what they're cooking up. I feel like Showtime characters got hit a little bit, not a lot, like I said before, but enough to where like I think it evens the playing ground, and I think that like Bun Bun are definitely like thirsty for a win. So I'm hoping Bun Bun takes it, but either way, I love everyone on Showtime, so it's whatever.
All right, Threezy, who's taking this one?
Man, here's the thing. I think Bun Bun can win a game. I don't know if they can win 2, man. Showtime is so good. This barcode guy, I mean, he just clocks in. He locks in Asher. Like, what do you do? Locked in Atlas. What do you do? Answer. You pick Kazan. I want Cypher 12. I want Cypher 12. Bun Bun sweep. I want Cypher.
I'm actually pretty agreement with you. I will have Showtime taking it. I do think it will be a 2-1. I think Bun Bun has a lot of tools in their kit, but I think Showtime is one of those teams where you counter them one time or you exploit one weakness and they're like, oh wait, we forgot about that. Let's not let that happen ever again. And then they just tighten up and the next game is impossible to play against them. So I think this will be a close one, but it will be a Showtime here. Fresh wants to be a Bun Bun sweep. It will be the first game out, so stay tuned for that. But on to the next series.
No, I predicted Bun Bun too. I predicted Bun Bun too. Let's be clear. I said I want Cypher 12. I want Cypher 12. I'm going Bun Bun.
Hey, my bad. It said Showtime on the thing. I'm just.
It's all right.
I'm a criminal reader. I'm just reading the prompt here. All right, we'll go into the next one though. PPL versus RTF. I think this will be a close one. Fresh, you go first.
I think PPL lost last week, really close. RTF lost last week, really close. I really have no clue who's going to take this. I think it's going to be PPL personally. Like I think that after last week, they probably really sat down and like stared at VODs a bunch and are really trying to like figure out a game plan of sorts. It mostly comes down to how well do you do in the Muffins picks is kind of how I feel about it. And then obviously like Hungry Boy and Leo are going to really test Bloom. But as stated earlier, that guy's always in the mind. So I think it's going to be PPL.
All right, Soren, what do you think?
I'm a huge PPL Glazer, actually. I've got them like the top like echelon-ish of my power rankings. I think Muffin's young, good at game flipping. I think that's a disadvantage of playing against Fiery. That guy is really annoying to fight against. I think that he's going to get in Muffin's head and kind of just run away with it. So I think it's PPL 2-0.
Okay, PPL 2-0. Threezy, what are your thoughts?
Interesting matchup because Hungry Boy knows this roster really well, hangs out with those guys all the time, is constantly playing with them. But they know him really well, so it's a bit of a double-edged sword there. I think Muffin's going to have an easier time with Fiery. One of the ways that I think you have success with that brawler is to not interact with him, and Muffin plays some really interactive goalies such as Rasmus and Finney. So I don't think Muffin's going to have too hard of a time unless Average Alex puts the business on. Who's the midfielder? Hungry Boy in the midfield. I don't know. I think. Listen, if we get the Leo show that we got last week, it's an RTF sweep. So I'm going to go RTF. That'd be Leo.
Well, I'm going to go with PPL for the sole reason that they didn't choose me as their midfielder. So on to the next team. Hug versus Dubu. The Dubu boys, both the Dubu teams, but we do have the rebrand from Sundubu, so not slightly different now, but still the Dubu representatives. Two questions here. Who's going to win? And who's going to pick Dubu? Which team? We'll go. There's the representative in the back here. We'll go Soren. You go first.
I love Hug, but you already know my answer is going to be I'm Josh's biggest Glazer. 3 seasons call. It's going to be a Dubu 2-0 sweep. Easy work.
Who's playing Dubu? Or no one?
Vaughn's going to play Dubu. One game.
Okay.
Put the music on.
Threezy.
Yeah.
You win in this game, Threezy?
Listen. All I know is Vaughn is not going to be playing Dubu. Okay. All I know is Vaughn's not going to be playing Dubu. But I think that's because he might be like a few thousand feet in the air. Not sure what's going on there. But no, I mean it's a Dubu sweep. Oh, no.
Dubu sweep, Fresh. Is it a Dubu sweep or is Hug has a chance here?
I want Hug to win so bad. The Caleb Vaughn swap, like it looks so good. Vaughn moving from like a top 3 midfielder to a top 3 goalie is pretty strong. And I scrimmed Dubu recently, and they weren't looking really good. But everyone knows, the knowers know that the Dubu scrims are incredibly fake. When these guys need to show up and lock in, they do. I'm going to go with the vibe. I think that Hug are going to take it. They're. I got to say it's going to be close, but I have faith in Hug.
All right, so I don't know who actually is playing for Hug, and for that sole reason, I'm going to go with Dubu. I think they looked. Honestly, I'll be honest with you, 3Z. I think you looked good, but a little shaky last week. I think you had some things thrown at you didn't know what was going on, but you guys managed to recover. But I think after that 4-hour scrim block, you got and that Apex, it can't get any worse than an Apex session. That's all I'm going to say. It cannot get any worse than the Apex session.
No, it cannot.
Only
My
up from here,
goodness.
and it's going to be a Dubu sweep.
No, I mean,
almost,
this card box
almost.
guy is just a criminal on Rune. Just a criminal. That guy's too good at Rune, man.
Next game, Bozo versus the Weez Little Bees. Are the Bees going to do it again? I'm going to go first this time. Screw K-Bot's formula. I'm going first. The Bees are going to do it again. I'm going Weez Little Bees. I mean, I'm on the B train until they die at this point. They got the last call scuff scrims this week. I think they're getting it. 3Z, what do you think?
Good question. I think Bozo's probably gonna have their shit together. I don't know. I have no intel on them, fortunately. Hopefully they've been scrimming. But I mean, they beat Bun Bun last week, and I think Bun Bun probably beats the Bees. So, but trains the property of my mind. I'm gonna go with the Bozo bunch here. Streak gonna handle business in the midfield, and then Merchant Magic. Okay, the league's gonna know. All these guys, they don't know about Merchant. Okay, they're gonna know. Okay, that guy's a freaking beast.
Hey,
and Vice is back. So, hey, you know, but they don't know.
Hey,
they don't know about Merchant, man.
We'll have to see. I'm excited for the game. Fresh, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it was a little messed up that Demons Raw had to play against the #1 nasl team right off the bat. It was really hard. I think Weeb have a game plan. I don't know if Bozo have a game plan yet. Last week, it really looked like Merchant was just helping as much on offense as possible. And then, like, defensively, they looked a little shaky, but, they managed to pull through. I'm going to go with Weeb. I think, #1 team in NASL right now, so I think they're going to keep it.
All right, Soren, any thoughts?
2-0, 6-0, 9-0 for Bozo Bunch. This Weez Little Beast team is not taking a single point. I am their biggest hater, and I am praying on their downfall today. Merchant, Giga Chad will be up in Zach's face, scoring goals left and right on this Vice Luna. I'm calling it already.
Alrighty. And then last but not least, Demons Raw versus EKC. I'll get the two representatives out of the way here. Fresh, your team taking it?
Absolutely. I mean, Demons Raw. Like, come on, we're back. I think EKC are gonna underestimate us. Soren's gonna be like, "Ooh, I have to pick Zentaro goalie here. Show what's really made of." And then he's not gonna be prepared. That's all I gotta say.
All right, Soren. Any quick little smack talk you want to give?
The voices are in my head. Okay, Fresh has been like sweet talking me in DMs all morning. Might have to throw a game for fun, probably. I like how they already put EKC up for me on stream. They already know. We don't know who's playing. We're playing against today. We don't even know what we're playing, but I mean, it's an EKC meta today, so it's an EKC season, and it's going to be an EKC sweep, 2-0, 9-0, 6-0 again.
Hey, well, you already know I got to put EKC as well. I'm cooking up some stuff even the players don't know about. Whether they listen to me or not, we'll have to see. I might just be there cosmetically. Who knows? But 3Z Breezy, what are your thoughts? You're the only one who does not have a stake in this match.
Yeah. I thought it was pretty funny when Fresh said, "Hey, we're Demons Raw, baby." I was like, it doesn't really have the aura. Okay, it doesn't really have the gumption that it once had. It doesn't have the weight that it once carried. Okay. So I'm gonna need to see Demons Raw restore their aura today. Okay, I'm gonna see the blue flames from hell reignite behind them. With Fresh subbing in for Fudgy. But no, I mean, EKC, your main roster, right, Soren? Can I get a
yeah, it's main roster today.
Come on. These guys are beasts.
Whatever.
I mean, they took us to a great match at LAN. I was sad we couldn't play their main roster last week, but low-key we weren't ready for their main roster. We had some stuff to work out, like Borg said, but now we're ready. Now we're ready for HLM. But I'm gonna go with EKC this week, unfortunately.
Okay, and with that prediction, that'll be it for the pre-show. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And thank you for the desk here, 3Z Fresh. Soren, thanks for joining me on this little pre-show journey. Last call for life, baby. And there's one thing that actually all of you have in common that I wanted to share, if you didn't know, just on the desk here, is that I made all of you. Just wanted to let that go in here. And thank you all for joining the pre-show. We'll be back in just a bit for the 3 p.m. Showtime versus Bun Bun. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to nasl. I'm Too Soon, joined here by the illustrious Z Yoshi 64. And my goodness, we have an absolute heater for a first game, Yoshi. It's going to be Bun versus Show, two very good, well-established teams. What are your thoughts on this, man?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this match. We've got Showtime, obviously, the previous season champion, looking phenomenal as usual. We did see them drop a game to RTF last week, which I think a lot of people wouldn't expect. And Bun having a very, very solid close match, I believe against Bozo last week as well. Both teams kind of, interestingly, the first and 10th place team from last season going against each other here, having inverted results where Showtime lost a game and Bun won a game, and I think this match will be pretty interesting. I'm a Bun believer. You know, the underbuff or whatever it's called, we don't need that right now. What we need is a big win. And looking, I don't believe it's on screen, but once we get into the draft, a lot of very interesting things going on with the Bun comp that we will be talking about. And there it is. They first picked Octavia. I don't think I've seen anyone on that team ever play Octavia ever. So it's a big day. They are not letting Octavia get into the hands of anyone on Showtime. It's not happening. I heard some people say in the break room, like, Scythe the 12 Octavia, send it out. And, who knows? Who knows? We've got a movie on our hands right now, and it's not because of Showtime.
Yeah, it's wow, Octavia pick, but I guess it does make some sense here. It is a cast to last start, and some other good cast users here on a Bun. Finny, I believe, really likes that awakening with the ults, with the debuff extension on the secondary, and with the Luna there to just keep on pumping out damage. I'm really liking this unorthodox, but it's somehow kept together comp from Bun Bonanza. And on the other hand, on Showtime, very nice pair with the Zentaro and the Estelle and Atlas to keep it rock solid in the goalie box. Going to be interesting to see how these game plans, these strategies come to pan out here.
Yeah, also, I'm gonna explode. When I mentioned Scythe the 12 Octavia, I was like, this is probably just a joke. This one's funny. Like, the Luna got picked. Scythe the 12 loves playing Luna. He's just gonna play Luna. Hello, Liari on Luna. It's time to get it done. I mean, low-key, this is like Scythe the 12 is playing midfield. We've got Liari on the Luna Brawler. I say that, but their positions are... Bun is loaded up for something exceptional. And here we have Scythe the 12 and Barcode both taking Castellas. Everyone else taking Orb Rep, which is really interesting. Not something I would expect, but off rip already. Liari getting down to business, KOing Joker with the Luna. I really do think we're in for something special right now.
Yeah, and it's Bun just trying to keep that core forward, but a nice interception from the Joker. Yeah, I rush into the Oni's blade. Both barriers fall first from Bun and now they're on the back foot. Nice flip from Liari, just trying to stave the pressure. There's that gravity well, still not panning out, but finally the clear is found. And Sbarco trying to reactivate this offense. Nice passing plays. Back and forth this core is going. It's overtime, baby. Cosmic Expanse lasting forever, finding the clear, and Joker's staggered now. Now around the world once more, this core's going. We're waiting out every single ability. And the nasl special, and Scyther is stacking. That Octavia is fast. There's a flip. It's thwarted though. Still passing, still trying to find the second barrier, but Atlas so good at holding it down. Xianju in the midfield, and there's a KO out of nowhere. Flip from the Joker. Oh, it's a power play now for Showtime. They're trying to capitalize. There's that slice and dice, and they still can't find it. Lily Bun in the perfect place, whipping the flip though. That's dangerous, but they're still holding on. Liari's back online. There's a Crater Maker, and there goes Joker's stagger. There goes that second barrier. Bun Bonanza. They hold on for now. They navigate everything, and now we're in a skirmish in the midfield. There's that intervention. Just trying to safeguard the ally, slowing down here. Cosmic Expanse, passing plays, and we can't find the boost. Gravity well, though, still trying to keep this upfield. And more passing plays, still trying to stuff it into this corner. It's taking so much effort. This is not like my Plaque games, but a flip millimeters from the goal line. That will do it for Showtime.
Yeah, what an insane hold coming out from Bun. That entire point. just balls to the walls. The barriers opened, and then Lilybun did not relent. We also saw Scyther 12 coming back a lot with the flow state, looking to pick up some last-second saves. Has a flip right now, too. Barcode burned his. That's going to be pretty good for Bun Bun. Gets a barrier off of it, but I like where Scyther 12 is. He's ready to get some big value. That's one barrier off the flip, dribbling in the corner. Looking to get the second, and does. This is Bun Bun's opportunity to clap back after that first point. They still have to get through Barcode, but you know, with everything going on right now, they have a great opportunity.
Great opportunity, and the Atlas map on CTC, a relatively stable one with the Expanse proc here. A flip for the Joker, and Lilybun can't find the positioning to deal with it. Bears equalize, and lives might not be, as Octavia's taken out. There's that central Expanse, Lilybun pushing up, just trying to keep it forward, and oh no! Oh, just sends it in there for the team, probably worried about his Zentaro dash. Oh, unfortunate for Bun Bun Bonanza as Showtime goes up 2-0.
Yeah, unfortunate. You hate to see it, but sometimes that's just how it is. You know, my circle ability, unfortunately, has a 360 degree. You know what I mean. Right, today I'll be saying some words, and they'll probably mean something. Anyway, that's Showtime up 2-0 right now. You know, it's what I think a lot of people would expect. I'm sitting here. I can smell the Bun Bun surge coming. We got Scyther 12 with another flip. Liari too, putting a lot of damage onto both Showtime forwards, which I think it's really interesting. The comp that they have, the Finny and the Luna backline, they're able to put so much damage, especially into this Zentaro, who is like dying. He had, you know, coughing baby right now. Is just struggling to get any sort of ground. Has to ult to pick up the orb, and is still not full health, still taking a lot of damage. And Scyther is kind of being put on core control duty. He has to sit here, do it all. But if you pick anyone in NASL, he's definitely up there in guys I would want to do all the core control for my team, because he is doing an exceptional job. And again, I'm looking at Bun Bun has all these flips. Joker's back after the power play, but Xianzhu is not long for this world, and the barrier is down.
Yeah, great job just keeping up the pressure. It's a very similar tale to the first point here, early on at least. But here's the thing about this bouncy castle map. It's so hard to keep possession! And that Atlas can't keep possession of his life. Goalie is down. Piercing shot equalizes the barrier, sure. But that core is in their territory. There's two flips to work with. Crater Baker expending a flip there, but the power play refreshing. Oh, Expanse goes wide as well. All the resources now for Showtime expended here. Dire Straits, and the core does go in with a beat drop. Oh, Bun Bun Bonanza, they come back roaring for that point.
Yeah, these bunnies have fangs, claws, probably claws, I don't know, big teeth. They came back and really, 2 KOs, one onto Barcode, then onto Xianzhu, taking him out. Just exceptional work out of them. Now we see the fighting for the orb. Liari picks it up. That's dangerous. Joker looking remarkably low, and you can tell Liari is just sharking for a KO here. Joker has to dash to get the orb just to save his life, and Scyther 12 is battling it out 1v2 against Xianzhu and Barcode. While Joker is still just taking the brunt of all the damage from this backline. Like, Bun Bun has such an interesting and weird comp, but they're making it work, and if nothing else, they'll have a great opportunity in later sets.
Oh,
but right now,
God.
They're getting it done this set, bringing us to a 0.5.
0.5 heater. I mean, the damage was absolutely flowing. Both forwards staggered, and the Joker just getting taken on a trip, killed off the flip, and a goal to boot. Just beautiful play from Bun Bun Bonanza as they're still working this core, trying to keep it upfield. Can't find that first barrier here. Crater Maker forcing some evades. That energy economy has just been so dire because of all this damage on the hands of Showtime's Barcode. Only the one who's able to have any sort of energy here. There's that base drop from Scyther, and oh my god, the Joker! And taking on a trip again. This man can't play the game in the slightest. But the core is in Bun Bun's territory here. Xianzhu now staggered. It's the Obscura map, but somehow, some way, both barriers fall. Doesn't matter if the damage is flowing, if the barriers are falling here. And, I mean, the barrier's still holding on for Showtime. They can't get anything going off of all of this damage here. The lives are being played remarkably well. Oni's Blade trying to keep something going. Unfortunately not panning out with the read there for the Joker, who's forced to play some sort of middleman interference. Scyther now the one worse for wear here, and Showtime has somehow managed to weather the storm. Not quite! And there's that flip dribble not panning out, but still, both barriers equalized here. Lily Bun's trying to step up, force a play while one man is staggered here. It's overtime though. One misposition, one blunder, one ability! It's all it takes as Xianzhu goes down. It's a power play now. Pseudo really, because Scyther is staggered, but he still gets the dribbles through both mans of Showtime, and Bun Bun Bonanza reverse sweep it. Incredible.
I cannot believe my eyes, especially after those first 2 points. Bun Bun Bonanza is here to play, here to stay, and show everyone what they're capable of. I'm watching Scyther 12 just constantly 1v2 in the enemy net, while Lilybun and Liari are just killing people, and it's working so well. And here in draft, that's hot shot on the Bun Bun goalie. Finny gets a ton of cooldowns, a ton of core speed from the box. That's terrifying. And Super Surge on Octavia's Dash Awakening. This guy's going to be moving even faster than before. And like that's looking like a great Bun Bun draft. The Joker was able to pick up Explosive Entrance, which is obviously great. We saw in that last point on the Obscura map, Liari was getting staggered. But on every other map, we didn't see a whole lot of damage coming out from Showtime. I don't know if the Explosive Entrance is going to be helpful beyond just being a Dash Awakening for Zentaro here, and meanwhile, Joker is taking all this damage.
Yeah, and both barriers falling. A nice ult from that Estelle means that both barriers fall in turn. And it's another open barrier situation here. That Cosmic Expand so huge with the Monumentalist, and somehow Lilybun can still get that clear, but it's not the same for Showtime. A little bit of a checkmate there with the boost covering top side, and my god, that Octavia so fast with just one Dash Awakening, topping like 700 speed, just like 2 seconds of it being active. That might be healthy for the game.
Yeah, what one Dash Awakening does to a guy. It just starts space gliding on the rift. But here, Joker, hearing a bit too much Bun Bun praise is going to be shutting that down, getting double barriers, and Xianzhu will be getting a great strike into ult to confirm it off the bumper, sending it in. Showtime clapping back with a 19-second point. A little scary. Yeah. Showtime reminding us what they're capable of.
Yeah, exactly. That's the first non-overtime point, I believe. And it looks like we might get another one if that momentum keeps going. Both barriers fall in a quick succession, but it's time for Bun Bun Bonanza to roar back here. Their offense not quite finding their mark. 2 whip flips, and the big finish doesn't pan out for them either. But there's some damage. There's some compensation. One barrier falling here. Core's going red, and there's that power play. But still, Scyther has to be wary here. Some damage being tacked onto him. Xianzhu winning Strike Force in the middle and gets the set off the central expanse from the grips of despair. Xianzhu comes rising back, and that's another point for Showtime.
Yeah, devious bounce off the middle. That's one of those angles that you just never expect. It's so hard to see, but Xianzhu there said, ha, don't worry, I've got this one, and it's in. Here, back on the orb map, we see Liari picking up the giant orb again. But this time, not a lot of damage has come out onto Showtime. Instead, Scyther 12 taking a little bit of the hits. Getting a little low. It's scary for Bun Bun, especially down a point here, 1 point away from losing the set. Definitely don't want that to be, but Lilybun is scrapping, pushing up, and Scyther is, it doesn't matter how much health he, it matters now, but for those barriers, it did not matter how much health he had.
Yeah, and Showtime here weathered that storm, weathered that Octavia with 900 movement speed, and there's Xianzhu picking up another kill. Scyther back online here, but the power play still going forward for Showtime. Oni's Blade in the corner. We find the clear bot side, and that will kill the power play for now. Great defense from Bun Bonanza here, but still the offense is raging for Showtime. Still can't find that finishing touch. Holding on to the core, though, is more than necessary for them. Big finish in the corner here, fighting to get it to the other side, but the slice and dice denies it. And then Showtime equalized the set here, taking it 3-1.
Yeah, really well played by Joker there. Able to see the big finish, use it as an opportunity, drop the slice and dice. Just a really long move, able to outlast the whole big finish. And now Xianzhu is going to be rewarded with whatever he wants. Picked up a Spark of Strength last draft, but foregoing the Spark of Agility for Aerials. Definitely a good idea. Aerial is going to be so nice on Estelle. Double Dash Awakening for both Showtime forwards. Going to be a lot of mobility coming out from them, a lot of coverage on the map. Reptile Remedy, though, going to Site to 12. That guy might not die ever again. He's got the Slick Kicks, he's got the Castellast, he's got a Dash Awakening. He's going to be moving swiftly at all times, and it's going to take a lot of burst damage to get rid of him.
Yeah, burst that I do not think that Showtime has right now. My god, instead of just going for the core, just bullies the goalie out of position, gets both barriers with that play, and the secondary is still active. Not dropped once. We swarm the core in the end. I think Bun Bonanza, their drafting, I think will allow them to run away with it here.
Yeah, the secret of Octavia. You will win every draft. Everything is awesome. You've got the Turbo Biz page. It's a great day, and like we're just seeing beautiful play from Bun here. I really love. Well, bit of a rough point, but I really enjoyed how they've been navigating this game. Just letting Scyther do so much of the work, trying to get these barriers, and having Lilibun Liari sit back further, get a lot done. And see, like Joker's he's having a terrible time. You know, he woke up for this. Like, this sucks.
And it sucks that recovery drone was propped as well. But Bumba Bonanza, it takes a flip and a McDouble, and they finally get something going on the back foot for all that time. And they will continue to be with Liari taken off the board here. It's the Joker with the passive. But unfortunately, Lilibun has that flip, wise to use it. Bouncy Castle map so notoriously hard to defend. Somehow they hold, and there's that boost. Liari coming back with a vengeance, able to sink that goal in. And Bun Bonanza, they take another one, going up 2-0.
Yeah, that was nasty, and I'm not talking about the league. The respawn into boost from downtown to get the goal. Some beautiful play on the Luna. Puts a smile on my face. Almost gets a barrier with another just awesome dash. We're seeing, again, Bun showed up to play today. You know, I'm pretty sure Liari put in like 60 hours into the game this week. That's like 1.5 jobs. That's what you need to do to win sometimes. And that's what we're seeing here. Site the 12 looking low. Oh, looking very low. But Liari close to a flip. The net's open for Bun. And they're up 2-0 right now. They have a chance, but with the barriers going down for them, things are looking a little scary.
Yeah, and there's that flip in a corner, and unfortunately, Barcode cannot pivot top side fast enough. And I mean, that entire point, sure, they find a straight clear every now and then. Showtime did, but I mean, with how pushed up Lilibun was, the flow state of Octavia was never dropping, and there's some more potent picks, Deadeye on that Luna, should Liari take it, and of course they do. Stacks on this Octavia. I mean, it's just getting a little bit out of hand here. There's just everything to play for. Team player now in overtime, so devastating. And I mean, Showtime just picking up the scraps, really.
Yeah, I am like, my flabber is gassed and my gob is smacked. Have you ever seen a better draft for any individual team? We're looking at team player on Lilybun, stacks onto Scyther 12, Deadeye onto Liari, and like the biggest pickup I'm looking at for Showtime is Stinger on Zentaro. So maybe they kill Scyther 12 or Liari. Like I don't know. It's chalked. It's looking pretty over. We're seeing the nasl champions get absolutely left to dry in draft, in game, every angle, on their best map too. I don't think Showtime has ever lost on Clarion on stage. I don't know what's going on.
You know what they say, there's a first time for everything. And for the first time, Showtime allowed to play the game, got one bear, trying to take another. But I mean, with how scaled this Bun Bun Bonanza team is, it's worse for wear. I mean, it's rats really, but that's is a really good coordination of abilities. Piercing Shoddy Eye Rush, and it's Joker in the golden position with a flip, and Lilybun can't deal with it. Card was a nice try, but you can't ever count Showtime out. You only need to give them one opportunity, just like you did on that last map, and they can capitalize off of that for sure.
Yeah, just brilliant patience from Joker, able to wait out Lilybun's card. Lily had, like, the correct read. Joker shot up, and she sent the card up, but just, unfortunately, oh wow. Timed pretty unfortunately, just like whatever happened to Scyther there. He got put in the wood chipper right after the flip, but Liari and Lilybun both with flips of their own. Looking to get something. Looking to get some more damage onto Joker. Barcode having to burn the heal to keep that guy alive. And it's almost paid off, almost got the barrier, but now Joker's just taking all of this damage again, and Scyther 12 is in the Wi-Fi land.
Yeah, it was a good pickup on the kill. Scyther, stacks reset, but can't quite get anything more than that off of it here with Strike. Forces Barcode to with that Cosmic Expanse there, and that's a huge defensive resource. It's now overtime. Team player, in effect, that Crater Maker, in effect, finding a kill. There's a big finish in dangerous territories, but somehow, some way, Showtime holding on for now, waits off the boost, and now that power play is thwarted. Jianzhu back online here, and a great hold from them, but it's only a matter of time before that offense gets roaring right back to them. Overtime, like I said, everything from Lilybun will make that core turn red. Another Cosmic Expanse, it's not good enough. A great pass off the central expanse here. A better Oni's Blade, though, keeping Showtime's alive in this point so far. Big finish, not enough. Again, still a masterclass on defense for Showtime. They're sending the core every which way, and Bun Bun Bonanza can't find that finishing touch. Team player resetting this offense, no, with the Joker using that flip, waiting out everything, and it's still not going to cut it. That barrier stands stalwart here. We're attacking the bot side. Barcode, unfortunately, a missed clear, tried sending it to Xianzhu, sent it to Liari instead, and all of that, it took a mistake, and somehow that's the final touch for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Insane saves coming out from Bun Bun, protecting that barrier. Meanwhile, Showtime was clutched up 3 men in their box, doing everything they could to keep it out. Bun Bun was there for a moment. Difference is they've got Scyther 12 on the Octavia, who can rotate from his side of the map to the other side in, doing 60 in 0.3 seconds. Whatever, I don't know car stats. Anyway, just immaculate play coming out from Bun Bun. We're seeing cracks in Showtime. We're not seeing cracks. Showtime, still the national champions. Still pretty good, bringing us to a 0.5. We're on match point, game point, etc. Bun Bun just needs to clutch up this 1 point on the orb map. But again, Showtime is still... we're seeing a bit of a rough game, but still, they still have it. Like, it's not... They're not a different team all of a sudden. They're still very good and reminding us that every other point. But Bun Bun is it's just back with a vengeance. They are going crazy right now. And again, 1 point away from winning game 1. Whoa! 1 goal away right here, and Liari with the boost from downtown, putting it in. Oh my god, 3-1 win for Bun Bun Bonanza.
I cannot believe it. I mean, on the behalf of Showtime, holding on for that long when every single character's build on Bonanza's team was so unbelievably illegal is a testament to their ability. But I mean, it was Bun Bun Bonanza's game to lose. They performed beautifully that entire set. I mean, 7 kills, 41k damage on Liari, 224 redirects on the forward is something you do not see on anyone but Octavia. With that flow state, all that speed, it was a speed blitz like all the time. And Lilybun pushing up, just supplementing the everything, really. The damage, the core control, it was absolute cinema. And despite Barcode's best efforts in the goal box, it was simply not enough because that offense just could not ever get, like, really generated with all the damage and all the speed that Bun Bun Bonanza had.
Yeah, just insane game coming out from them. If you count up the goal totals, Bun Bun scored 10 goals to Showtime's 7, which is showing that the game was a lot closer than it really looked. Like, each set really went the distance. Obviously, Showtime won a set of their own. Like, Bun Bun played spectacularly, absolutely blew expectations out of the water. But of course, this is still Showtime. This is only game 1 of potentially 3. And, you know, I am firmly seated in my chair, a Bun Bun believer. They took 1 game. I think they could take another. But again, you never want to bet against Showtime. You never want to count them out. They've gone down games and brought it back. You know, a reverse 2-0 is still a 2-0, and they're pretty familiar with 2-0s. But again, just Bun Bun played out of their mind that game. A wonderful showing, and you know, if they've got another one in them, boom, I'm there, I'm down. But I think Showtime is a very smart team and knows how to adapt. I think something interesting is that they banned Juno last game, which I think they'll probably do again. You know, Juno is one of Liari's favorite picks. Great. You know, looking good in the meta right now, like top to bottom, head to toe. Makes sense. But that Octavia was a massive threat. Like, it was a cast to last start. I'll give it up. But you can just pick Octavia. Like, you'll get Great Awakenings. And so we see the Juno band roll in anyway. You know, they had first pick. They could first pick the Octavia away. But with how much damage Bun Bun was doing, it might be tough. We'll have to see. You know, waiting for the draft to pan out. Kai band coming out from Bun Bun. They're not letting that go through. Pretty fair. Kai, very nice on this map. And I don't know if Xianzhu is willing to lock in Octavia. So taking Kai off, taking that speed character down, means that the Estelle is going to be locked in instead. And now Bun Bun's putting the Rasmus on display. It's Scythe the 12. Just we're seeing. My hands are up, cinema. I'm excited. We've got Rasmus and Luna forward pairs. We just watched an awesome Luna game. You get a little bit of Scythe the 12 Rasmus. Like, what's there not to love here?
Yeah, Luna's a little bit of a gremlin, just flying around, killing people for fun. That's what you do. It's a team player built different start on. That's my eyes don't deceive me. That's Inky's splash zone, right? Inky's. Oh,
the surf is up. The tide is coming in. Happy summer, everyone. And we're gonna be again. We are in for a match. See Showtime locking in. They're really committed to this Estelle Zentaro comp as the new patch has come in. We started the season on it. The pendulum is definitely shifting away from speed, you know, away from what was called Showtime meta for a while, onto a more damage oriented environment. And Showtime, is definitely working to adapt to that. The Estelle Zentaro comp is very much in line with what the meta is calling for. And honestly, I like it a lot out of them. I like Joker on the Zentaro. I think he usually does pretty well. And I like Shianzu on the Estelle. Same thing. We did see, though, again, a lot of damage come out directly on Joker's location. And Inky's is a deceptively small map. It is obviously it's big. There's nothing in the middle, but you only ever really want to play through the corner or the wall. There's not a lot of time you're spending in the middle of the map. So racking up the damage in those narrow corridors, even though they're not explicitly there, is still pretty easy. And I have to wonder if Joker will have an adaptation to try and play around getting staggered, or if he's just hoping to, get in there, get the barriers down, and start winning faster than they can start losing, which honestly is a great strat, especially for Zentaro. That sounds pretty good. So we'll have to see how they execute the comp in game. But right now, I'm riding the Bun stock explosion. By now, I think they are playing phenomenally. I think they've got this.
Yeah, and it takes a map like Inky's, like CTC, with all the unpredictability to just force a point through both these talented goalies. It's just incredible what they're able to do in the goal box. I'm taking notes watching this game. Unfortunately, Lilybud not in a position, and neither is Scyther, taken off the map here really quickly. And hello, 12-second point, the Inky's classic, bested only by Aten City. I mean, I don't even know what happened, but Showtime up a point here.
Yeah, we saw Joker get staggered immediately, but they did win faster than they were losing. Scyther 12 got completely boomed, but now Showtime's barrier is down, and a great big finish, just like teed up from Liari, sets up Scyther 12. That's the Bun synergy. All three getting a little bit of play in there, and we're in for a quick game. It's time to speedrun this. OS sets have been running longer and longer. Inky's is here to change that. It is time to, oh my god, speed blitz this as Shianzu is now low. Neither barrier is down, but we're just, especially on team player start, we're just in for non-stop action all game.
And a nice whiplash from Scyther, able to get that barrier, but Joker responds in kind. The water cannon is activated. The Ari trying to boost into the clear spot. Unfortunately, Core doesn't go there, and the water cannon's now traded, so we're now just playing on Aten City for a little bit. Very open map. The whiplash with Scyther. Oh, wait! He waits for it! Barcode saw their abilities preemptively. Whiplash still activated in the pendulum swing to sink it in. That was masterfully played from Scyther.
Yeah, it's watching this guy in Rasmus is like watching the guy that painted the Mona Lisa, who I just don't care to try and remember right now. It's like watching him paint Mona Lisa live. Just beautiful. But there, Joker able to catch the core off the barrier break. Use the flip, get it in, bring it to a 0.5, no less. Here it comes down to this. But both teams playing out of their minds, just taking shots back and forth at each other. It comes down to this one, though, but right now Bun has the advantage, winning kickoff and forcing the flip out of Barcode.
Yeah, but it gets right back into the territory with them, and unfortunately, there's not enough abilities on that Finny to deal with all that sustained pressure. And the barrier falls for Bun Bonanza first. Scyther trying to equalize here. Can't hold on to the core with the Rose Warp. Barcode stepping up, trying to set something up once more. The passing plays flowing. Oni's blade flowing, but still the finishing touch not quite found. Team player, though, starting to come into effect here with all of the dribbles, all of the passes here. Big finish trying to stagger and get Joker out of the equation. Scyther's working the bot corner all by himself. Lilybun stepping up with the flip, but Joker, he stuffs it out, and that's a tragic point to let go for Bun Bonanza, and Showtime hold on, taking that set 3-2.
Yeah, gotta feel kind of bad You know, Zentaro's just such a good character for stuffing out flips. You've got so many abilities that last so long. You're able to show up and just cascade all of them if they're up, trying to catch out that flip. And that's exactly what happened. And now Joker rewarded with bulk up. That's going to be a ton of stagger, a ton of power. Great opportunity to fight back and stay alive a little bit longer. Barcode picking up the stacks too. Is going to be moving on that barrier. Probably going to take a while to rack up, but once he gets a little bit of speed going, it's going to be just great for keeping up that barrier. Meanwhile, Bun Bun seems to really be struggling to hold this barrier here. Down immediately. Here comes the water, and now they have to defend against Zentaro Estelle. But it goes both ways, and now Showtime's barrier down. Scyther 12 really just needs the ball once, and he can get something going.
Yeah, and I mean, Water Cannon traded in kind, but the offense still roaring for Bun Bun Bonanza. Nice clears found. That's wandering down bot side. We navigate the piercing shot, and we're sending it right back to where it came from. And it's a beautiful shot bot side by Scyther. Breakthrough, not quite enough to catch up to it. And Bun Bun Bonanza, they're able to hold on despite losing barrier first, and they're able to get it done in the end.
Yeah, crazy that if that was a later point in this set where Barcode had stacks, he would have been able to save it. But unfortunately, early point, no stacks up means he is not fast enough to catch that. And now Xianzhu down, Liari with a flip, Scyther 12, Revan 1 up. A beautiful play by Liari, getting the barrier there. And Lilybun helping out on the offense, looking to get something done. Barrier goes down, but here comes the tide. Goes to shoot it in. Flip goes wide, but Scyther 12 again has another flip and is looking to get it done. Almost does.
No!
Wow. But now Barcode's down.
Okay, it was a whiffed shot from Scyther, but the crater maker from Liari, so perfect, and Barcode explodes. No more stats for the man. That's devastating news. And early points like that first one from Scyther now possible once more. And we're thwarting the offense again. There's a flip from the Joker, setting up a triple take though, stuffing out all the immediate angles that are threatening. And once again, Bun Bun Bonanza, they're able to weather the storm a little bit here, but so are Showtime, responding in kind. Nice strike ward by Lilybun. I can't believe that wasn't a barrier, but the Crystal Thorns able to get it done in the end. Nice piercing shot, but we're like evade clearing it. This is foreign technology for a plat player like myself. Nice dribbling from Scyther, and there we go. The big finish with the pendulum swing. We're able to equalize it. That Water Cannon back online here, but we don't get it to him. The Joker sacrifices his life to stop that mountain of offense here, and Xianzhu staggered worse for wear here. Bun Bun Bonanza in a beautiful position, and there we go. We thread the needle there with the passing plays. 3-0 set for them.
Yeah, Bun Bun just like dominating set there, letting them know that they won game one and they're here to win another. We could see Scyther 12 picked up a Size Awakening, started with BD, now is 2, could get all 3, and will take it. This is one massive Rasmus on the board. No need for anything else when you are very, very large. And I think that Size was super impactful that last set. Things just looked so much easier for that guy. Heavy Impact being picked up, denied from Barcode. We saw a lot of CDR get passed out this past patch, which is something that Asher likes a lot. And so Heavy Impact not going there. Instead has to pick up Missile Prop, which, like, honestly, I think pretty interesting. Not a bad pick, but definitely not something that you really want to see if you're Asher. And we're seeing the barrier go down right there already. It's the Bonanza is not here to play. They are here to win, and they're doing it. Like, they are showing up, playing immaculately, and Showtime's going to have to really pull together and figure out what to do against all this damage threat and everything that... the entire threat that is Scyther 12. Figure out what to do against this team.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, they're able to equalize the barriers, but not a decisive answer found. It's Scyther pushing up with that core flip there, and Liari covers the bot side clear. Oh, could have been dangerous, but Xianzhu rotated back in time. Oni's blade millimeters from the goal line. Still not going to cut it, though. Nice passing play, but unfortunately the angle not precise enough. We're covering every single dangerous one. And there goes Xianzhu taking off the map here. Power play now. Once more, it's overtime. And that core speed absolutely devastating. And Bun Bun Bonanza able to take that first point.
Yeah, we really saw the effects of team player in overtime there. The ball just moving so fast. We also saw Barcode go in and he dash primaried Saito 12, which I think is really smart play. The ball was going to Saito 12, shut it down.
God.
But who cares about that? That's an 8-second point in the books. Bun Bun is just, hanging 10 out here.
Yeah, I mean, the first quick point was Showtime with 12, and now Bun Bun Bonanza, they responded with the 10 and then an 8-second point. I mean, cinematic play from them, really. A flip force from Barcode. I mean, everything going their way. Joker has theirs, and it's stuffed Lilybun. Just reaction checking that. Unfortunately, gets caught out there with the piercing shot. We're finding clears top side. Barcode stepping up, just trying to keep this offense alive. I mean, some momentum needs to go Showtime's way. They're not getting anything right now. The Joker just barely hanging on, and Scyther with a beautiful shot there. And all of a sudden here, barrier's fallen. The water cannon's activated, and there goes the Joker. Power play now for Bun Bun Bonanza. Passing plays, nice Rose Warp, intercepting it for now, and that's another beautiful needle-threaded shot from Scyther, and another 3-0. There's no points. There's absolutely nothing going Showtime's way here, being shut out here.
Yeah, just like crazy between the legs shot from Scyther there. Scyther playing really well, picking up a dash awakening, gonna be nice. I want to shout out Liari on the Luna. I think the mark of a good Luna player, if you had to pick anything, is how well they're able to execute the dash. Obviously, this ability is really, it's weird, it's like uncomfortable. And if you're not playing like controller or MOBA, it's super hard to control. But we are seeing a lot of really tight dash angles to get exactly where she needs to be to hit the ball, to catch clears, etc. And it's been wonderful. You know, again, I mentioned earlier that Larry's put in quite a number of hours this week, and it's really paying off. The Luna is looking exceptional, and you know, things are looking in Showtime's favor at this point. But absolutely. But I'm still eyes locked on all three members of the Bonanza. They're playing so well right now.
Yeah, but can't discount Showtime. That's their first goal, and about 6 or so points. The momentum finally swinging back in their favor a little bit here. But Bun Bun Bonanza not going to let them feel the effects of that for long here. A nice sustained offense here. Gonna rotate top side. And there's so much damage being tacked onto Scyther here. It's making me wonder where all of it's coming from. And all of a sudden, both forwards for Bun Bun Bonanza on death's door here, but I mean, what a beautiful dribbling play from Scyther. It gives up their life to take that barrier here. Nice big finish from Lilybun, and Barco not able to get it out of there. Commits to that play, unfortunately the wrong one. And Bun Bun Bonanza, they're able to sink it in.
Yeah, Lee on the reverse power play, able to just a big finish set in there. We're seeing Showtime really change gears this set, and it saw them great success that first point, and generally in the second point, they looked pretty advantaged that whole time. And it's that they are just doing a lot of damage. Like, it's Estelle Zentaro, you're able to just show up and start hitting people. Like, Showtime's always been a team about tastefully hitting the core and not any of this damage stuff, but now they are trying. They spent that 1 point just like dumping everything onto Scyther, and it worked. They KO'd him. Obviously, the big finish shut that down, and then that last point, we saw a Bun Bun just didn't care. They had full stagger bars and were just in there. The series could end right here. Scyther 12 gets the barrier. This could be it for Showtime.
This could be it indeed. Passing plays, gravity cannon, and Barcode's on the wrong side! He gets taken out! And it's all over for Showtime! Bun Bun Bonanza, they take this series 2-0. Oh my god.
That's 2-0 for the Bun Bun Bonanza against the nasl champions. The reigning champions, but just an exceptional showing coming out from them. This, maybe this is in poor taste, but this is Bun Bun's first win since National Season 4. You know, and again, against the reigning champions. If not to start talking about other teams, but if you want to see a return to form, this is it. The Bonanza is back and better than ever, because what I just watched was some phenomenal Mega Strikers.
Oh, without a doubt. And like you said, to do it against the reigning champs, I mean, they just weren't able to get any sort of momentum panned out in their favor. Wherever they went, Big Bro, Big Sis, was just stalking them right behind their every move step. I mean, Bun Bun Bonanza, out redirected, out damaged, out killed in both of these games. You can't ask for anything better really from them. But unfortunately, that is all for this series. But when we come back, there's going to be some more of those, some more heaters for sure. So don't go anywhere. Nasl will continue. Hello, everybody. After that absolute heater of a first set, we're back. And Yoshi, I know you have a lot of things to yap about, so I'm just gonna pass it on over to you. Talk to us, man. What's going on with this series?
Yeah, we are revving up for RTF versus PPL. A little bit of a landing rematch. Both these teams obviously coming back coming back to the NASL in some way or another, both coming from landing the same side. We saw them face off in winners finals, and PPL won that series 2-0, which I think really stood out because a lot of people were expecting RTF, 7th place in nasl. Technically the best team in landing. By all accounts, the best team in landing. Nobody expected them to lose like that, but PPL showed up. They gave it to them, and RTF qualified to loser side. Now we're coming back. We're seeing a bit of a different roster on the side of RTF. Hook resets, dough flying emoji. He's fine. But Hungry Boy is here. Really putting on his Hook Resets hat right now, picking the era. But we're going to have to see how this match shakes out. A little bit of a roster change. You got a couple weeks to charge up a new patch to play on as well. A whole lot different going on in this match. And it could be in RTF's favor. It could just be another PPL sweep. We'll have to see. Right now, RTF a little on the back foot. A fun comp coming out from PPL. We see Rune with Slick Kicks midfield. I think is very interesting, not super common. And Mag Souls, Juliet here.
Oh.
And hey, you don't need Mag Souls to pull that one off. Average Alex showing up, popping the pillar in the box, catching Moffin Koei's clear. Not letting any of that happen. Moffin on the classic pauldrons. Kazan with that Might of Colossus, rocking up with 147 power off rip. And then obviously a little bit of X era for the fellas on this Might of Colossus start. Gonna be very dangerous later on, but right now I think PPL has a great shot in these first few sets.
Yeah, and RTF now trying to answer back. They're able to get that first barrier here. Moffin in a bit of a rough situation here. Average Alex just feeding it bot side, but they find the clear top side, and now it's Leon, who is a few goals off, actually, from reaching that 500 in his name. I mean, an absolute legacy for him. Big staple of nasl, of this community. Congrats to Leon for like 7 or so seasons, 6? Of
800
peak,
seasons.
peak. Yeah, something like that. Bro's been around a while with a fossil, I guess, of Omega Strikers. And Juliet turned into a fossil as well, taking off the board here. It's a power play now for RTF. Leon saved by the Taiko drum. My god, 152 power Dubu sitting on the man, taking him on a trip. And it's important to note here, with the Might and the Powerhouse Pauldrons, a lot of power. I believe 1 or 2 more size Power Awakenings, you reach that 180 threshold, and now your strike just sends the core red in overtime. Such a boon to have without team player. Great patience from Leon there, popping the X Maximus in the corner, getting that second barrier, but Fiery able to walk up to Moffin Curry, able to equalize here, and I believe that Magical Maelstrom has sent the Dubu off stage. So it's another power play here for RTF, and it's just easy pickings for them. Beautiful pass, beautiful shot from Leon. 1 step closer to the big 500.
Yeah, that's 497 goals for that guy, and I'm pretty sure Bells hit 500 sometime last season, but I don't know if anyone's even like close. There aren't very many people who have been playing as long as Leon, but looking to get the 498th right here, charging up. Again, this guy, former national champion, been playing forever, and you're about to hit a milestone this series. There's another one.
498 for Leon, another goal here for RTF. I mean, they were able to roar back like that first point, a little bit rough for them. Average Alex, the nasty read, they never really could find that clear. But all of a sudden, it's all in their favor here. They're just attacking this corner consistently. What you want to do here on Taiko Temple, and I mean, dangerous opportunities like that is not going to help their case. Muffin Koei not in a great position there. Flip not good enough here, and PPL they're able to get those both barriers here, and I mean, it's all of a sudden it's in their favor. Tofu Fortress committed in the corner as Lilion. X Maximus pop not good enough. The Magical Maelstrom going wide as well, and it's in a great position here for the two forwards. Nice passing plays into the pillar, not going to pan out for them though. Lilion with the bell ringer with the flip, and the rollout is able to stuff it. Fire Flurry able to just find the clear in the end as well, and Lilion being sent for a trip on a ride here around the world. Taiko Temple with the bounces. It's a banish in the pillar to support it. And Hungry Boy, wise to use that flip. Just reset that offense, trying to get something going for them. And there goes Leo Leon. Fari dribbling, can't handle it with the Taiko Temple drums. That's a Magical Maelstrom locking in so much damage back and forth around the world. Once more, this core is going. Average Alex trying to get that core speed with the Taiko drum. It's in a horrible spot! Oh no! What a devastating bounce top side. Not the points you want to let go for RTF.
Yeah, oh no, you hate to see it. But hey, PPL getting ready to take that opportunity any way they can. We saw a great stalling when Leo Leon was down, coming out from Muffin Koei and Hungry Boy there. Really appreciate that, but unfortunately, the top spin is just not quite going to be able to reach. A little bit more size is needed for that, but until then, oh no! Another scary situation. A triple banish coming out. The dash punch used, Fiery not able to get it in, but this is their chance to seal out what was otherwise a pretty tough looking set for PPL.
Yeah, that Tofu Fortress is going to keep that pressure going a little bit longer. Fiery, worse for wear here. Might get staggered. I'm feeling that X Maximus. There it is. Oh, tried to play their life to the best of their ability. Fortunately, not enough. Everjax has a flip. His portal set him up, but Muffin Koei with the crooked leverage able to hold on to it for now. But Average Alex, oh my god, what a beautiful power play kill. Fiery just about to get taken off again with the bell ringer, and it's a dash punch connecting onto the midfield and onto the core. PPL, they hang on and take this first set.
Yeah, a great dash punch coming out from Fiery, just barely giving Hungry Boy a tap as he sends it in. A lot on the board right here. In fact, 8 Awakenings, if you'd believe it. I'm looking at stuff like Big Fish. That's going to be a massive pick on this Might start. Anyone's going to want Big Fish. It looks like it's just going to slam dunk straight into Muffin Koei's hands. That's a lot of power for that guy. Fighter Flight also being picked up by Hungry Boy is going to be nice. A lot of speed. Has set slick kicks. We're seeing, in fact, both midfielders running the slick kicks. Both brawlers on the Mag Souls. Very interesting. Some sparks coming out. Bloom and Leo Leon taking that. I think most interesting of all, though, is Average Alex getting prime time. He has the Monu. We're just going to be seeing a lot of big pillars come out. Maybe not this point, though, as boom.
Oh no!
A catastrophe at every angle. Both teams.
He saves it, though.
Wow.
Oh, Muffin Koei made an unfortunate situation even worse completely by accident, and now we have an open barrier situation. We're waiting out the portals here. Fiery not able to get it done, was in a good position to do so. Still now, this core not being hold onto, but Lilion, he was able to try and cook something Maloom though. Nice wall, massive Dubu here, just calm, cool, collected, finds these clears with patience, and it will be done in the end here. A war in the midfield as Muffin Koei tries to attack the bot side, but Average Alex, that primetime pickup here, the core control just coming to full fruition here. There's a burst on their hands here. I'm going to use it, and he sets up Fiery perfectly. Well played from Average Alex, sending it to that brawler. Nice point for PPL.
Yeah, beautiful pass, beautiful shot. You know, every part of the assembly line looking wonderful, and PPL is really bringing it back. Not quite the match Oh,
whoa!
that they had in landing, but it might start looking like it soon if stuff like that keeps up. Bloom just crushing that guy's bones real quick.
Yeah.
Big Dubu on the scene, but not much coming out of it. There's just one barrier after the power play, but otherwise, it really just a lot of damage came onto Fiery.
Yeah, and that's just made the offense come to a halt without that brawler. On death's door again is Fiery. So much power, so much KO pressure, a lot of damage. There's that X Maximus, and there goes Fiery. Power play now for RTF, and the bell ringer confirms that second barrier. Dire Straits now is PPL, and Maloom can't rotate back bot side quick enough. Force top with the Aeronado, and that's just a cascade of pressure, and the point ultimately garnered for RTF.
Yeah, and that's the big 499. Hey, one more and we hit the milestone. Would be a terrible hate to speak it into existence, but would be a terrible shame if RTF just stopped scoring after this. It just like clean sweep from here on out. Hoping Grandpa can get his 500, but hey, PPL has been looking really good this match. I want to shout out Average Alex. Oh no, Grandpa. I want to shout out Average Alex this match, who is highest level on his team right now, level 7. This guy's been doing so much work all match. I feel like so much of the offense has been, pushed by him, directed by him. He's been supporting Fiery so well and getting a lot of barriers on his own with these big pillars. Catching Moff and Koei off guard or finding these nice, difficult to defend angles, everything like that. Been controlling the midfield. This guy's doing it all.
Oh my
like
god,
that.
yo!
Yeah,
oh, he's in his head!
He can't be stopped.
Average Alex just controlling the entire flow of the game here in Muffin Koei's brain right now. And it's another open barrier situation, and the punch beats out the crooked leverage. Fiery punching it in here. Another point for PPL.
Yeah, PPL set on not letting Leo Leon get his 500. And Leo, though, has different plans. Showing up like a bat out of hell, just slamming that first barrier right there. Has a flip. Getting the second. Hold up. Get ready. This could be it. Moffin Koei has a flip to defend. Oh. Has a barrier to defend.
Oh, wow. I mean, Average Alex, he had the red play covering the out clear, and now he picks up a kill to boot this rune, doing God's work. It's a power play for PPL. Muffin Koei in a one-on-one here, and is able to hold on. Fiery has a flip if they're able to reactivate this offense. Rune out of it, just drops the pillar here, and the flip goes wide. Back passing, trying to attack different areas of the map. Average Alex saying no. The coordination of RTF not allowed to get started here with this rune, just intercepting every single pass play. And unfortunately for them, though, they can't get coordinated themselves. Stepping up now is Muffin Koei, and X Maximus is forcing everyone bot side. It's a free shot top side for Hungry Boy. Very well played, but not the big 500 for Leo Leon.
Yeah, Hungry Boy stealing that goal. Leo Leon doing the brawler's job there, really getting in there, just tearing up the goalie, not letting any of the defense get synergized, get aligned. And hey, if he's able to clutch up this set right here, then that would be a great opportunity to get that 500th. In the meantime, they really want to win this set, obviously. Don't want to go down 0-2 against PPL, especially. They are playing X era. That's the comfort zone. That's where you're expected to be. But getting an early set would be nice. He's looking for it right here. The flip goes wide, though. Not quite able to make it.
Yeah, Bloom able to stuff it out, but unfortunately, once again, forced to an awkward position. And there we go. Big 500 for Leo Leon. Can we get some 500s in the chat for the man? Well played for RTF, and looks like they're going to get rewarded for it here. A lot of good picks up for grabs. I mean, spectating on this powerful Kazan. We might see a little bit of a brawl fest in the goal box. Opts for the hot shot, a bit of a deny, because, I mean, this rune has been absolutely cooking. Can't fault for him for it in the slightest.
Yeah, do not want to let Average Alex get hot shot, especially in this match with how he's been playing. Going to be picking up Among Titans instead, going for that speed. Going to be a little bit smaller, which I think on the Might of Colossus start might be a little tough to deal with. We've got Big X, we've got massive Kazan, but obviously Rune does not need to get up in Kazan's business to score these goals. Fiery picking up the Reptile Remedy, unfortunately getting knocked out raw by the after getting beamed 260 power Kazan. That's terrifying. Era doing a great job enabling her teammates in many ways.
Oh,
But really, I think PPL had a great draft here. Oh, crazy dash punch. Yeah, see the vision, but until then, Leo Leon is scrapping it up with the air speed in the box, looking to get something done. Fiery has the core. Things are looking great for PPL, though. The game might be tied, but I really like their draft.
yeah, I mean, look at the copious amount of damage on this Dubu. 210, and we've already seen it earlier this set, right? Leo Leon's trying to attack the corner as you do on this map, and Loom just sits on him, going to die even more. It goes red, but Muffin Koi, he has the crooked leverage, the power play going to come into fruition for them. But my god, if Muffin Koi didn't have that ability there, Bloom with the copious amount of damage would have gotten that goal, and that's dangerous. Loom 210, well beyond past the 180 threshold here. It's just something to look out for if you're RTF.
Yeah, this is a powerful Dubu. It'd be hitting it real good, and obviously, like, goalies with a ton of power, any sort of core speed threat is super scary. You do not want to just get owned because the core is moving too quick for you to save on the other side because the goalie hit it just over there. Leo Leon, however, is just doing a great job of getting in there and getting violent. Picking up KOs left and right, particularly on Average Alex. Bit of a pinpointing the guy doing the most work. But there, Bloom, trying to put that core speed to the test, looking to get something done. That's one barrier for RTF, going for two. An intimate moment between Leo Leon and Muffin Koi, and a scary pillar, but here PPL has the core. They have an opportunity. They have a barrier up, but RTF not quite out of it yet.
Yeah, not out of the woods at all. They still have a lot of work to do, and it's overtime. Loom's going to be a powerhouse back there. I mean, look at all this speed. Look at all this damage on Average Alex. All of a sudden now it's RTF's time to shine, and they're able to get that Baron. Now it's in the hands of Fiery, but he's shrunk by the arrow, so there goes all that pressure. It's going red. All this speed might backfire for them. Hungry Boy, as Onado, is not going to use it to the best of ability with the flip as well. Loom able to stuff out Leo Leon as well. I mean, great chances for both these teams here. Fiery with the dash punch as well. Unfortunately, not going to pan out for either of them for now. Holding on, both these teams in a bit of a neutral state now. There's a banish, stopping all the pressure. Leo Leon, he eats the pillar, and that's going to be the downfall of PPL. He's able to set himself up. A nice dash, strike reset with the X Maximus. Unfortunately, the strong, fat hamster ill-equipped to deal with it.
Yeah, and obviously dropping a big... dropping a big double barrier. RTF here looking to win right here, right now. Mothjoy popping the flip. Not a lot of energy for Leo Leon, but not a lot of energy from Bloom either as the flip goes down. Health on Average Alex looking low. RTF has suddenly surged this set, and they are looking to seal it out. It's the Era X prophecy. Set 3X is here. But Fiery, not quite done yet. This match has really been between these two brawlers here. Fiery trying to get anything done, but the defense from RTF is just so tough to break.
Yeah, and it's just too much to deal with as Juliet, a bit of an unorthodox brawler pick for this match specifically. It's just not what you want to see for the side of PPL. Still a lot of work to be done for them, but they have some tools to use here. And Leo Leon just barely able to hold on, going to get staggered with the Stinger. But, I mean, a bit of a grief moment with the pillar from Average Alex. Forced to use that flip. A kill is collected, though. It's power play. This is an opportunity for them to rise from the ashes in a bit here. Crooked leverage intercepted by the flurry, but still, that barrier will hold. Koei patient, dealing with everything here, finding all the opportunities, the timings, the strikes. And once again, PPL back to the drawing board. And they will have to consult with this upcoming draft because they got shut out 3-0.
Yeah, Hungry Boy just catching a sneaky little strike right there at the end, putting in the bottom corner, and now Leo Leon rewarded with, we see 2 Size Awakenings on the board. Team player could be a huge pickup. Probably going to Bloom here. Yep, right then and there. Just
oh man.
Oh, yeah, wonderful. This guy will be hitting the core very, very hard. It will be going at like dangerously fast. We see the recovery drone picked up by Leo Leon, gonna go nicely with the Might of Colossus. A bit of a little cast pickup for Hungry Boy, nice. Moffin Koei picked up Prize Fighter and now has 183 power. That's crossing the 180 power threshold. Both goalies now incredibly potent core speed threats. Obviously, Maloom has a little bit more to his name with the team player, but definitely nothing to scoff at. And fun fact, fun little interesting interaction, Average Alex picked up Super Surge, and you might think, well, what does that do for Rune? Well, let's be clear. It makes his Shadow Swap even faster, which you might not believe, but that is true. More importantly, it does make his secondary pillar hit 30% harder. Yes. And that's pretty significant. That's a lot of damage, especially when you can go for a banished double pillar kill confirm. There's a lot of opportunities to sneak out things with a really hard-hitting pillar that people don't expect.
Yeah, and Fiery finally able to connect the whole family with that dash punch. And look at all that speed. Bloom, the powerhouse in the back, can't even deal with all the speed. Almost goes awry for them somehow. Gets the clear in the end there. A bit of a dangerous situation here. This core is going to move so fast here. It's going to be hot to handle. It's going to be a little one touch of death is all it's going to take for both these teams. Bloom whipping the flip here. It's all that speed. Tofu Fortress just trying to buy some time. And hello, save Dubu. Goes in between the cracks. Bloom not ready for it. And all of a sudden here, Bears equalize. There's a nice pillar, but a better crooked leverage from Moffin Koei. Holding on for now, a flip, and it's met with a magical maelstrom. Flip denied, and so is that dash from Fiery. Like I said, one touch, all it takes here. Unfortunately, neither of these teams getting a good opportunity to find that touch here. And we're going to slow down the pace a little bit here around the world, right? These teams trying to coordinate an offense here. Magical Maelstrom sending it into dangerous territory, but Hungry Boy can't find the strike to follow up. Tofu Fortress committed for little reason, I suppose, and there's that kill. And that Fortress would have been nice to have. And Leo Leon finds that touch needed to sink that first point for RTF.
Yeah, bang. Catching a nice KO with the Spec X off the side and then bouncing it off the middle to get the goal. Really not a whole lot more you can ask for. Just like some nice bread and butter X gameplay. You show up, you get a crazy KO that nobody was expecting, and then you put it in. Hey, great work. That being said, RTF's goal has been cleaved wide open. The PPL not quite ready to give it up, and I just unbelievable every time Bloom hits score how fast it goes. You can tell like everyone in the match is really struggling to keep up with the core speed because this thing is just, we've got the Taiko drums, we've got the 180 power goalies, like all of this is coming out, and it's so it's so difficult to deal with. It's everywhere. The core is just, it's everywhere at once. Trying to predict it is a myth. It is fake. It can't be done. And really, I think this match comes down to whichever team is able to adapt and get a hold of it first.
And here we go, back into overtime. This score is so fast. Early on, he's not even stepping up anymore because he realizes, well, it's so fast, it's just going to get right back to me. And there's that core speed, biting Bloom a little bit there. Second barrier falls, a nice passing play, but the hamster, so fat, able to rotate bot side quick enough with all that size and all that power, but unfortunately gets crossed up a little bit there by Leo Leon. And RTF 1 point away from taking this first game.
Yeah, taking us to match point and looking really good while doing it. Hungry Boy has a flip, Moff and Koei has a flip. A lot of energy for RTF. Not where you want to be if you're PPL, but this banish just absolutely devastating RTF's health bars. Both having to go back to pick up an orb. Really, PPL needs a bit of a miracle here, and they got it right there. A nice double barrier, great angle, a beautiful setup from Average Alex. Not quite there, but Hungry Boy getting knocked out, and Fiery able to capitalize on that. You don't. There are only so many people that can show up and defend the goal. If one of them's down, got a free shot right there. Bang.
Bang indeed, down but not out is PPL, but Leo Leon, all that speed, all that size, all that power, trifecta, and there goes both barriers in the quickest succession we have seen yet. Hungry Boy trying to dribble onto it, but the banish is going to halt the play just for a little bit, buy some respite for PPL. Bull Rush, not quite enough here. Average Alex Stagger just trying to play his life, and a recovery drone proc from Leo Leon means that this offense is going to be staved for now. Muff and Koei pushing up while the Brawlers recovering here. And there we go with the Flutterfly trying to get something started here. Tofu Fortress going to shut down that bot side lane, and we're going to rework this top side. Bull Rush again going wide here. Muff and Koei winning the one-on-ones into Fiery so consistently, but it gets stuck into the corner for a little bit. And there we go. PPL able to equalize one barrier here. Reattacking this top side with the flurry. There's a flip, and unfortunately Muff and Koei with balls of steel able to find that outside clear. Crooked Leverage going to help it once more, and we are sent into overtime, folks. Leon getting sent on a trip as well. Core going red every which way. Going to have calm nerves. There's a steal here in this situation, but Muff and Koei loses that strike war. It's getting sent right back to him. Gonna pass top side to Hungry Boy. Bloom has his flip, going to use it here. Just so much threats, so much danger since your set point. Going to use every single opportunity. And Leon is staggered. There it goes with the vlog. And Average Alex is going to work it top side with the flip. Nice clears found. 6 seconds left on the power play. And it's a banish. But unfortunately, he's able to come back. No, he isn't. I don't know. Muff and Koei sinks it in, I guess. With the Kazano, it's hello, PPL. Second point obtained.
Yeah, I'm struggling to follow everything that's going on, but Mafukoi having an unfortunate pop-up there. Not quite going to be getting it in. And again, PPL, if you're PPL here, like, awesome. We'll take it. You know, it's time to lock in, win this 0.5, take us to a set 5. We've got 500 flips on our side. You just have to defend against Leo Leon right here and get the barrier, and then things will be looking good. But getting the barrier, easier said than done, especially with all this damage coming out onto Fiery. Really, really hurting, but a great flip. It's going to be taking it, and I smell Average Alex putting it in right here. Watch this. Stop watching.
Stop watching, but please continue to do so. Fiery picks up a kill with that dash power play now for PPL. They have some breathing room, right? Their barrier's still alive. It's about to be overtime in a second here. Power play not going to pan out for them, but a nice pillar whale. Just as I said it, Average Alex hits them with how they scored that point in that first set there. And PPL rising from the ashes, and they take us to a set 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, what did I say? Average Alex put that in. He's on that. Not how I thought. Different situation, but here we see a Spark being picked up by Bloom, pairing well with the Spark of Leadership, going to be sharing a little bit of power with the fellas. 1-2 punch, though, denied from both Kazan and NX, two characters that love the Awakening, not letting that core speed go through, not letting that damage go through, and just a great pick for Average Alex, especially with the Super Surge. Again, just like He's able to put out so much damage, putting out a ton of core speed. That, I think, is the pick of the draft right there. Heavy impact going to Leo Leon, also pretty major pickup. A lot of CDR on his ult. Doesn't matter, though, because he's getting locked out by the Banish, by the Tofu Fortress. His staggered Fiery is hunting him. So much is going on right now.
But the most important thing is with a little bit of speed, Maloom strikes are sending the core red just like that. It's not even overtime. He has 256. Unbelievable. Now it's a threat every single time with that team player. Bloom is just going to, I don't know, keep sending it red every single time. It's devastating, really. If you're on RTF, that's a break of tempo, break of literally everything you want, because that core is just so hot, too hard to handle. There we go, second barrier drop here, a little bit of energy farm for Average Alex. He has a flip now. Brawler's brawling it out, and there's that flurry sending up Average Alex, but unfortunately he whiffs that flip. Still, though, they hold on to that core, not for long, though, because it's overtime. And look at all that speed. Copious, unheard of. Fiery sinking at top side before the defense of RTF could even have a chance to get situated and PPL take that first point.
Yeah, like powerful hamster on the field, rocking the 256 power. The team player has been devastating. We saw it right there, and just, you know, red coring within seconds of the game is so scary. And again, I think Average Alex picking up that 1-2 punch is just gonna help. They have almost all the core speed on their side. Like, Moth and Koei has a ton of power and hotshot. You know, that's a pretty that's pretty big. But Moth and Koei also doesn't have forwards anymore, has a flip. He's gonna have to defend against PPL here, but not quite able to do it. And now it's a 1v3 against unlimited core speed.
Unlimited core speed, both barriers fall. Fiery almost threading the needle there, but Hungry Boy aware of it. And all of a sudden, the momentum entirely in the hands of PPL here. Leo Leon with the core. He's huge with the bell ringer. It's not quite enough, though. Able to find one bear, but the important one is that second one. And it's still on their field. I mean, so much speed. The flurry intercepts. It's 2 KOs found. Hungry Boy out of nowhere. The only member left standing, holding on for now. But I mean, it was just a question of when that core goes in. And Average Alex says the time is now. 2 goals now. 1 more left for PPL.
It's a war zone out there. 2 different KOs found at the same exact time. A violent game. Another KO.
God.
Hungry Boy taken down. PPL is showing up. All they needed to do was win that set 4. And now they're going to be taking the game right there. Fiery in the corner, sending the punch. The core speed was just far too much for RTF to handle. And that's going to be PPL taking the first game. Shades of the landing match, but with a game, potentially 2, still lined up. Anything is possible. That being said, again, like, a phenomenal game coming out from Average Alex. That guy had 365 redirects in a game where it was impossible to track the core with how fast it was going.
And Muffin Koei, Hungry Boy also crossing that 300 benchmark. I mean, absolutely incredible. It seems like RTF, they kind of had it figured out when the core was slow. But as soon as it became unpredictable, all of a sudden their positioning was in shambles. Fiery, Loom, Average Alex, look at how many KOs they were able to pick up a piece. So much damage flowing for both teams. But PPL, they were on the right side of all that core speed. And ultimately, I believe that was the difference maker here, as the handling just wasn't able to come to full fruition for RTF.
Yeah, just not able to make it with the Era X. It's quite unfortunate, but hey, again, got a couple more games in the tank, potentially. We've... I have to wonder, like, if you're RTF, what's... the RTF think tank. They've gathered around and they're like, okay, you know, what went wrong? And if I'm there... Honestly, just like, it's hard to pinpoint something specifically because it was just I cannot undersell how much core speed was coming out. It was dangerous. And on a Might of Colossus start with these two Pauldron goalies, like, it's hard to shut that down. It is really hard. And then also the just immense KO threat. A lot of them were in that last set, which it were like that was where PPL already ticked past the breaking point. But gotta wonder how things are going to pan out in the next game, how RTF bounces back, how they react. And on the other side, PPL, big game win, brought it back from the brink. They've got to be feeling pretty good. Have to lock in for another game win if they want to win the series quickly. I have to wonder if they're like, do we change things up? Depends on what map is coming up. Do we want to just like run the same thing again? Like, kind of a weird situation they had going on with the Slick Kicks Rune and the Juliet. Not something super common. Worked out really well. Worked out really well for them, but on a different map, I can imagine it's going to be a very different situation.
Yeah, it's not really like that RTF was playing egregiously. It's more so the fact that we have a Dubu that's making the core go red when it's not even overtime because he has team player 256 power. Like, well, what can do? You know what I mean? And as soon as Moff and Koi got KO'd, they lost their stacks on both Prize Fighter and stacks on stacks. And now your core isn't going red anymore, and you're slow. You have 2 Dead Awakenings, so it's just a little bit unfortunate they weren't equipped with firepower to fight back. And because of where that core was being sent, a lot of the times it was being sent along the edge. And there goes Fiery's just stalking the core. Dash punch. Oh no. Woe is you. You're now down and out for the count. So while I do believe that PPO did play like very well, they were able to hold on with all the power, all their defense, power plays flowing. RTF didn't really do anything bad. And we're loading into this next match here. It's going to be a Demon Dice start. Fight or Flight Hotshot. And you have to think with the Hotshot start, okay, maybe we have the potential for the core speed to go crazy, but definitely not the same caliber because Strike isn't going to do so unless you have team player. And with these teams now a little bit used to, or I say more used to, because there's no way you can be fully prepared to deal with red coring in not overtime with the Strike. It's something to consider. On the other hand, it's a fight or flight start, right? There was a lot of dribbling coming out with the slick kicks, right? Just the fundamental of holding on to the core and being able to swarm, especially on a map like Demon Dice, where sometimes you're attacking the front or you can attack the side. It just allows for that flexibility. So it's really what these teams want to spec into.
Yeah, I'm excited for this match. I think RTF is just an exceptional team on this map. To be showing up. What I'm looking into the future. I'm reaching in right now, and I'm expecting both goalies are going to be popping a hot shot. Both sets of forwards taking their fight or flight, and it's going to be a bloodbath. I'm talking KOs left and right, things you've never seen before, things that are going to scar you for life. A warfield is an understatement, and the fight or flight, obviously awesome speed awakening. Today I will hit the ball and go a little bit faster, and I'm going to just do that forever. But I think the secondary effect where you gain your secondary charge back after staggering or getting staggered is so useful on a map like Demon Deus. You're going to show up, beat someone up, and then hey, congratulations, you get like your X dash or your Zentaro dash back. It's like, yippee. Or if we see a Juliet picked, welcome back. Your Juliet dash punch has gone from a 16-second cooldown to an 8-second cooldown. Now you can go farm someone again. Like, especially with how these two teams play, I think that Fight or Flight's going to be incredibly pivotal. Maybe not though. Maybe it's just another core speed fest. Then lock in your nows and atlases, that kind of thing. But I have faith that these teams will deliver an awesome match. The big question in my head right now is what are the goalies going to play? Because
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Moth and Koei, he's probably going to play Rasmus. That character is awesome on this map, and one of his picks. But I'm looking at Bloom, and that guy I think has been picking Dubu every game for the past 4 months. I don't know. Ever since Pauldron's Dubu arose, he was on it, and Dubu's fine on this map. Maybe I'm a hater, but I don't think it's bad. I guess I'm not overwhelmingly Dubu is awesome and will win games. Could be, but I don't know for sure. But I wouldn't bet my money on it. Who knows? Anyway, also PPL banned Rasmus, so Moffinko is gonna dig into his bag of tricks. He's got a Finny. Finny's not bad.
Finny's so disgusting on this map, bro. Maybe it's my low elo copium coming out, but what can? Okay. Yeah, Saya just gave me the green thumbs up, but what can do when you have a big finish on the barrier? What? How can clear? The answer is you don't. The answer is you can't. And Finny is let through past the banning phase, and also a Juno for the side of these disgusting characters are out, man. They're just out. We have a Finny, right? And now we have Juno with Hotshot Star. So I don't know. I don't know what else to say, but yucky. That's what I have to say.
Hotshot really brings the creatures out, and we're seeing RTF lock in Finny and Vice, and that's going to be Finny goalie, Vice midfield. Great pick on Hotshot start. Vice got some buffs, has emerged from this patch a much better character than she was before. Everything's kind of sweeping in her way. We've been seeing a lot of success with people picking Vice goalie. Vice midfield, different situation. I don't know if it's good, because I feel like that's been a question mark hanging above people's heads for months now. And obviously, in retrospect, with the previous few patches and speed meta, I wouldn't put my money on Vice personally. Just gonna put that out there. But Hungry Boy is one of the everlasting Vice midfield players. He's a guy that makes it look good, and so if nothing else, I'm willing to put my trust in that guy to make Vice midfield valuable, especially on Demon Deus. It's so narrow. Your power chord's going to be hitting something. Your chain lightning's going to be hitting everything, and it's kind of it's Vice on training wheels. Let's go. We can't miss stuff here. We're you're going to be trying to get the barriers. Boom, supernova. All of your health is gone. There's a lot of good opportunities to make this pick work. RTF rounding out their draft with the Zentaro. That is a vicious, evil team comp, and they want to kill. They want to take people out. Meanwhile, PPL keeping up with just these weird, unconventional teams. They've got Juno, Kazan, and Now. And it looks like the Juno is going to be put in the box. Juno goalie. Great pick, again, for Hotshot. I think this is really interesting. Juno goalie is a very tough pick to play. But if you can pilot it, I think the value you get out of it is incredible. Defense is going to be tough. Average Alex is on the Now. He's going to be able to supplement that defense with the speed character. But I don't know. It's definitely going to be an explosive match. We're just going to have to see as we're getting right into it right here, right now.
Yeah, and it's an important thing to notice that it's miserable trying to play the brawler role on this map. You're always in the line of fire, but Fiery on the Kazan's a little bit of a slippery character with the movement, with a built-in elusive. And also taking Vambrace here, recognizing that the win con for TF is going to be a copious amount of damage, and that now to help him survive as well, I believe that PPL are just going to try and weather the storm, similar to how they did last game, and just buy enough time to scale. And so far, they're doing a great job, right? One barrier, or it's not really barrier, you know, one tick off the big barrier, it's gone. One more to deal with. Soundwave's activated here. Hungry Boy staggered out of nowhere, and so is Fiery. A lot of damage coming out for both teams. And there's that Gravity Well right onto the barrier. Oni's Blade, guys, Reggie picks up a kill out of nowhere. It all went crumbling for PPL and RTF. They strike first.
Yeah, boom. Big point coming out from RTF right there. We're seeing Leo Leon on the Zentaro, and that's a character that I feel like is always incredibly successful on, able to put out so much damage, and there's so many beautiful plays to get the core in there, and I think that's this like Leo Leon versus Bloom is the matchup to look out for here, because it's going to be can Leo or can Bloom defend against everything that Leo's able to put up? Can Leo stay alive long enough to you know, get it done? Here, PPL definitely has a much more core control-oriented team. Has the Kazan with the Vambrace, going to be trying to hold on as long as possible. Now, going to be trying to heal through all the damage. I don't know if Now has enough healing to get through all of this, but they also have the option of trying to kill Leo Leon. Right now, they're holding on to this one barrier, but again, Juno Goalie is a very fragile pick. You have to be careful with it, and one wrong move and it's over. The offensive potential, though, is absolutely there, and the barrier is down, but they have this power play. Can they get it in?
With the handling right now, the answer is no, because Leon, he's back online. There's that Gravity Well in the midfield, not going to pan out, but the power play has been navigated successfully, and that's the best you can ask for if you're RTF here. Now we're going to try and dribble and work this top side here. Muffin Koei just going to send it right back to the sender with Hungry Boy there. Nice power koi to intercept the crooked leverage here, and his Fiery trying to make a play happen, walking up, and unfortunately whiffing the strike in the process. It's overtime still with that Juno, with the core flip, but unfortunately gets hit stunned by Leo Leon's dash as well, and that's a second point here for RTF.
Yeah, Leo Leon able to shut out that point. It was looking pretty great for PPL early on. They were holding on for a while, had the barrier up, had the opportunity, but just not quite able to get it in. And here, again, picking up that first barrier, and now looking for an opportunity to get the second, but they have to figure out how they're going to get the core into the net, right? Opening up the barriers is the easy part on this map. Actually scoring is tough, and you know you have your Maxwell's now and your Vambrace Brawler, Vambrace Kazan. Neither of those are super like exceptional picks for getting in there, getting in the net, and exploding. Juno can, and honestly, it might be that it's like the scoring is on Bloom's back, but he already has so much to deal with on defense. That's a lot to put on that guy, and it means that Fiery probably just has to camp in front of the net and fish for hooks, but it's going to be really tough, especially into Muffin Koei, who I think has a great matchup into Kazan with the Finny, able to shut out a lot of Kazan's, you know, common scoring attempts. This match looks really tough for the comp that PPL has put up.
Yeah, and I mean, with that beautiful passing play, it begs the question of how PPL can sort of start generating a win con here. And it's like you said, I believe it will have to be off the back of Juno flying in there. The primetime pickup will give them more CDR, more opportunities to make that core go red with the blobs. I mean, outside of that, there's so many other potent picks here, right? There's a Dash Awakening potentially for the Zentara. There's some damage here with a Spark of Strength. It's just not ideal.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of denies come out from RTF, picking up the 1-2 punch to not let Juno get it, and taking the recovery drone to not let Kazan get it. Like, obviously, 1-2 punch on Finny, gonna be really nice. You know, recovery drone on Leo Leon, Gonna be nice for a lot of reasons. It makes sense ult a lot bigger, and like that guy's been staggered 10 seconds since the point. A revive gonna be pretty nice. You know, a lot of nice pickups there. So great draft from RTF. PPL didn't. They did pick up the primetime Juno, and that's going to be a game changer. Fiery has started picking up Sparks. Also a great opportunity to play the long game. You know, back it up and say like we'll get the Sparks, we'll win then. But until then, a little bit of extra power is going to be nice. But again, I don't see how PPL really gets their offense going. They've got a great defensive team core in the now, and you know the Juno not really having any opportunities to get up in there. It's looking really difficult.
Yeah, and I mean stepping up when the net is open is always super scary, super dangerous here. But so far, PPO doing a nice job holding on here. Fiery trying to get something going. But I mean, 2 people were standing where he was shooting the core. Nothing's going to happen, except he's going to be taken off the map fairly soon if the goal isn't scored sooner. Nice split from Loom, holding on for now. Muffin Koei uses theirs just to hold on a little bit longer. And there goes Kazan, right? Off the map, it's a power play now for RTF, trying to dribble, trying to get something started. Average Alex has a flip, cutting the pass here. Something to play for. May opt to use it, and there it is. Just buying enough time for Fiery to get back online. Power play stave, but again, that's a little bit of a commitment for PPL. They really needed that flip to generate some offense, but a big break for them as Hungry Boy whips theirs early on, though very close to that core flip. So dangerous in overtime. Everything's getting sent red here. Every ability Fiery with a great opportunity. And I believe it's the Oni's Blade, the kicker in the end, Leon trying to intercept any sort of shot from Fiery with it. Doesn't pan out, but that was a desperate situation in PPL. They were able to hold on long enough to get a point eventually.
Yeah, great heads-up play from Fiery in that crazy interaction where he was staggered, got stunned by Leon, but then Average Alex came in, healed him, unstaggered him, so he was able to move. And then with the core teed up right there, Fiery was able to hook it and put it into position to score. That being said, though, RTF takes both barriers. Leon almost puts it in scary spot, but able to defend, but not through the Thunderstruck, giving Leon a great strike right there and putting it up top. Wow.
Yeah, a little bit of a misclear from Loom. Had a lot of real estate bot side, just opted to pass it to their forwards, and that Thunderstruck made that decision wrong one. And PPL trying to bounce back here. Gravity Well not panning out. A little bit grief from Muffin Koei, and there goes both ticks of that barrier here. Hungry Boy responding in kind with one with that supernova, but Average Alex with a beautiful burst of speed. Proximity drone into the sentry drone. Nice dribble and beats out the triple take. Nothing much you can do there for Muffin.
Yeah, really hard situation. But PPL taking this rough situation, turning it around, and looking for all their opportunities. Fiery staggered again. At this, it's gonna be a rough game for him. Has taken out the Vambrace. Interestingly, with Spark of Strength, I just realized it's going to be a great opportunity to get more damage and more healing, but that's not going to come into play right now as the barrier's open. RTF is going to be taking another goal, taking us to a 0.5. PPL not quite out of the woodworks this set. They need to seal it out at this point or face having to come back from an entire 2-0 set deficit.
Yeah. In dire straits is PPL right now. I mean, just look at the XP difference. Fiery, level 4 here, has committed the sin of playing Brawler on Demon Dice without the damage to back it up. And, I mean, he's feeling the effects of it. On Death's Door, once more, Vambrace, the now, it's just not enough to get him to live here. But Leon not allowed to live as Average Alex comes zooming with the flip, takes him off the board here, and all of a sudden, it's a cascade of pressure. Power play now for PPL. They have it in a good spot. Loom with the flip. Leon back online, though, and the worst of it has been navigated here. No, never mind, with Loom and the flip, forcing Muffin Koei's Now that's another defensive resource. Burn, Leon with the core, able to get one Bear. Supernova, he's sending it. Red core and able to find it off the redirect bot side. And all of a sudden, Bears equalized here for RTF. Leon though, worse for wear, staggered off the Kazan ultimate there. And there's the red core from Juno, lingering off the making it rain, and neither player for RTF ready for it. That's going to cost them this set.
The reports are in. The PPL win condition has been detected, and it is core speed. We see Average Alex picking up the bulk up here. That's some stagger, but also some power. You know, Leon not taking a Dash Awakening last time does get rewarded with the Super Surge here. Gotta feel nice, because there were 2 Dash Awakenings, you know, explosive and aerials. Passed up on the aerials, trusting that he can get a Dash Awakening later. That's 30% damage amp on most of his moves there, and and a Dash Awakening to get around or evade, you know, get out of tough situations. That's going to be really tough to deal with. Hungry Boy picking up the extra special, and like, oh, I don't know. An immaculate RTF draft. Moffin Koi picked up a Spark, I believe, to deny Fiery, but like, when you're picking up Explosive and Happy Star on your 2 forwards, on these 2 forwards, hey, sometimes the goalie can take one for the team and, you know, deny the Spark, because this is exactly what RTF needs.
Yeah, it's just utter domination. That extra special Hungry Boy feeling very special right now, able to sink it in top side, getting that Supernova back so quickly. And I mean, it didn't feel like PPL had an opportunity to play that set at all. Always on the back foot of that one. Very similar story. And there's that Supernova just wreaking havoc once more. But it's literally on, actually. The one on death's door here. PPL weathering the storm. As we said, Average Alex just banking it back into the territory. Gravity Well, not quite good enough. Fiery gets one tick off. Activates the sound on the top and bot side pass here, and it's just going to make the core going so much more predictable for them. Re-attacking every which way. Another Supernova. Leon still staggered here, still has that recovery drone proc, but can't quite get into a position to force that core into that barrier. PPL holding on for now here. A nice triple take into the big finish, and it's onto the lock. Disgusting! Absolutely putrid! And Leon able to walk back into the play with the slice and dice, sinking it in.
Yeah, RTF on the combo move, the big finish into slice and dice. Leon just picking up what Moffin Koi left for him, the core right there, a silver platter. Able to get it in right there, beautifully played. And now RTF is up 2-0 right here. And again, like, this is so overwhelmingly their map. RTF has always succeeded on this map, and they're here showing up doing it again. Game's not over yet, but the domination that RTF is putting up cannot be understated.
Yeah, Leon staying in the play with that recovery drone proc. Core's going red with all this damage, all this power. Slice and dice, very dangerous. When he's Blade covering that out. And Leon! He gets that extended dash. He gets the read as well. Beautifully played from him, just committing to the play even forward, even though he was staggered. And he's going to be rewarded with it. I mean, a lot of great picks here. Heavy impact, though. Very nice on that Kazan. Nice on both these forwards for RTF, and he is going to take it.
Yeah. Heavy impact. Did get nerfed this patch. 15% damage on all your moves, and like, what's the number? 22.5% CDR. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of CDR. Heavy impact is still a phenomenal awakening on anyone who can use it. And most characters can use it. Yeah. Oh, but it's something for everyone. Zentaro being one of the best. Like, only other character I can think that's better at using it is Heavy Impact, Vice. And like, it's her guitar. Yeah, fair enough. But that's just so much damage. Like, we have the Now, we have the Vambrace for PPL, but we don't really have enough like burst healing to stop what Heavy Impact Super Surge can do, and that is dangerous. All that being said, Recovery Drone burned 0.1 of the set, and Barrier's down. Despite such a good pickup for RTF, PPL might be revving up a big comeback here, just like last game. They have to figure out, again, how to score here. They have the hotshot like core speed advantage. Would be a great opportunity, but it's so hard to set it up, and it's super hard to make reliable. They need to find something.
Yeah, RTF able to find that kill here, but can't find anything else for it. What the?
Oh.
Okay, he just got back online, man. Give him a break. Fiery sent right back to the bench. Highly unfortunate for that man, so the power play will continue, but still, rock solid defense, can't find anything for it. PPL holding on tenfold, and all of a sudden now it's their time to start scoring. They're keeping the core on their side of the field. Bloom here will have first contact with the slice and dice, able to force him out of that play a little bit. So it takes 2 power plays, and the goalie being shoved for just 1 barrier. Proc being ticked off here. Not what you want if you're RTF, but it really doesn't matter because they can't get the finishing touch at the end. But all of a sudden now, it's a power play now for PPL. Vice taken off the board, but oh no! Leo Leon takes the primary of Bloom, and I can't rotate top side fast enough, so that's a goal there for RTF. It was really hard earned for them.
Yeah, really. Both barriers up into overtime for PPL. But some weird slime interaction, honestly. If I'm Loom, I'd be kind of tight. I don't know what quite happened there, but PPL now on the back foot. After such a great first point, all of a sudden everything's come crumbling down. RTF stealing out a 20-second point right there. Bringing us to match point. Could tie up this series. PPL's going to need to find something and fast because they're not out yet. They can still win this game. They showed that last point. It's just the defense was so immaculate. They just need to keep that up and find a good opportunity to score. Problem is that, again, RTF is so explosive with no barriers. It's really dangerous. It's do or die here, but that's going to be it. No one there to stop the slow roller as it goes in and finishes up this point.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bloom, the eject button just ran out as soon as it got past. Highly unfortunate for them. They were committed to the offense and they really needed to. Forwards needed all that help, and unfortunately it's just not enough. You can't task the goalie with being the crux of both defense and offense. Not going to pan out, but what did pan out for RTF is a lot of damage, a lot of redirects, and just sustained pressure off all this damage, off Muffin Koei being able to walk up and dump that big finish onto the lock there. Just so disturbing, really, and it's even more disturbing, Fiery only able to touch the core 88 times, simply just battered and bruised the entire time. So that was definitely RTF's game to lose there, much like it was PPL's game to lose for that first game. So equalization of the points, and we're going to be sent to a game 3. Very excited for that one.
Yeah, incredibly excited. Both these teams have shown that they really do have what it takes. Going back and forth here. I do think that it was just like RTF had a spectacular comp for the map, very comfortable with all that damage, and PPL, I think, not super comfortable playing into damage, and it just generally had a comp that has a lot of difficulty finding success in that way. Like, Fiery was off the field a lot of the time, getting knocked out. Low stagger Kazan character, who can be pretty successful on Demon Deus. You know, has an evade, has a lot of tools to get the ball around, but generally, the whole team just could not find a good opportunity to push the ball and keep it forward so that Fiery had the opportunity to score. It was they were constantly on the back foot on defense, and generally they would either hold out the whole time and get a good chance to score, or like Leo Leon with his 8 million damage, 455 cooldowns would come in and drop a bomb on the barriers, and that's just how it is sometimes. Zentaro feast or famine character, and we saw Leo Leon feast. But
absolutely.
Again, game 3 inbound. It could go to either team. I think both these teams again are really showing what they have. But also, I think that we'll mention it a third time, really was RTF's map. It really was not PPL's map. We're moving on to AtLab now. And this could go either way. A Spark of Focus missile prop start. Not the most exciting, but we could see something interesting on missile prop. Maybe another Vice midfield from Hungry Boy popping the missile prop. But or maybe Bloom locks in the Dubu again. That guy loves missile prop. It could go either way, but we'll have to see how this draft pans out once it gets going.
Yeah, missile prop start allows for not only more core control, but a lot more damage as well, especially if you take the demon that is Luna with missile prop. I mean, everything's going to hurt a lot more. Praying for a Luna pick because both these teams have been profiting a lot off of damage, off of high core speed. I mean, it's a lot to take in, a lot of consider. On the other hand, you can also just opt for the safe scaling with the Spark, because more CDR does equate to more damage. So it's just a different bit of theory, especially with leadership in rotation. That's a lot of CDR for the whole team if you're able to get it. So I'm expecting that we're going to see a lot of long range picks here, trying to use missile prop to its fullest extent, because on a map like AtLab, you can opt to attack the corners, or you could opt to attack the front of the barrier, maybe try and get a double barrier going. And the jank and the extended range from missile prop will certainly help to do so. And we're seeing RTF here going to ban the rune, bit of an interesting pick.
Yeah, not a fan of the rune from game 1. Going to be taking that off the board. PPL, not a fan of the Kazan. Just taking that off the board as well, saying we don't want to play into that. We're going to force Moth and Koei onto a different pick. And honestly, I can appreciate that. Respect ban, not letting that guy get his Kazan. It's going to be really interesting going into this game. I think you are right. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of ranged picks. Probably a couple brawlers that just want to take the Spark. Yeah. Like Rasmus is a great guy for taking the Spark. Could be, though, Moth and Koei Rasmus goalie locking that in just early and not dealing with it. But honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing a Finny or something else there. It could be a flex pick. We'll have to see. But I think Rasmus goalie on this map is kind of strange. Doesn't have a lot of phenomenal tools in the corner. But if anyone can make it work, Moth and Koei is definitely one of those guys. Again, or we see Leo Leon on it. A lot of opportunities, a lot of options. Can really get anything done, which is nice.
Yeah, just having that flexibility, keeping your opponent's head scratching, because sometimes you might want to take a different gear or a different starting awakening, just pending on where this character is going. It definitely just keeps you on your toes. PPL here going to fall back to the Zentaro Estelle. Great synergy between those two. A lot of ability to just cover every single option. And Estelle with that missile prop can be so dangerous with that extended ult range. There's a lot of patience involved, sure, but it just helps set up that checkmate opportunity. And we see Finny Vice making its return for RTF. Perhaps it's Muffin on the Finny once more. And that's just, oh man, that's a lot of damage. Disgusting with the missile prop.
Yeah, we saw RTF have a ton of success with damage that last game, and so they're loading it up again, saying like this is what we're comfortable with. We're good at this. It worked. Let's run it. Lab, good map for anything, but damage always been pretty popular here. Gonna show up. Show up, try and blow people up. See PPL rounding out the draft with Mako, and I like that. Estelle, Zentaro, both high mobility characters in their own right, but getting a little bit of move speed is going to be a wonderful. Just always super comfortable. Mako. It's hard to find a time where Mako is not good. Today I will buff both my teammates in crazy style, and you're not going wrong with that. But if it'll be able to hold into the Rasmus, who has a pretty decent matchup into Mako, and all the damage. Let's be clear, all the damage. Mako sits there on the barrier and says, I hold the secondary, and then hope it doesn't get through. 500 abilities, directly onto Mako's head. It's gonna do a lot. So I think I like RTF's comp. I like that they are super comfortable playing damage and have recognized that as a very potent win condition in this matchup. But I think PPL has, like, Estelle and Zen are great characters, great forward duo, historically successful. They have a lot going for them as well. It really is, anyone's game. Anyone can take it. It'll all come down to how they execute. All of PPL has taken Spark of Focus, and only Leo Leon picking it up for RTF. A couple of missile proppers in Muffin Koei and Hungry Boy. Really interesting to see. I wouldn't mind a missile prop Estelle or Mako here, but PPL just relying on the safety of Sparks, especially with Spark of Leadership, and not a terrible idea, but we'll have to see if it pays off for them.
I was going to say, Mako, very comfortable user of the strike shot with the missile prop, will have all their abilities reaching cross map. It's an interesting decision on Loom's part to not take it. But I mean, universal CDR can't ever be bad, surely. Meanwhile, PPL, they're trying to equalize the barriers, but unfortunately, their forward gets taken out. Devastating. Once more, a little bit of a repeat of last game. Fiery off the board. There's that big finish onto Bloom, but unfortunately, not going to pan out. It's a lot of damage, though. Bloom fighting for their life in the goal box here. Lilian dumping everything, every which way, and that's a card with the missile prop from downtown. Fiery trying to equalize onto Hungry Boy. Lilian looking low as well. So this power play looks like it's going to be staved for now, since these floors are so low. And it's great defensive play, defensive hold. The best offense is a good defense, as they say. Or did I get it backwards? Yeah, I did. Defense is a good offense. Whatever. Anyway, back into the fray here. Average Alex trying to work topside, but the Supernova from Hungry Boy just chunks him down instead here. We have a Thunderstruck TP. We're keeping a topside corner on the side of PPL. A nice death touch on his blade to evade the pendulum swing. I mean, it seems like the focus right now is that these players aren't fighting for the core. They're just fighting for the power play.
Yeah, it's an all-out brawl. Welcome back to nasl Season 3. We are just scrapping, fighting for our lives here. And it really is a lot of damage coming out. Average Alex revving back up, but both these barriers still up. Both these goalies holding on. Bloom knocked out a second time, but here PPL still has this barrier up. They still have control of the core, able to get a barrier while Hungry Boy's down. Insane that their goalie is missing and they're still able to get offense, but now Fiery taken out. They just need to hold on to this barrier in the power play, not let it go through, and then they're looking spectacular through this point.
Yeah, and I can't believe it. Such sustained bot side pressure finally paying off with the power cord. It took all that effort to get that second barrier down. That's an open netter for both these teams here. Muffin Koei with a flip, with a mom boot. So fast, will be able to use that beautifully, and there it is. There's that flip of Fiery. He's the one who gets his hands on it first. And he's able to sink it bot side. Blunder from Muffin Koei. But that was so much pressure, and it was a back and forth point that ultimately PPL got the better.
Yeah, exceptional play by Fiery. I believe not quite a Borg flick, as they would say, but able to stop the core and reconfirm the angle, sending it a little bit lower than I think Mafenkoe was expecting, just out of reach, and securing that point. Now, a lot of damage has found its way onto Average Alex and Fiery. Again, there's a lot of responsibility on Bloom here to just hold on to these barriers as this Mako, because like Zentaro is a low stagger character.
Wow.
Average Alex has slick kicks instead of mag souls. Is going to be a lot harder to dodge the damage when you only get speed from your gear off of hitting the core. You know, the core is where everyone's trying to hit. That's going to be a lot of damage right there. But on both PPL forwards staying alive, and Average Alex with the Estelle bread and butter walking up, able to tee up the core for the piercing shot, putting it in, and taking us 2-0. Now, again, I said I really liked RTF's comp here, but PPL showing up on their own damage comp, holding on, and fighting back as Hungry Boy's taken down.
Hungry Boy's taken down, and both bears taken down in a quick succession here. Power play proving very fruitful for PPL, and that slice and dice piercing shot not even necessary. Fiery finds his mark, a 21-second point. Very uncharacteristic of RTF to let it go that quickly. And there's a lot of great picks here. Hello, heavy impact Zentaro if he wants it.
Yeah, in fact, if I'm Fiery, I'm kind of sad about this draft because there are so many awakenings that I want, and I can't have them all. Like heavy impact, 1-2 punch is super obvious, great picks. Goes for the bulk up, the stagger. I really like that. Just
Right.
like it's very obvious that he is out there doing enough, as is the power will help in the KO department, and the stagger will help keep him on the field. That's going to be enough to, you know, keep up with the power scaling of this game and give him an opportunity to still be valuable. The number one thing for Zentaro is if he's not on the field, he is not producing value, which is true of anyone, but one of the lower stagger characters in the game, especially true for him.
Right.
A little bit of stagger, a little bit of pep in your step, I'd say. Just can keep him alive. It's bulking season. Average Alex able to pick up the heavy impact, though. Gotta feel nice. Hungry Boy with the extra special, also a big pickup. And team player on Mafenkoe. A little scary. No sparks, though. So PPL's drafting strategy at start hasn't paid off yet. But their gameplay certainly has, because that net is wide open.
Wide open, and that's a big defensive tool. Big finish committed here. So is Supernova. A lot of crucial cooldowns being expended here, and the core is still in their territory, but the tried and true pass to your midfield, top side. That gets the clear in the end here. Bloom trying to dribble, set something up. Hungry Boy's flip intercepts, but nothing pans out for it. It's Fiery! It's Fiery with the flip, waiting out the triple take. And he is able to sink it in. PPL, they're fighting for their first nasl win, I believe. They've drawn some before, but never win. So PPL in great position right here. Moom waiting out with the flip, and that's a dangerous spot. Not a McDouble though. So RTF breathing in a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Yeah, and boom, big KO. Like you said, PPL, ancient nasl veterans playing in nasl Season 1 East, where it was played in best of 2. They were able to tie a couple matches, but never explicitly win, and so this would be a big resurgence for PPL back in nasl, getting their first win, you know, etc. It'd be very nice to see. Still have a bit of a mountain to climb, but with Fiery coming back right now and Average Alex still on the field, barrier still up. I mean, Bloom is just playing this game. Sorry, Caster's Curse. Didn't even finish. But playing this game beautifully, able to hold on to these barriers, and making all the damage that RTF's putting up a little ineffective, because you can KO the forwards all you want. You can even KO Bloom all you want, apparently. If you can't get the ball in the net, it doesn't matter.
Now the true win con is scoring, and Leo Leon reminding his team of it. Thinking that core butt side, believe this is RTF's first goal question mark, but something they desperately need to start turning the tables, get the momentum back on their side, right? All this damage, sure, but it's not quite panning out for them in the way that they wanted. In fact, I believe it's PPL on the better end of most of these power plays due to Hungry Boy's positioning close to the edge. And oh my gosh, very close potential for a McDouble there, but nice defensive hold there from RTF, staving off the worst of it. Snare drums there, just buying some time, and it's Fiery with the dashes, able to hold on to the core, and Muffin Curry can't find that reverse Sad Boys angle. So both of those barriers are going to drop. RTF, once again, in a great position, but there's a lot of energy on the side here of RTF, and there it goes, two of them being burned in a quick succession. Rose Warp from Average Alex, there's a lot of damage being tacked on. This is their best opportunity yet. Oni's Blade finding some damage. Leo Leon now staggered here, and we're going to hold off on the offense without the Brawler being able to fight and get into a great position. Loom with the flip as well as we head into overtime. Muffin Koei uses theirs to just stop the offense in its tracks. As Average Alex fights for the core here, it's Loom stepping up, but a triple take on the read. Fiery in the gold box now, forwards in the net, and it's a nice pass to Leo Leon, and he's able to find it in the end here as RTF take their second points.
Yeah, great shot by Leo Leon. We saw Bloom moving back and forth in the top and bottom of the net, covering whichever side his forwards weren't. But there was just like a slight gap left open. Those situations are really tough. That's where a lot of team synergy comes in, where you're able to cover parts of the net as a whole team very well. Oh. But RTF having a kind of similar issue. Hungry Boy hustling up to the top side, but Average Alex seeing it open, takes that shot, puts it in. Brings us to a 0.5. PPL did drop 2 points, but secured another one in pretty dominant fashion. And I imagine is looking for one more. They seem to really, get these early points, slam dunk. The longer a point goes, the more opportunity RTF has to get all the damage and get scoring opportunities. So they like when points go long. PPL, though, needs to seal stuff up quickly if they want to score. Otherwise, like Fiery's looking low, Average Alex is at half health. Really tough to get things done the longer the point goes on.
Yeah, a little bit of greed almost costing Muffin Koei. But the barrier holds. It's a double. It's another Sad Boys angle. And to make it even worse, there goes Fiery itself. Now a power play here for RTF. Both are forwards low, sure, but the Zentaro's the bulk of that damage. Nice Rosewarp from Average Alex, just staving it off even more. Better flip from Loom, but no. Leo Leon walks up, sinking it in, stealing that set away from PPL. And we're all tied up, 1-1.
Yeah, great coverage by Leo Leon. He stood in front of the flip, walked back a little bit, and then was able to react to the awkward bounce that it had off the inside and take it down. And that means that Hungry Boy will be rewarded with specialized training, going hand in hand with his extra special. Either he's going to be evade taxing PPL or blowing them to bits. Leo Leon also picking up size, going to be really nice. Muffin Koei did not start with Spark, but going to be denying the Spark of Strength from anyone on PPL. Fiery taking Agility instead. That's 2 Sparks on a Brawler. Eyeballs emoji, and Spark of Leadership still in. Definitely would have wanted the Spark of Strength, I imagine, but CDR and speed is going to be really nice for Zentaro, especially with this Mag Souls. He's going to be so fast on the midfield line, and obviously the focus. Definitely Zentaro's best Spark, and Resilience, but it's not in, so who cares? It's going to be a lot of abilities coming out. This Brawler is about to brawl.
And the barriers for both teams taken away in a similar fashion. Very unfortunate for both of them, but right now it's RTF with their foot on the gas. As I say that, though, nice interceptions from the forwards, and both Brawlers being staggered, but one taken off the board. It's a power play now for PPL. Fiery trying to step up into the play. Doesn't matter, the midfield will do it all themselves. A nice play from Average Alex, the piercing shot. As a sort of guarantee, not needed in the end though. And that's a point for PPL.
Yeah, Average Alex able to blink in there, get a good touch on the ball, sending it in. Mloom has a flip. I'm seeing in this match Mloom with a flip. That guy's got aura. He has just not been letting things go in. And you look at him and you're like, I have to get through Mloom. Tough task. Already very hard. I have to get through Mloom with a flip. Yikes. I'll pack my bags. That being said, flip burned, barrier down anyway. If there's a guy to do it, it's Leo Leon. Again, 500 goals. He did it today, right here, this series. But gonna react to getting a few more, about 6 more, if he wants to win this series. And Average Alex with the flip, Fiery with the ball, looking to get something done. Great movement going into the corner, predicting clears. A great layering of strikes to get that barrier. PPL has a lot to say about Leo Leon winning this series.
Yeah, roaring back is PPL. Both brawlers staggered, but it's Average Alex with a flip. Gonna use it. Hungry Boy, though, with the reaction speed, able to clear it just in time. It's a test touch, and Leo Leon gets it, but unfortunately can't get the goal there as well. Now Maloom is just going to send it around the world here. Finally, we're finding to clear. It's into their territory of RTF. A nice flip, and there's a kill found on Leo Leon. That's going to be a huge break for them. Muffin Koei going to opt to slow play. He's able to get it to Hungry Boy, but Maloom with the speed from among Titans, able to rotate bot side quick enough, and it's Fiery. He doesn't even need to connect the dash. The threat of it is what matters. And it's a goal for Average Alex, but in our hearts, it's Fiery's.
The shadow goal coming out from Fiery. But PPL here, like, they're back. That last game, we can admit, it was rough. It was hard. Oh, no. And maybe this game's about to get rough as Fiery gets absolutely smoked. But they are here to play up 2-0 in this set right now, looking strong. I've been really impressed with Average Alex. This whole series has been playing phenomenally, and I think that's a guy who does not get enough credit. Shout out to him. Has a flip. Fiery is just is having a tough time. Rough bout with all the damage, but still on the field, which again, that's the only thing you need to be doing is Zentaro to be valuable. You're on the field, you're probably doing some good stuff. And Average Alex's flip shut out, but PPL is still looking great at this point.
Yeah, trade of a lot of flips here, and the PPL able to hold on to it. They're up 2 points here, and they still have a barrier to work with, so... Oh, as I say that, it almost got the Sad Boys clear. But unfortunately, it does fall in the end for them. RTF trying to roar back, get something started here. It's Lilian trying to dribble. Rosewarp, Slice and Dice intercepting it, just trying to get him staggered out of this play as well. He's still dredging on forward, trying to truck on, do it some more. He's still holding on to his life. And all the focus onto him means Muffin Koei can send it right down the middle, and RTF get their first point.
Yeah, secret technique. Card from across the field, and Muffin Koei gets that goal. Wonderfully played, just a smart idea. It's like they can pass between each other, and there's just a lot of people here. Send it right in the middle. They're gonna be rewarded with that. RTF not relenting here, not ready to give it up. PPL again, still up, 1 point away from winning the series, still looking great, but RTF has their opportunity right here. 1 point on the board, 2 more, and they can pull ahead this game.
Yeah, this Fiery dribbling, Slice and Dice almost finds it through 3, but no cigar. Eyes Rush goes wide as well. Still, though, it's PPL with possession of the core and a power play now to boot. Leo Leon can't find anything with his Whiplash, just going to opt to try and hit stun. Slice and Dice still is going to find his mark. Unfortunately, the finishing touch not quite found. Fiery now still with the core, almost has his flip here, but looking worse for wear. Gonna opt to use it soon here if he can just find the ball, find the core towards him, and there it is. There's a flip, but a nice call from Muffin Koei. He's able to find that clear in the end. Now it's Average Alex with that flip. It's in dangerous waters for them. Dribbling, sending it up, waits, baits the flip, and finds it bot side. Well played from Average Alex and PPL. They take their second point. 3 goals away now from finding their first nasl victory.
Yeah, beautifully played. And here, a lot of great awakenings. I'm very curious to see what Average Alex picks up. Might be Deadeye. A wonderful Deadeye to synergize with the Adrenaline Rush heavy impact. but Stacks just a great midfield awakening. Always going to feel nice to pick up some stacks. Looks like they're working together with Maloom and decides to take Stinger. Also good pickup. Leaving Hungry Boy to pick up Deadeye. Which is okay. It obviously very good on Vice. We're going to be doing a lot of damage, but can be pretty hard to proc with because you have to be at such a range. It's how often are you really hitting like the max range ult or like a with missile prop? Actually, hey, hold on, the power chords are about to go crazy, but I'm a dangerous give to Hungry Boy, but it is still PPL no barriers, but they're able to take out Leo Leon and get both barriers. Suddenly things are looking pretty good. And oh, a great strike war, great patience from Fiery showing up. And now 2 more, and PPL will win their first nasl game.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about before this game how we were expecting the damage to flow for the side of RTF. The opposite has been true in a sense because the power plays always on the side, really, of PPL here. They are able to knock their first goal in. Fiery staggered, but still committed to the play, and Snare Drums defuse that big finish. Fortunately, the barriers will still stand stalwart, but Hungry Boy won't. Hunted down by Fiery. That's their damage dealer. That's their midfield. Out of the equation. It's in dangerous, murky waters, and one barrier will fall. Still holding on to the core here. Triple take, though, will buy enough time for Hungry Boy. Get back online here. Is Fiery now the one on death's door? As I say that, Leo Leon close to stagger out of nowhere, and Fiery still able to retain core possession, and he's gonna sink it in bot side. Fiery, incredible gameplay from him, basically 1v9ing in the corner. My goodness.
Yeah, and where were you when Fiery sat down and just won 500 1v2 interactions in a row, getting the barrier, getting the goal all by himself right there. PPL is here to win right now. RTF absolutely on the back foot, trying their best, looking for anything, getting some good damage out on Fiery, but this is looking like PPL's game to win right now. They are so unbelievably up. They have all the momentum. It's gonna take some big plays from RTF to shake them and give them the opportunity to get back in the game here.
Leo Leon staggered, a familiar story with him, a flip to work with as well. Fiery seeing red, seeing blood in the water here, but unfortunately, the Rasmus will stay online for now. Backing off now as the core is finally in PPL territory. A nice piercing shot to buy a moment of respite here. Power core going a little bit wide. There's that supernova staggering Average Alex. He's been such a crucial supporting role here, setting up Fiery, and there goes that barrier. Some life now here for RTF as Muffin waits out the piercing shot. Leo Leon staggered, a familiar story for him, but he's used to it at this point. Gonna commit to the play here, stay with it. Big finish trying to set him up. Unfortunately, Average Alex is there, and Maloom isn't. A crazy angle, some weirdness top side, and Hungry Boy is able to sink it in there.
Yeah, the core just slipping right through the cracks. 1 point for RTF. It's as they say, all you need is a trickle, and 1 point and a big power play and a double barrier might be exactly what RTF needs. PPL needs to seal their nerves. They need to lock in right here and now if they want to win. They do not want to let this go to a point. A set 5, but we're going to a 0.5. RTF needs to win 1 more to tie up this game, tie up the whole series. PPL absolutely wants to win this point now.
Yeah, and the energy is slightly in their favor. They have first contact here with the core here. There's a big finish intercepting it, and there goes one barrier. But there goes the stagger bar of Leo Leon as well. His stacks are stacked. He hasn't died in a while here. That speed is going to be helpful in keeping himself alive, just to dodge everything. Average Alex with the flip. Fiery, he's been out of these plays for the past 2 of them. And that's really been helpful for RTF, and there he goes again. I think he dashed into the triple take, met his own demise still though. 2 flips here for PPL. Big finish navigated here, wasn't quite fruitful, and there's one from Average Alex. Okay, we bird one flip to buy enough time for Fiery to get back online here, and now he has the core. There's Leonie's blade, but Hungry Boy, very patient in the corner, gets that clear. The ensnare drum so good, and the flip to boot, absolutely devastating here for RTF. They're struggling, trying to find the clear, but they have a lot of real estate top side. Bloom covering the out though, uses the flip as well, restarting this offense, but it's not panning out. Nothing really is for them. Now we're sending the core red. It is overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Leo Leon staggered, both forwards for PPL. Worse for wear here, and it's Malooms trying to step up in front of the barrier, get something going, and the ES rush not going to connect onto Leo Leon. It's going to be would have been a huge break for them. And still, these teams vying for possession in the midfield, and Snare Drum Supernova. Core's going red every which way. Drum and Bass holding on, but Fiery isn't. He's down and out. Thunderstruck gets a kill, and there's a flip. Not even going to need it, though. And from the Ashes, RTF, they hold on with the pendulum sling to sink it in.
Yeah, RTF clutching up there, reverse 3-0ing that set, and getting rewarded here. We've got some Reptile Remedy, honestly, to deny from PPL would be huge. And there it is. Yeah, get that thing off the board right now. Spark of Leadership picked up by Average Alex, going to be sharing a little bit more CDR. And Monu to Finny. One of her best awakenings. The ult is going to be doing so much damage. It's going to be covering so much space. Fiery did pick up a dash awakening. Super Surge on the board. That's going to be really nice. Leo Leon also picked up a dash awakening. Not quite the same as it is on Zentaro, but going to be having a lot more move speed on the secondary. Going to be doing more damage with these pendulum swings. Pretty substantial, to say the least. But here it is. Both teams having a pretty strong draft. Both teams taking 2 sets to get to this point. Set 5. Here it is. The lock-in is now. RTF has the momentum, winning that last set. And getting all these KOs, honestly, you can see it here. PPL needs to get some sort of reprieve after being so close to winning. You know, they have to sit down and reevaluate and be comfortable. That's a pretty good start, getting that barrier there. If they're able to win this point, I like their odds. But, again, both teams desperately fighting for any opportunities here.
Yeah, but right now, it's PPL, the core that they wanted. A lot of cooldowns being burned here on the side of RTF, just trying to keep it in play. But Fiery, he plays ping pong for a little bit, just waiting out his cooldown. And I mean, Spark of Focus, the leadership spark, sharing even more of it. He's able to sink it in with a nice dash.
Yeah, great dash. from like halfway on the field. Just jumping in, getting right in there. He's a little low right now. Gonna be fighting for his life, but evades the hook, evades the abilities coming out, dashing in, healing back up, and now Fiery getting it.
Oh my gosh!
And the Mako cage! How do you save that?
The answer is you do not. There is absolutely nothing to have been done there, and it's all in the hands of PPL here. And, I mean, absolute cinema from them. 1 point off. They have a flip to work with. One more online almost here. Leo Leon, though, is able to sink it in with the big finish to support him. Passing plays, trying to get something started here. Piercing shot. It's all looking but over here for RTF. But they're able to get 2 barriers for their troubles here, but it's a power play now here for PPL. Hungry Boy staggered in the Supernova here, just trying to buy some time, and not enough time bought. Power play refreshing here as Hungry Boy gets staggered and gets sent off the map. It's Fiery now, slice and dice, waiting it out, and all of a sudden, the Bears equalize, and there's the dash to finish it off. PPL, they're able to take their first nasl game. Oh my god. What a game.
Bang. Exceptionally played. People are saying PPW. There it is. First NASA win in the bag. First of many, I imagine. This team played spectacularly. RTF, at the beginning of that last point, almost showed the clutch gene again. Almost brought it back. Almost took us to a 0.5, but unfortunately not quite there. PPL able to claw back in that last point, bring it back, and continue that last set dominance that they were showing, putting a cap on this set. Really, really well played. Both these teams, again, prove that they are top caliber, exceptional, what you would expect coming out from the NASL. Again, PPL's first win. I anticipate many more. RTF, unfortunately, going to be starting the season 0-2, but I would not count them out. Absolutely not. Any team with Leo Leon on it, except season 4, would not count them out. And I think this team obviously went toe-to-toe with PPL here. Definitely not a team to scoff at, and I think still has a good playoffs run in their future. But I'm in awe. What a wonderful series. And again, congratulations, PPL. W. Let's get it done, fellas.
Yeah, PPL getting it done in the end, but unfortunately, that is all for our faces here. Still, more nasl to be played when we come back, but it's going to be with a fresh pair of casters. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll see you all later.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League. I'm Borg, and I'm joined by Potat. Potat, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, and we got some really good games looking forward to for the rest of the day here. In the last game we saw RTF versus PPL, I had a lot of fun watching that one. And I know that these two teams, we got Hungry Like Nephew and Soon to Boo Strikers, they were kind of throwing some shade at each other in that Twitch chat. So I think this should be interesting. These players are all pretty good friends, know each other pretty well. So how's this match looking?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited. This is going to be a pretty interesting one. I think Dubu kind of back on the rise now after that LAN win over in San Francisco, and then Hug, with a little bit of a rebrand, not necessarily on their way down or their way up. They're kind of just here. They're having fun. They're trying to rebrand, spice things up a little bit, and I'm here for it. And we're getting into the first game, Atlas Lab. What's jumping out at you with this draft?
Honestly, these character picks look pretty fun. So first of all, we got, let me pull it up here. We have the Juno pickup for Hungry Like Nephew, as well as that Juliet and that Vice. So Vaughn with that Vice goalie is going to have a bit more of that movement available to him. He's going to be able to kind of jump forward with that Thunderstruck and play a bit more offensively. And then you also got Bells and You Already Lose. This whole roster knows what they're doing. Same with the side of Sindubu Strikers, and honestly, I think these picks are looking pretty good. I think it'll be a pretty regular game, no crazy picks, but I'm interested in seeing how this Vaughn Vice is going to perform.
Yeah, I do like the Kazan here, especially with the size star, and you have the Atlas to keep you alive as well. So if Threezy Breezy can stay alive, we might be seeing some good plays against this Vice on offense here. As I say, they're getting dash punch now, and both barriers actually going down for Hungry Like Nephew, who still are in this point, though. It's only the first one. Kazan hits level 2 early, which is definitely going to be very good. And You Already Lose and Bells need to find a little bit of a counterplay here as the core comes on up. Kazan finding that open primary, trying to get something going here, trying to get a quick goal, not let them get level 2, but Bells has something to say about it with a crazy dash punch onto the middle, blows up, knocks out Threezy Breezy onto the side, and now it's a power play for the Soon-to-Be Striker, rather for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, Hungry Like Nephew definitely did lose those first two barriers pretty quickly starting off, but Threezy Breezy was just kind of up in their face, and at some point, if you're up in their face the entire time, Shapeshifting didn't have that res up, and ultimately Threezy is staggered basically this entire point, but it doesn't really matter if Grimella is just going to use that Rose Warp, use that primary, and just shoot the core straight through all three defenders of the side of Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, when you have that Estelle, you always have that potential to score, and when all three members of Hungry Like Nephew distracted by KOing this Kazan, Grimella has a lot of room to play with, as we're seeing right now with that Rose Warp. Going to actually be helping get both barriers here. The defense is not quite enough with the Vice. The Juno did not have any abilities either. Bell's now trying to get something in return and gets a great little ultimate there to block up the flip, but can't get the last barrier. Shapeshifting now. Great flip usage to keep his team's barrier alive. But Hungry Like Nephew kind of have a little bit of a breakaway here. They have two flips on the offensive side. Now just one as Vaughn teleports right back to his defensive side here. Bell's trying to find something. You Already Lose as well, looking for the passes, but Shapeshifting is just completely holding by himself in the back, what Atlas does best, and a great Estelle beam in order to get the flip out of Vaughn. Now Soon-to-Be Strikers are looking in prime position to end this point yet again, but as I say that, a great barrier take from Bells and You Already Lose, going to be securing the open net here for themselves. You Already Lose needs to be a little bit careful, though, as Grimella does have that flip. Popping it right now, trying to find the shot, but a great stuff by You Already Lose, who used to be a goalie, and he's still doing great on the defensive side, but he goes down. Now Bell's trying to find the solo play. Now it's up to Threezy Breezy, trying to find the solo play again, but the goalies from both sides are just doing incredibly well. And as I say that, a great another save from Vaughn. Threezy Breezy cannot find the goal against this Vice. Insane saves, clearing it over and over again. And it's back to the other side of the pitch, Shapeshifting now, bringing it up to Threezy Breezy. Vaughn, another save. The Kazan cannot quite find these goals, but I feel like it's only a matter of time before they find another attempt here. Bell's on the goal line here with that flip. Needs to be careful, might get taken out. It's very soon. Gets the flip popped. Threezy Breezy trying to find something, but he can't. Has a great pass to Vaughn from the flip, actually with the Vice ultimate. Gets the goal, and that incredibly long point too. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that went on for what felt like forever, and Vaughn looking very comfortable on that vice pick. Got those 2 really good saves just right on the goal line, and then ultimately was up there for his team to just help out, get that goal ultimately in the end. And that's the kind of thing you want to see when you're playing Vice. You want to be able to defend even in these kind of tense situations, and even with that open net, Vaughn did a really, really good job, and then even had cooldowns up to go help his teammates. But for the time being, Sundubu Strikers have been doing a really, really good job of just pressing forward, just pushing straight through Vaughn and You Already Lose, who just can't quite hold them back. And we're going to see 3Z Breezy use that flip, get that score, and now Sundubu Strikers is up 2-1 in this first set.
Yeah, Sundubu, it feels like they have a bit of an easier comp to execute. The Kazan is really, really good into these ranged goalies. They have the Atlas to keep him alive as well, and also to help out with the defense into the Juliet. And then the Estelle just kind of rounds everything together, whereas the side of Hungry Like Nephew, it feels like they need a lot more solo plays. They need a lot more good slimes, maybe a couple good dash punches here and there in order to get these barriers. And then Vaughn tasked with an almost impossible one of defending against this Kazan with almost no real good defensive abilities. So he's doing it well already so far. We'll see how well he can keep it going, as there we see another great save here of being able to hold the flip in the face of the Estelle. Takes a lot of confidence, and he has plenty of it as You Already Lose finds the flip, but not quite able to be getting anything from it. The barrier goes down anyway as Bells gets that barrier. The ultimate from the Vice, keeping things forward for now, and this is what you have to do when you're playing this Vice against such a strong offensive composition of Sundubu Strikers. You got to pop that utility. You just got to hope that your teammates are able to keep it forward for as long as possible. Bell's trying to keep it forward, but he can't do it as he's just getting focused now by all the forwards of the Sundubu Strikers. But Vaughn with another great play there, teleporting forward and finding that flip, shapeshifting with no utility, no abilities, has nothing really to do anything about it, finds the top corner and ties it up at 2-2.
Definitely. It feels like the side of Sundubu Strikers is kind of trying to bait out and force the side of Hungry Like Nephew to use these flips and use these abilities. But ultimately, that can only last so long if the other team is catching those abilities, catching those flips. Vaughn has had some really, really good knowledge of when to move up, when to push up, and I guess that's that midfielder speaking for you. And so that's exactly what you want to be seeing from that kind of team. But on the other side, the defensive line not quite held for the time being, as both barriers for both sides are down, and that Atlas goalie might have a little bit of difficulty holding down that big net.
Yeah, when the barriers are open, the Atlas struggles a little bit more, but it doesn't matter when your forwards are 3Z Breezy and Grimella, who just keep it forward against this Vice over and over again. And like I was saying earlier, the Vice only has so much utility in order to actually save these abilities. And so a great offense there from the Sundubu Strikers, getting that first set and securing that first pick. And as we're getting to this first draft here, 1-2 punch already on the Estelle, we're going to be seeing some explosive things start to open up, as we're seeing a lot of kill, bulk up, a lot of size, dash awakening. We're seeing everything here.
Yeah, and a big thing that I'm looking at right now is that Deadeye on Vaughn. That's going to be a lot more opportunity to kind of hit other people, deal some of that damage that the side of Hungry Like Nephew might need in order to kind of make 3Z and Grimella scared. Because once shapeshifting runs out of that ultimate, you kind of are missing out on that health left over, and so I think that Deadeye could be pretty big. Also here, I'm looking at maybe that size on 3Z Breezy, that's both big fish and built different. So we're going to have a big Kazan going straight at you. But in the meantime, that is a Bells with that built different as well, going straight into shapeshifting and pulling that goal.
Yeah, great offensive play there. One Geno Slam kind of propelled that offense, just allowed Bells to get as much space as he wanted and take everything from shapeshifting, who really just didn't have anything to stop it. So what played from Hungry Like Nephew? A bit upsetting not to get that kill on the goal line, of course. Bells with that prize fighter wants to start stacking that right away. As you said earlier, the size from 3Z Breezy is going to basically put Hungry Like Nephew on a timer. Vaughn definitely not going to be able to defend consistently against that over and over again. So Bells now in the corner doing all he can to get something, gets a lot of damage and gets that last barrier, going to be getting everything basically except the goal so far, and a missed primary just narrowly by Vaughn allows 3Z to get that top side shot. And I mean, the Sundubu Strikers managed to squeeze out a little point there.
Yeah, a quick attempt at one of those catches from Vaughn, but ultimately that primary went a little bit wide, and we are going to see 3Z and Grimella just take advantage of that as soon as they possibly can. And now 3Z almost has it flip up. Bells has it flip as well on the other side.
Ooh.
But whew, Bells puts it to good use. That flip going in, and now both barriers are down for the set of Sundubu Strikers. This puts them in a pretty scary spot against this flip with Vaughn.
Yeah, Vaughn has that flip and he's primed and ready, looking for it here. Bells instead looks for that bottom shot instead. Not quite going to be able to get it here, but the barriers are still open, and both barriers for the Hungry Lake Nephew. It's hard to get used to that name now after calling him Sad Boys for so long, but I digress. Vaughn now back on the defensive side, losing one barrier, but still has one to play with for a little while. Wants to keep that flip for offense, so he's not going to use it for this defense here, and it's perfect decision there on to Vaughn. Loses that barrier, sacrifices it in order to get that offensive play with the flip on to shapeshifting to secure that second point on this second set. What play to Hungry Lake Nephew?
Yeah, incredible play, Vaughn, using that midfield knowledge, as I said earlier, in order to just run up and fueling that flip as well. I think that flip was there for basically the entire point, up for Vaughn, just waiting for the perfect time to use it, and that is exactly what Vaughn wants to do. And now with that Deadeye, we're going to see some more damage and more pressure for the other team, and Vaughn has more comfortable opportunities to just run up there and, you know, kill people, take people like Grimella just right off the map.
Taking him off the map. Bells with that prize fighter stack, I believe, getting it from that as well. And they're getting his last one, the third stack off the dash punch on the top side here. Even if they lose this point, Bells is primed and ready to start causing a little bit of chaos here with these dash punches. Going to be about half healthing these members of Sundubu Strikers, but it's not going to matter when Vaughn just teleports forward and puts it right past Shapeshifting, who really all had nothing except for a strike, and it was not enough. Hungry Lake Nephew even us up.
Yeah, Hungry Lake Nephew tying up the game here in this series, and ultimately I'm seeing some good awakenings here. Overall though, that recovery drone on Bells is looking to be pretty strong. That's more size on Jolie. You always want more size. And on the other side though, I'm going to see 3Z Breeze with double size and that prime time available as well. The entire side of Sundubu taking all those cooldowns with shapeshifting on that twin drive, but that's going to be a really scary Kazan, really scary Atlas to have to deal with. And honestly, Kazan is looking super powerful here. 3Z Breezy has exactly what he wants.
Yeah, actually a bit of a rough draft there for Hungry Lake Nephew. I'm sure you're kind of talking about a bit there, right? You have shapeshifting now with twin drive on the Atlas, which has historically been one of his best awakenings. The prime time on 3Z Breezy, you kind of have to give up size or prime time. And I'm not really sure which one's correct, as primetime is so incredibly oppressive, especially against range goalies. You're seeing it right here now. Both barriers are gone already for Hungry Lake Nephew, but we've kind of been seeing it all game. The barrier is not really mattering too much to Vaughn, as he's very, very comfortable on saving those goal line shots for sure, and it allows him maybe a little bit more space to play with here. A great save there, just running forward and denying that primary, that pull from 3Z Breezy. Vaughn now trying to make another play and manages to find just the simple clears over and over again. 3Z needs to find a different avenue in order to find these shots because he cannot get past Vaughn most of the time here. Vaughn just calling him out over and over again. Great save from shapeshifting, managing to get it up to 3Z with yet another stop shot on the goal line. Vaughn is doing everything he can with limited abilities. One more time, can the Sundubu Strikers find it? A great pass, not going to quite be enough, excuse me, as you already lose. Like I said before, once a goalie player, always a goalie player. Going to be comfortable on that goal line as well. The Juno, definitely not a stranger to defense here, as both flips from Sundubu Strikers maybe now will be enough. One flip goes through from Grimella. Going to be getting a little bit of hit stun onto Vaughn, but yet again, it's not enough as Vaughn popping that flip and 3Z Breezy popping that flip, but he finds a great angle there onto the bottom side, and no one can reach it in time. Sundubu Strikers, after the 5th attempt, finally get that goal.
Yeah, that was a really good shot from 3Z Breezy, just getting it all through. But now we're going to see the side of Sundubu Strikers has almost no energy to their names at all whatsoever. So this is going to be pretty scary for them in terms of defense. And as you can see there, no evades means that Shapeshifting can't get any evade strikes to just keep those barriers alive. And Atlas on an open net's going to be pretty scary for you, especially with Bells running forward with that Thunderstruck and almost getting something going.
Almost getting something going here, the Vice. Been a bit of a menace on this offense and even the defense too with the way that Vaughn's been playing it. Bells with a great KO on the goal line and a great shot from the flip onto the bottom side as well. He tells 3Z Breezy, anything you can do, I can do better. Gets the KO as well and gets that prize fighter stack, tying us up at 1-1.
Yeah, the prize fighter is going to be pretty useful there, and with shapeshifting getting knocked into the net, that's any energy that he had maybe built up all gone once again. But now we're going to see You Already Lose on the offense with that flip is going to be super powerful, and oh, you almost don't need it with Bells just standing right there using that Flame Flurry and just providing so much pressure with the rest of Hungry Like Nephew, and that's just a really good play from You Already Lose from the side of Hungry Like Nephew, just providing all that pressure up in the corner, forcing the side of Sundubu Strikers to make a bad move, and you're going to see Hungry Like Nephew going up 2-1 in this set.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I think Hungry Like Nephew need to make these plays in order to make this comp work, and they're making plenty of plays over and over again. A little bit of a Sad Boys angle there. Crazy save, actually, on the redo from Vaughn there. A bit unfortunate for the Sundubu Strikers, who just could not find that angle off the Rose Warp. They need to relock in, though, as Grimella uses that evade to keep his life. They're still in this one, as they need to get this last barrier. 3Z Breezy does just that with the double size. Going to be getting that fairly handily. And a great angle allows Grimella to follow up on the bottom side. Nothing really Vaughn can do at all. And that's just a perfectly played point from the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, definitely. That duo of 3Z Breezy and Grimella has been tried and true through UCLA, CCL games, and all sorts of that fancy stuff, but ultimately 3Z Breezy hasn't really been able to get the core through Vaughn, and You Already Loses defense by himself, and as soon as Grimella gets an opportunity, gets the chance to run forward, we see goals just like that, where Grimella and 3Z just work together, put Vaughn and You Already Lose in a very, very bad spot, and they were able to get that goal in a very, very powerful team play, but now it's Bells and Vaughn's turn to have the team play as they run forward using those flips, and they're getting those goals.
Getting those goals, they are. It's 3-2, and now they take this third set away. That allows Vaughn to get this first pick, and there's still a lot of things available here. There's Missile Prop, there's more Sparks, there's that Adrenaline Rush. We're actually seeing the last Size Awakening here, that Might of Colossus as well, which the Juliet is going to be more than happy to pick up a little bit later. And the team player, which has definitely been a little bit controversial. Some people think it's weak, but personally, I think it's incredibly strong in the current moment, even though it's a little bit nerfed. And any goalie that can get his hands on it, especially on an open map like this, is going to be sitting pretty.
Yeah, in that last draft, I think we saw a pretty big win for the side of Sundubu Strikers, but now in this one, ooh, this is looking really bad for the Sundubu Strikers. As 3Z Breezy left with that Among Titans, going to be a lot smaller, going to be a bit faster, but ultimately that's not really the kind of awakening you want to see when the other team, Bells, is getting that triple size, Might of the Colossus, extra power, Vaughn is getting that team player some extra defensive opportunities and capability with just so much more distance and speed on that core, and You Already Lose getting that Timeless Creator, which nothing crazy, but hey, you're still going to love having those Blobos hang around just a little bit longer.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious. I wonder if he just really wanted the speed. He has those double Size Awakenings. Getting that Among Titans basically nullifies about 1 1/4 of those Size Awakenings. So he technically still has a Size Awakening. He's not base size. He's a little bit bigger. And maybe he thinks that speed will help him keep up with this core just a little bit more and keep up with this Juno that's just been giving Bells all the passes in the world that he needs, and Bells finishing all the goals he needs in the world as well, with the 1-0 already on to Hungry Like Nephew, who seem to be running away with this game.
Yeah, even that extra added size on Shapeshifting and Grimella wasn't quite enough to save that core going straight through them like a coin slot, and now 3Z Breezy does still have some speed, but Hungry Like Nephew, as you said, is looking very, very comfortable in this game. They have what they want. The Awakenings that they just received were super, super powerful, and now it's really up to them, their execution of this game, that might let them take the game away.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to see from the Sundubu Strikers maybe a little more help on the defense side. Shapeshifting has to blow all his abilities on a lot of this Juno utility, and it just allows the Juliet and the Vice to teleport in and just do so much. As we're seeing right there, the Dash Punch just getting free value because Shapeshifting just has no abilities. Grimella needs to come back and help, and a great little job right there from Sundubu, able to dig it out after that lost barrier. The Vice ultimate coming through, blowing up that flip from 3Z Breezy, who now has to deal with a flip from Vice of his own. And it feels like this matchup that I thought would be Kazan favored is looking almost perfectly Vice favored. I mean, Vaughn is doing so incredibly well in this matchup right now, and I'm not sure if it's just a player thing or if it's because the Vice has more utility than I thought, but it's not going to matter with a great shot like that. Even the teleport on the top side not going to matter, as Shapeshifting not quite going to find the save there on the secondary. And it's 2-0, Hungry Like Nephew on game point.
Yeah, Vaughn locking down so many of these goals with or without flip in this game, and ultimately, that's really what you want to see, honestly, as well. Speaking as a goalie, I think 3Z Breezy with that Among Titans is a lot less of a threat for Vaughn, and we can see already Vaughn has had a lot more opportunities here to just run forward, play that offensive position, and just help out with his team, and you know that midfielder blood is running through his veins as 3Z Breezy just hasn't quite been able to get these kinds of openings that we've seen in the past, but maybe that speed can come in for something useful though, as Vaughn with a great Side Boys angle is going to keep it up. But barrier has gone down, and now it's up to Nubu Strikers to maybe get something going here.
Get something going, but they gotta wait for Grimella to respawn first, and he will, after the successful defense from Shapeshifting, doing as much as he can to keep it out. But there's just so much utility, so much coming at him with that Vice teleporting in, with these dash punches coming in, with the slimes being thrown at him. But a great job so far in this point from Shapeshifting to keep things out for now. Secondary coming out, you have the slimes coming out as well. Bells now has an opportunity maybe to find this barrier, but no, a great clear from Shapeshifting, a great shot from 3Z Breezy, forcing out the flip from Vaughn and forcing out everything, but no, Vaughn on the other side actually going to be teleporting forward and getting everything out of Shapeshifting and that barrier. 3Z Breezy with another shot attempt, not quite going to be able to find it, but the flip on the goal line is going to do the trick. Finally, the Sundubu Strikers get the point they need, and they're starting to claw it back.
Yeah, very close point there, but ultimately Grimella was able to get that pass up to 3Z Breezy, who had that flip and got it straight in the net. Vaughn, though, doesn't have a whole lot of utility right now, which could be pretty dangerous here, as the 3Z Breezy and Grimella combo has been very, very good, very effective in just taking that out and doing that. As we see there, both the barriers have gone down now, and that's a pretty dangerous spot for the side of Hungry Like Nephew to be in when you're 1 point away from taking this first game, and that's really not something you want to see.
Not something you want to see, and a great shot from Bells, exactly. He wanted to see a Shapeshifting just lift that little tiny crack on that barrier open for him, and he took it all the way through. No barriers now for either team. Anyone could take this point right here. Piercing shot goes through, and it's going to give 3Z enough time and enough space to get that open primary on the Kazan umbrella. Just push it right through both the Juno and the Vice on Hungry Like Nephew. Not much you can do in that case.
Yeah, we're on set 4.5 now, as things are looking pretty scary here. Hungry Like Nephew just wants to close this out right here and now, but with that first barrier going down and 3Z Breezy taking almost all of his health bar gone, reduced to ashes, is pretty scary. But oh no! Really good play! Grimella getting the core behind the barrier, taking that barrier in the meantime, and 3Z Breezy open with nobody covering him. And now, Nubu Strikers have taken the set, tied up the game, and it's set 5. We're looking very, very strong.
Looking very strong here, and a little cheeky play there from 3Z, hitting it against the taken barrier right before it despawns to get that self-dribble in order for him to get the space to put it right back in, denying that heavy impact now as 3Z Breezy with that first pick away from the Vice. But now Vice getting 2 sparks here, so definitely not going to be too bad, but the hot shot coming in for Grimella now is where things are going to be opening up here, Potat. All the very strong awakenings are coming through, the missile prop, the fight or flight, the hot shot. This is where it's going to get exciting.
I don't think anyone got a bad awakening that game. However, Bells might become a little bit of a target here with 2 stacking abilities between Prize Fighter and that stacks on stacks. So we might see Grimella and Breezy working together a little bit, maybe trying to take that Brawler for Hungry Like Nephew off the map. But in the meantime, Bells doesn't really care as he takes Grimella off the map, only to be saved by that ultimate from Shapeshifting.
Yeah, great res from the Atlas there onto Grimella, which definitely going to keep things alive here for the Sundubu Strikers, as it's 1 barrier to 1 barrier. We have a lot of different shot attempts coming through for Sundubu. It's just a defense right now for Hungry Like Nephew, who cannot hold it. They cannot hold that last barrier, and a great primary there from 3Z Breezy, almost going to be getting that goal, but a great save from Vaughn yet again, who has been back-to-back keeping everything alive for Hungry Like Nephew as much as he can. Bells now on the other side, needs to do something with this core with the time he's been given, finds the barrier, finds the flip, almost gets the goal, but the triple defense, the triple goalie from the Sundubu Strikers managed to hold it out. I don't even know who saved that one, but it doesn't matter. It was a team effort there on the goal line, and now they repel it enough to get to that offensive side, give 3Z Breezy a chance, who almost finds that goal and almost gets another one as well, but Vaughn just denying absolutely everything here as Bells with the shot now, Bells with the dash punch, Bells with everything, but not the goal, as Shapeshifting holding it now on his own goal line. Both teams do not want to lose this game.
This is looking super close, but unfortunately with that flip away from Breezy now, this could be pretty scary for the side of Hungry Like Nephew. Vaughn has been doing a great job of holding it down in that flip or not, and if we can see Bells and you already lose, move forward, Bells is able to knock that goal into the net with that dash punch, and shapeshifting doesn't have the tools up to save that away. And now we're looking at Hungry Like Nephew. They've been looking really, really strong. They lost that last set, but everything's been super close this game, and they really want to just close this out now.
They want to close this out. I actually believe that was the Vice stun that actually stopped shapeshifting from saving that shot. So really well played there from Vaughn as well. Now we can see the first barrier going down for both sides on this second point here. Hungry Like Nephew want to get a quick little set here, not give Sundubu strikers any room to breathe, because the longer you give them, the more chances they'll have with this extremely dangerous forward duo. Bell's now looking incredibly low, but gets that last barrier and has the recovery drone to save his life. Going to be getting that free, get out of jail free card for now. Vaughn teleporting forward with that Juno. The Juno flip on the goal line, that's all he's going to need, because he shoots it right past Shapeshifting, who did not have any more abilities. And Hungry Like Nephew, putting it up 2-0, are looking for this game.
Yeah, that expanse, even with Twin Drive, wasn't quite enough to stop it away, and it fell away far too quickly. And You Already Lose just knew exactly what they wanted to do. They jumped in with that secondary and ultimately used that flip to get that goal going. And now Bells does still have that flip. It's going to be super scary, especially with that stacks on stacks completely full. Great save, though. Great res from Shapeshifting. Some really good ones all throughout the game, as we're going to see Breezy kept alive and no really energy on the board.
Not much energy on the board here, all of it used right there. And sadly for the Sundubu Strikers, they're the ones who come out with the deficit. They have no barriers here, but on the other end, the Sundubu Strikers having a lot of offensive opportunities here. They might get this last barrier, but Vaughn is just saving everything in that top corner. Grimella now managing to heal up for now. Threezy Breezy battling for this orb, but takes it. Bell's looking incredibly low and does not want to die, because now he loses all of his stacks, which were fully stacked, by the way. And it's a Sundubu power play, as Vaughn channeling that ultimate, trying to buy time as much as possible. Threezy Breezy needs to be a little bit careful. Any wrong move could result in a KO for this Vice, for this Juliet, who's back on the pitch. And Threezy Breezy manages to find his way out of that Juliet ultimate and gets the free core on the bottom side. No one there to contest him. He gets the point and he saves his flip while doing it.
The piercing shot from Grimella plays so well, just shooting it right through that flame flurry from Bells, if I remember correctly, and just pushing it straight down to Threezy Breezy, who has been doing a really good job of just kind of sitting in the open space, where a stray pass, a stray core twice now has been enough to just send it down to Threezy and get a goal straight on the net. And Threezy Breezy with that flip up is going to be super scary. Unfortunately, though, not quite used for anything crazy. Now it's kind of the energy on the side of Hungry Like Nephew, and this is really where you want to be. You need 1 point away, but both barriers are down. It could be pretty scary here.
Could be pretty scary here. Hungry Like Nephew needs to be careful. They do not want this game to go to a 0.5, especially with the way that Sundubu's been playing on these 0.5s so far after last set. Vaughn, Bells, You Already Lose, all have so much energy, but it's not going to matter because the core just flies straight past Vaughn, who I guess just did not have his strike back in time, as Grimella, with the piercing shot, just takes that last goal, and we're going to a set 5.5 Potap.
A set 5.5 here, and the side of Hungry Like the Nephew has almost two flips up as I speak, and now this could be pretty dangerous, pretty scary for the side of Sundubu Strikers, but it all matters what you use that flip for, what you use your abilities for, and some good defense from the side of Sundubu is going to keep it out for the time being, but ultimately it is a ticking timer here for both teams, as they're just trying to get something going. Bells is very low, might be taken off the map once again, doesn't have any of those prize fighter stacks, and only has 42 stacks, so might be a little dangerous here, as both teams only have one barrier up in this final point.
Both teams only one barrier up, and Bells has been looking quite low this whole point, but is managing to survive for now. Vaughn now trying to punish Shapeshifting with that evade, not managing to get too much, just a little bit of damage as we're going to the bottom side now, as the passes from both teams trying to get something done. A great save from Vaughn, getting it right past Threezy Breezy, who had a good play, but just not quite able to find it. Great save yet again, going to be keeping things out for now. Now the cooldown should be back up for the Vice, and they're managing to clear it yet again. But Shapeshifting and the Sundubu Strikers just keep getting it forward over and over again, and finally does the core hop on the offensive side as both flips actually from Bells, from Grimella, everybody flipping, everybody burning all their energy in order to survive. Grimella needs to be really, really careful on this bottom side, looking incredibly low as Bells trying to do something with the core here, trying to do everything. Vaughn now with that supernova, almost taking out 3Z Breezy, and just everyone seems to be surviving just by the very, very slim margins as you already lose. Seems to be the healthiest one on the pitch, trying to take things into his own hands with these slimes. Now Bells with that power play, gonna be getting every little bit of space for his team. Hungry Like Nephew need to get this barrier on the power play here, and they are going to get it. The Slime's going to be getting the compensation for that. The dash strike going to be going through, but not quite getting the goal of Shapeshifting with a great save. Can he get another one as Grimella is back on the pitch, but is already low yet again as 3Z Breezy with a great little play there, trying to get the flip out of Vaughn, and he manages to do so. Keeping the core onto offense now, but they need to be careful as they do find the KO, and the Vaughn with the teleport forward does find the power chord right past Shapeshifting into the back of his net. Set 5.5 banger game 1, and it's going to be Hungry Like Nephew taking it.
Such an incredibly close game, ended up by Vaughn with that strike, with that primary, just going to be able to push it straight through, and that is exactly what we want to see here. Almost a 30-minute game, perfect set 5.5 to start off the series, and Vaughn with that goal number. That's 7 goals for that goalie of Vaughn, and Vaughn just playing so many different spots, but also down in redirects with You Already Lose. Bell's pretty close behind them as well, and they all played super incredibly. Same thing with Sundubu Strikers. They had a lot of really good team plays. Shapeshifting, not quite as many goals as Vaughn there, but ultimately some really good plays from both teams. And honestly, Vaughn might be the star of the show there with those 7 goals.
It's a bit of a Vaughn show. I mean, I definitely think it was a team effort there, but I think some of the plays wouldn't have been able to happen if it wasn't for Vaughn just making so many goal line saves against a double size at one point, Kazan and Estelle throwing abilities at you left and right. I mean, it's not an easy job there that he had, and he performed it excellently with that 100 saves, which I don't think I've ever seen in my life in like competitive, like professional game, a ranged goalie getting more saves than an Atlas. I don't think I've ever seen that happen unless it's been like a super stomp. And even then, usually the melee goalie gets, racks up a couple of saves on the count. But man, really, really well played from Hungry Like Nephew, who seem to be really finding their form. They definitely look pretty comfortable, even in these risky comps.
Yeah, definitely. I think also we just didn't really see, from the looks of it, the side of Sundubu Strikers. Just they had those characters, they had those opportunities that work really well when you're by yourself. Like that Atlas goalie can hold for millennia if you have the cooldowns, that twin drive. But ultimately, the Estelle and that Kazan, they work well together, but they ultimately didn't work enough together, if I had to say something. I think I want to see Grimella and 3Z kind of forcing that core into the corner, working together with each other a bit more, just to kind of force these goals in through Vaughn, because Vaughn, the vice goalie, is really, really good with those out clears and is able to just send it through you. And we really, I think, in this next game, I want to kind of see Grimella and 3Z maybe working together a little bit more to just kind of force the core straight through that Vaughn goalie.
It's actually one thing I want to add on to is the Grimella and 3Z Breezy being able to work together. When they found those points where they could connect, I feel like the goal happened instantly. It wasn't, they didn't need that many tries in order for it to come through. But I think something that we didn't really talk about too much in this game that actually ran a big spoiler to that was the Juno. I think the Juno Slimes just blow so many abilities out of the midfield on Soon-to-Be Strikers with Grimella, right? Having to use that Piercing Thorns, the Thorns and then the Piercing Shot to actually keep the core forward against these Slimes just made it so much harder for them to link up. And 3Z Breezy kind of left by himself to make these solo plays. And this time around, I think Vaughn kind of won that 1v1 a little bit more than 3Z Breezy did. So well played to him. And I think maybe a Juno pickup, maybe a Juno ban. I think that character is definitely very, very strong, and You Already Lose. Definitely one of his more comfortable midfield picks on this new role now.
Yeah, definitely. As he said, that Juno slime kind of forced Grimella to waste some of his abilities in order to get this core forward. But ultimately, I think that defensive plays, as we've been saying from Vaughn, is really good. And I think I'm very interested in seeing what this draft is going to come out as. Because
Here we go.
ultimately, to begin with, yeah, we're seeing that Clarion test chamber. We're seeing that missile prop and that twin drive. I could see maybe an Atlas ban or something coming out from Hungry Like Nephew, but this should be a really interesting second game because that first one's super close. That set 5.5, and I'm kind of looking forward to maybe seeing if we can get another one of those going in the second game.
Hey, we'll see. Sometimes, my eyes want to see another set 5.5, but my vocal cords do not, as some of these points are a bit crazy, but exciting for the audience. So I'm happy as we're getting into the Clarion now with some pretty interesting starting awakenings. You have the twin drive and the missile prop, both, I guess, pretty polarizing ones where you want to, I guess they can change the game for your character on that pick, right? And you have to kind of choose in between what do you want more, right? That extra damage and length on those projectiles or that extra secondary. It really just depends on the character. We'll have to see as it gets started here anytime soon. I'm expecting maybe an Atlas ban or a pickup. I think that character is extremely strong on this map and is very, very good in the hands of both Vaughn and Shapeshifting for sure. Other than that, the Vice with that missile prop really, really good. I think the Estelle can be pretty good here. I mean, basically a lot of the stuff we saw last game, we might be seeing again here, Potat.
Yeah, I think so. And keep in mind that we do have the Fearless Awakening drafts as well coming out in this week. So that means that Built Different and Super Surge that we saw in the last one isn't going to be here or isn't going to be in the starting draft. And I think they're looking at getting draft started in a minute or two here. But
they're taking their time. That was intense.
Yeah, definitely. I can see where the teams might need a little bit of a second, a little bit of a breather in order to get back in from that previous game. Just get that mental reset going. And we're going to see that Vice ban out from Sundubu Strikers. That Bond Vice was super scary. And with Missile Prop or Twin Drive, that would be really, really powerful for them as well. Hungry Like Nephew as well with that Twin Drive Atlas ban. Shapeshifting was holding it down in the previous game. That's part of the reason why it went to that set 5, goal 5 kind of scenario. And we're also going to see that Juno pickup. So this is some very interesting starting awakenings. And what do you think is all going to kind of happen? How do you think this is going to play out?
Well, if you pay attention here, it's actually interesting that they do deny. It's Sundubu who picks up that Juno, but this is something that I've actually been wanting to see for a little while. Hungry Like Nephew picking up that Drakkar. I'm pretty sure this is actually going Brawler, right? So we have been seeing, I'm not sure how many, I don't know if it's been played yet in nasl, but we've been seeing it in the offseason a little bit with this Drek Brawler on the damage starts. Missile Prop, definitely something that is very, very good for him. Going to be running the Pummelers as well. So Bell's definitely one of his favorite picks recently, and they're going to be pairing it with the Finny just to add a little bit more of that damage. I'm pretty sure that's going to be going goalie, as Vaughn does like that pickup a lot. But for Sundubu here, I'm expecting them maybe to go. I'm not really sure if they want to go more core control-y here. Maybe they could do, they're going to go with the Mako, and then I'm expecting maybe Erasmus, maybe even a Juliet, possibly from Breezy Breezy here. It could really be anything, but definitely going to be more core control versus damage this game.
Yeah, I think the side of Sundubu might be a little bit more defensive of a team, but it's really going to be up to Hungry Like Nephew, maybe playing some more of that damage-based comp. I think we are probably going to be seeing that Drakkar Brawler, as you said, and now it's that Estelle picked up for, I can only imagine it's probably going to be a you already lose, but I mean, either way, the entire team pretty much is relatively interchangeable with these picks here, and I'm looking forward to how this is going to play out. You know, you got that Juno with the Twin Drive, hopefully, just going to be able to jump all over the map, and you got the Mako also probably with I think probably the entire side of Sundubu, now that I'm looking at it, is going to have that Twin Drive, just using those secondaries, running all over the map, and helping their team run all over the map in terms of Shapeshifting's Mako. And then on the other side, I'm looking at more of a missile prop oriented team. You got that Drakkar, always going to love that extra range on those shotguns, and you got that Finny. Honestly, either Awakening could be picked up here, and the Estelle as well. Either Awakening, always love to see either of them, so I'm interested in seeing how this is going to work. I think Hungry Like Nephew definitely is going to be trying to pull a K out of them.
Yeah, definitely. Their comp says shoot them. That's what their comp is titled. I just named it myself. I hope you guys like it. I'm I'm expecting to see mostly missile props on the board, and then I'm not surprised Vaughn going that twin drive on the Finny, the secondary, probably the most important part of her kit, and then it's going to be twin drives across the board on to the Sundubu Strikers. Bit of a battle of concepts here. Core control versus damage feels a little bit of a nostalgia for me here in terms of just kind of how this comp plays out. But definitely not nostalgic is this Drek Brawler, which, I did not miss, but hopefully it's entertaining for us here, Potap.
Definitely. That Drek Brawler can be kind of polarizing in a game, you know. You got more of those range, you can use those projectiles, and that's something that not really many brawlers take much use out of, so that missile prop opens up a whole lot more opportunities for the entire team. But ultimately, some of those opportunities might be going bye-bye, as Bells here is looking very, very low on that health bar, and if Grimella, Shapeshifting, and 3Z are able to get some sort of coordination going, they might be able to take him off the board, but instead here, I'm looking at a Bells that's alive, and both barriers down for that Mako goalie, which is pretty scary here if you're shapeshifting.
Yeah, Mako, especially after that recent change where you're not going to be getting as much mobility while holding that secondary, so your positioning means everything. And a great little play there, actually, from You Already Lose meant that the positioning from shapeshifting was a little bit too high, as a great little shot onto the bottom side secures that first point for Hungry Like Nephew, and just in time, too, as Bells was looking quite low.
Yeah, that health bar looking pretty low, but that gold bar going up as we go along, and I think Bells is going to be trying to work with You Already Lose. We saw in the last game, they had some really good team plays, and honestly, that Penny doesn't need that eject button to basically cover the entire map. And when you can just kind of throw a projectile, throw that ultimate, as you see Vaughn just covering the midline, and all those abilities are going straight up at the entire side of Sundubu Strikers, and I mean that pressure, that play is going to be really what you want to see, as the as 3Z Breezy got knocked off the board, and as that goal just went straight through.
Yeah, goal goes straight through. It seems like Hungry Like Nephew are putting their projectiles to use, I guess is the way to put it here. Getting a lot of KOs, getting a lot of pressure, and finding these goals. You Already Lose probably going to be getting a lot of the goal credit this game, as the Estelle is going to be taking the brunt of the core control, as Bells' whole job is just to provide a lot of pressure onto the other side. But pressure is the name of the game when you're playing the Rasmus, and 3Z Breezy finds the barriers and finds the goal there with a little bit of help from the slime on Grimella's side. So the Sundubu Strikers are definitely not out of this yet as we go to the bouncy house now. Bells on this top side looking a little devious all game, trying to find this pressure, trying to shoot these guys on the Sundubu Strikers, but not too much damage. It's just the missile prop so far, so he's going to have to be looking for maybe a little bit of combo damage with his team here, or off of the Finny debuff when he does go in for these shotguns. You see on the bottom side, the Finny ultimate going to be countered by the Mako ultimate in the bottom corner, and there it is. Bells finds the combo off of one little bit of hit stun, and all he needs is that, because he can get the rest of the knockback to take out 3Z Breezy, and now it's a power play for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, using some of that little extra speed that you get from the pummelers in order to provide a bit more pressure, but shapeshifting on that Mako was able to hold it down, keep the core away from his barrier, and that's really something that you gotta be watching out for, because Bells no longer has that pummeler's extra speed, and that power play kind of went for naught, as the defense is just gonna keep coming out from shapeshifting, and now the kill's gonna come out again. Pummelers once again online, but we're going to see how this is going to turn out for the side of Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, Hungry Like Nephew have that power play, but it's a little bit too late as 3Z Breezy comes right back on the field. But these early power plays are mainly just for getting that experience, getting a little bit of that core control, that map pressure in these games, not quite actually for scoring. As Vaughn with that flip going to be bringing it up close as the barrier falls for shapeshifting, and now he has an open net to defend, but he has the flip to do it, so he's going to be pretty comfortable. Just uses it now to save it. And You Already Lose has that flip available, so shapeshifting needs to be careful. Grimella might need to help him just a little bit and let the offense kind of go to 3Z, who is just getting pelted by this Finny and this Drakkar right now. The Estelle now trying to get in on it too, with these abilities coming back up, but the Rose Warp actually not going to save that barrier. And now Sundubu Strikers might actually find a goal here, and they do. 3Z Breezy with a cheeky little play on the bottom has that secondary, and that's all he needs. Puts it right through and adds a little BM on top.
Yeah, 3Z Breezy has had some really good plays, whether solo or not. He's been able to kind of win these interactions versus Vaughn that we didn't see him able to win in the last one nearly as often. So this is definitely what you want to see here if you are 3Z Breezy and the side of Sundubu Strikers, as is some of those solo plays, but you might have to make some of those solo plays if your teammate Grimella is off the map thanks to Bells, and now Shapeshifting and 3Z are both low, and that's a teammate off the board. This is pretty scary for the side of Sundubu.
Very, very scary for the side of Sundubu. Keep your eye on Bells, who, as I say it, puts it in the top corner. Doesn't even need the KO. I was going to say, all it takes is one shotgun, and Shapeshifting is off the map. But with that open pressure, he just has the whole top side of the net to squeeze right through and get that set win for Hungry Like Nephew, which is really, really important with the kill comp here, is you need these early awakenings to actually propel yourself into this win. Because if they don't, then they're going to get outscaled by the Sundubu Strikers, who, as we're seeing it now, get that team player and might be able to get the size here for the Rasmus as well. Yep, they will. So Sundubu managed to get a couple awakenings. Will it be enough to secure them the set? I'm not too sure, as they do get the spark as well. So they're starting up the scaling early. If they can win this set, I'm actually a little bit worried for Hungry Like Nephew. They might lose this game.
Yeah, definitely. As you say, the side of Sundubu Strikers hasn't really picked awakenings that are going to help them out immediately, but more awakenings that they're going to be able to use to scale into other teams. And then also, you know, that team player going to give a lot more opportunities for just sending the core straight through super fast, as we already see there, Grimella and 3Z have been able to open up that first barrier and open up that first goal barriers. And now it's really up to the side of Sundubu Strikers to kind of close this out.
Yep, Sundubu gonna be trying to get this set here. That will be crucial for them. Propel themselves back into a competitive game here, but Hungry Like Nephew looking to get this last barrier instead, as both are already down for themselves. But the Finny and Vaughn himself, definitely no stranger to these open nets, as we saw last game, but does not even want to pop the flip, as the little slime comes in, wins the strike ward, puts it in the top corner. A lot of pressure for the Sundubu Strikers on that point.
Yeah, Sundubu ultimately were able to get it in, but on the bounce house, on that whatever project it's called, you're going to see a lot more of those kind of interesting plays. You got to play with the bouncy walls rather than against them, and that's exactly what we saw there from the side of Sundubu Strikers. And now we're on the Project Xeno here, is both teams are just trying to maybe use those side barriers to get something going, but what I'm seeing going is you already lose. His health bar is very low, and this could be pretty scary for him with that flip up.
Yeah, and that's actually one avenue kind of out of the kill here, is you have a little bit of damage with the Juno and the Rasmus for sure, and you can put just enough pressure to kind of get one person low, and getting that Estelle low means that it's going to be a lot harder for him to contribute on these offensive plays, and it makes the pressure that the Drakkar is actually getting himself a little bit less valuable. So we'll see if they can actually do that, as the flip on the goal line from 3Z Breezy comes through after the barrier take, and he finds that shot. 3Z and Grimella feels like they're doing a lot better this set at keeping core control and just not losing their entire health bar.
Yeah, that Juno and that Rasmus are just working together, forcing the side of Hungry Like Nephew into bad positions galore, and that's really what they want to be doing. Is now Grimella is that big Juno. The Blavos aren't really going to get changed at all, but ultimately you still want to keep that away from the characters and Bells, and you already lose, keep that extra power away. And the core is going to be saved away for the time being, and now with Rizzi and Grimella having what looks like all their cooldowns available, this is a really bad spot for the side of Hungry Like Nephew, where they only have Vaughn in that gold line, and they haven't been able to get those kills that they really want to see. Oh.
You say it, Caster Curse. Bells finds that KO and that orb are going to be helping him do something with this power play here. They have a couple seconds in order to work with it, but a great save from Shapeshifting, going to be getting it right back to 3Z Breezy, and looking a little scary, but Vaughn gets it handled on the goal line here, as the forwards from Hungry Like Nephew. Bells, you already lose. Trying to get some pressure here. Another orb take here could go anywhere. It's going to be Grimella actually getting that one, which definitely is not too bad for the side of Hungry Like Nephew. If 3Z Breezy got that, it would be very, very scary, but the Juno not quite as bad. A flip on the goal line from Vaughn is making me sweat even. Getting that last second save, keeping things safe, as Hungry Like Nephew feels like they're struggling to actually get it back Shapeshifting this time around. The team player might have something to do with that, as the core just permanently is staying forward whenever they have the chance. Bells needs to find a KO or find some sort of pressure in order to keep things forward for the side of Hungry Like Nephew, but right now it's just all Sundubu.
Yeah, that team player is shooting that core straight all over the map, and that's really something that Shapeshifting is using effectively in order to get it to his teammates. And right there, we're going to see the flip go a bit wide as 3Z Breezy and Shapeshifting still have theirs up, but ultimately, this is a really not a comfortable spot for Vaughn to be in, as you got that big Rasmus right up in your face with that big fish. Unfortunately, no flips wasted for both players on Sundubu Strikers, and it's going to be pretty scary, but now it's... Hungry Like Nephew is looking pretty confident here.
Yeah, looking pretty confident. Get almost the orb. Actually, the orb goes to Grimella, and that pressure allows 3Z Breezy to get the core on the bottom side wide open. Vaughn just did not have any abilities to save that one. And after an incredibly long point with just permanent defense on to Hungry Like Nephew, they managed to not get anything in return. 3-0 for the Sundubu Strikers, and now they're going to be getting a great draft, and this could set them up for the rest of this game. Look at the sparks, look at the spark of leadership, look at all of this as the bulk up comes through for Rasmus. This is going to get scary.
Yeah, I'm talking just a bit too soon on all of these callouts, but the callouts don't matter. If you're going to see that 3Z Breezy pick up bulk up, that's going to be more damage scaling with that big fish. Thanks to that extra stagger on ya, and Vaughn is forced to block away that spark of strength. Don't want the other team getting more damage when that's your entire team's comp, and Bells is going to get that Might of the Colossus. Not too terrible on the character, bit more size, bit more damage here for you, but I think honestly, this is exactly what we were talking about when we say that the side of Sundubu Strikers wants to scale, wants to come back in this next set and take these awakenings that are going to be useful to them and kind of keep scaling with that, like that bulk up, as I said earlier.
Yeah, and scaling is going to be stunted for now, as Vaughn does deny that spark, so going to be helping a little bit. Not let the spark of leadership get too out of control here, as Spell's getting that extra bit of damage. We might see a little bit of a KO here at some point, but it's not actually going to matter, as he finds a great little hit stun onto Shapeshifting, which allows him to get that last barrier. Shape now has that flip for the open goal, so he's not too worried. It's a great save on the other side from Hungry Like Nephew. Going to be saving their barrier for now, as the Juno just doing so much for this core control. And the double KO here, both brawlers finding a little piece of something as the midfielders are down. Shapeshifting now with that flip, going to be not be getting much, but saving the goal for now. But with Finny running straight up with that ultimate, the Shape has nothing to save it. So it just goes straight in. A great play from Hungry Like Nephew to take advantage of the power play. And now it's 1-0. They were looking for a resurgence here.
Yeah, not a whole lot you could do there, as Vaughn just felt very comfortable in running up and getting that goal straight in the net, and that's really what they want to be doing here. Is Grimella and 3Z are trying to run it up. They got taken out in the last point, and Bells now has that flip, might be able to get some good kills, get something going. Is right there. We're gonna see Shapeshifting on the Mako taken out, and this is looking very, very comfortable for that side of Hungry Like Nephew.
Hungry Like Nephew does have that power play, and they're trying to find the goal here, but great saves from Grimella over and over again on the goal line, but it's one too many. Third time's the charm for Hungry Like Nephew. One shotgun's all it takes to get it through, and a great little attempt there, but it's not quite enough, as they will be going up 2-0 as we now get onto the one map where I feel like Sundubu have a very, very clear advantage. The Juno definitely very, very strong at keeping things forward, with the center being clogged up by that middle expanse there. As the first barrier does go down for Hungry Like Nephew. Sundubu looking for that KO here, and they actually almost find two, but 3Z Breezy with those Rasmus nerfs, that might have actually been the difference maker of getting the double KO there and not. Either way, Bell's going to be looking incredibly low here. Shape trying to keep the bully, keep the pressure, and he's going to find the kill on the Drakkar, and now it's a power play for the Sundubu Strikers, who have that flip in the corner, and they're not even going to need it as 3Z Breezy comes in for that last strike. Vaughn now has that core flip. He's not going to want to waste it. He's going to want to save it until he knows it's just the right moment, as the power play does, and the Sundubu Strikers now need to be careful, as Bell's trying to take 3Z Breezy off the pitch, but an orb's going to be keeping him topped off for now, as already lose with that piercing shot looking for something, but great saves from Grimilla and Shapeshifting all around. Going to be keeping things nice and safe. Bell's up to no good on the Drakkar, but he's not going to quite able to find anything. As a little bit of a time freeze there, not quite sure what happened there, but nothing's going to happen from it. As you already lose, getting so many attempts on this goal barrier, but there's not really much coming from it. As a great little play there from 3Z Breezy, as the core comes right back from Shapeshifting, right with a little bit of a desk touch there, hit stunning the already lose and putting it on the top side. 3Z Breezy gets that point, stopping the goal streak for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, there's so much pressure coming in on that goal line from the side of Hungry Like Nephew, but ultimately Shapeshifting just didn't let those barriers go down, and with 3Z Breezy had that hookup, had that death touch, and was able to just push it just right through, and that's really what they want to be doing is now Soon-to-Be Strikers won that set, or won that point, are looking a lot more comfortable here, just moving along. Shapeshifting is forced to use that burst, but ultimately Core is going to go away from the side of Soon-to-Be Strikers, and they really just want to be able to close out this set, maybe get some more points on the board for themselves.
Trying to get another point here in that first or second barrier is going to be helping a lot as they do get the open goal. And with the Juno and the Mako, I feel like this is definitely their map to take. 3Z Breezy now trying to find the angle here and almost has the core flip, but he's not quite going to get it quite yet as you already lose. And Bells, the forwards on Hungry Like Nephew, have those core flips available. They're looking for just any opportunity to use them. Bells now might use it in the corner. He gets the barrier and he looks for goal, but he just can't find it as you already lose. Even with the second flip, not going to be able to follow through. And 3Z Breezy, just with the rebound, manages to find everything with the primary. It seems like it's getting the better of Vaughn this time around. His last game, he definitely wasn't, so he's getting his revenge.
Yeah, in that last game, we saw that 3Z Breezy just didn't have quite as much pressure as he needed in order to get those solo plays going, but at some point in this game, we're seeing Grimella and Shapeshifting just covering the entire back line, not letting that core go through, and 3Z Breezy has been able to get those solo plays, get the 1v1s, and just push it straight through Vaughn, whether on a weird clear or something like that, but 3Z Breezy now is getting a bit attacked for that last goal, maybe a bit of revenge that we're seeing here.
Yeah, putting a little bit of pressure onto 3Z might actually help out Hungry Like Nephew a lot, as he does have a bit of stagger, but he doesn't have a really good way to heal as the KO comes through on both sides now. It's going to be a power play for both sides, but Bells does have that orb. He does have that size. He does take both barriers here on the power play, and Vaughn and Bells still holding on to one themselves, but a great play from 3Z Breezy. The pendulum swing going to be claiming that last one, and it's even all across the board here as the slimes come through. 3Z Breezy pops the secondary, but he's not quite able to find the goal. It's going to be open on both sides here. Vaughn needs to be careful, and they do actually get the shotgun. They do get the KO onto Grimella, and the goal coming through from Bells, getting that second set win, and they're finally going to get it back and get their first pick in the draft here. Bells, a very important one too. They do still have heavy impact. They do still have sparks here, and no heavy impact, but there is a hot shot. There is a spark. This actually might be a really, really scary draft for Hungry Like Nephew. Lots of good things for the Juno to take.
Yeah, Juno's basically guaranteed something you want. You got that hot shot, you got that spark of agility, and looks like Ramella is going to be able to pick up that spark of agility. That's more speed for your entire team. However, I am looking at that glass cannon picked up for Vaughn. That's a lot more size, a lot more damage that you're going to be able to maybe dump into the other team. However, I think that might be neutralized just a little bit by that recovery drone here for 3Z Breezy, because we've already seen Vaughn have a little bit of trouble getting it past that massive Rasmus just right up in your face, and with 3Z having more size and also having that awakening that lets them stay alive a bit longer, this could be pretty scary for Vaughn, because even with that little extra speed from Glass Cannon, you still have a Rasmus up in your face, a bigger Rasmus at that.
Yeah, definitely a bigger Rasmus, and a more quick Rasmus, I guess, too, with that spark of leadership, spark of agility on Grimella, giving Rasmus just a little bit more of that speed. Going to help out in maybe some of these situations here, as things seem to be in Hungry Like Nephew's favor here so far in this point. They're definitely getting a lot of pressure, but Bells needs to be careful as he's going to get taken off the pitch. If he's not, the Death Touch might be coming through here. 3Z Breezy hunting this KO, and he finds it as Vaughn running forward to try to take some of the pressure off of the team. But finally it does come back to their goal barrier as they're trying to defend it for dear life here. Vaughn does have that core flip. They might use it, but two goalies are better than one, and they're managing to defend until Bells comes back online. So well played to Hungry Like Nephew to keep things going there on the power play and just keep their barrier alive. 3Z now trying to get the barrier regardless on the other side of the pitch. Not quite able to find it. Great little flip coming through from Vaughn to save things. A flip from Shapeshifting now to save things. And we are even. Both brawlers looking for something, but not quite able to find it as the goalies are holding it down for now. 3Z, though, does have that flip. Grimella has that flip as well, so they are going to have a good attempt here on the flip on the corner, and they will get it. The Slime's going to be getting the job done, and 3Z Breezy has that flip on the goal line here, and they gets the KO. He might not even need the flip as they are looking for the goal. It's going to be a power play for the Soon-to-Be Strikers, and all they need is the team player speed to put it right through Bells, and you already lose. And they're securing that first point.
That massive Rasmus just right up in your face. Finally got the best of Vaughn as Vaughn got knocked back into the net. Slapped, as I like to say, with that pendulum swing, and that team player just let the core go Mach speed straight into the net of Hungry Like Nephew. But on the other side, we're seeing some great team plays from Hungry Like Nephew, able to open up both barriers for the side of Sundubu Strikers. And with You Already Lose kind of walking up with that flip, this could be pretty scary of a situation for the side of Sundubu to play against.
And there it is. You get the KO and the goal on Hungry Like Nephew. Vaughn with that primary going to actually be getting things, rocketing the core forward rather. And Bells with that shotgun going to be taking the KOs over and over again. Grun, it definitely needs to be careful when they shove the core in the corner like that. 1 or 2 shotguns going to be taking them off the pitch completely. But as they get into this new point, 1-1. Hungry Like Nephew on their series set here, and maybe on the series point if they can get this goal, but the Bells getting both barriers here, getting these strike war wins as well, but Shapeshifting holding for as long as possible, still has that flip, so he's not too scared, but he needs to be careful. They need to win this set. Sundubu Strikers are trying to stay alive as long as possible. A great little blink from You Already Lose, trying to find the goal. Bells trying to find the goal. The shotgun with the strike, not going to be able to do much, but it almost takes Grimella off the pitch, and now he needs to be careful as Shapeshifting has nothing to save him. Going to go ahead.
Yeah, this is where it's going to be pretty scary for the side of Sundubu Strikers. As if the other team gets one more point, they're 1 point away from knocking you down into that 1-1 scenario, and ultimately you really don't want to be seeing that if you're 3Z Breezy, but that massive 3Z Breezy up in your face is going to be looking pretty staggered. Pretty low there is some really good defense from the side of Hungry Like Nephew. It just isn't quite enough to keep it away for now. And this is flips gone, health low for everybody, basically.
Everybody basically as Grimella now going in to the poison here on the top side, but managing to jump out of it. Everybody's looking pretty low here. Bell's trying to find a KO before he gets removed from the pitch. 3Z Breezy trying to remove him from said pitch, but he's not quite able to do it, and he needs to go evade. And Shapeshifting actually is not quite there in time on the shot. Well, very, very well timed and well placed from Bells, who put them on to not only set point, but series point if they win this game.
A great shot placement from Bells coming out there, and that's exactly what they want to be doing. Is Bells doesn't have any more energy up, but You Already Lose and Vaughn have it in the meantime.
Almost there in the corner. You're Hungry Like Nephew trying to end it right here, and they cannot find it. It's a great save from Grimella, and Shapeshifting going to be denying that offensive play, but they still need to break that one last barrier, and they still need to score before anything. And a great little play from Bells, and Vaughn almost get the goal there, but Shapeshifting just narrowly saving it by the skin of his teeth, trying to keep it on the goal line here. The secondary going to be popping from the Mako now, trying to give his forwards the tools they need in order to get this barrier, but the Hungry Like Nephew squad is just holding everything. On to You Already Lose. You Already Lose trying to find Bells in the corner. Shotgun going to be denying things for now, and a great flip from Shapeshifting going to be keeping things going for now. Hungry Like Nephew is just all offense, and they're going to find this goal sooner or later, and there it is. Bells with just a simple strike war win, going to be putting it in, and they're going to be securing the clean 2-0 against Sundubu.
The speed was just a little bit too much for that Mako, who's kind of a sitting duck in the net if the core's going that fast, and ultimately Hungry Like Nephew, definitely not Sad Boys, have managed to close out this series, win that series 2-0 over the Sundubu Strikers. That first game looked really close, and then that second game, Hungry Like Nephew just took off with it. They lost that one set to the side of Sundubu with that 3-0, and then they just didn't lose after that, really. They just kept going, and ultimately Hungry Like Nephew is going to take this series and go up 2-0 in this season.
Yeah, going an early 2-0 when I think you heard, a lot of the members of them thinking they might be a bit of a slow start as, letting You Already Lose kind of convert to that midfield role fully, but they're looking pretty strong here as they take out two teams that are looking pretty scary in PPL and Sundubu, which definitely going to be a sigh of relief if you are Hungry Like Nephew. Just getting these wins where you can early on is helping you out a ton, so well played to Hungry Like Nephew. It's still so weird to say, but it is a funny one. I just want to say Sad Boys so bad, but I can't because it's not Sad Boys. It is Hungry Like Nephew, and we are seeing the bit of a change of play style, the bit of kind of, I guess, their philosophy on how to play with the slight change in positions, and it's been really a treat to watch.
Yeah, definitely. We're kind of getting a new light shed on the different teams, the different groups, and Vaughn swapping with You Already Lose in order to kind of show a different play style, show a different way of playing the game. Now, both of them are very, very strong at those range goalies, but ultimately, we saw Vaughn and You Already Lose and Bells working so well together in order to just get these goals going, and Vaughn feeling really comfortable, able to just run forward, maybe swap with You Already Lose in some of those situations, and I really liked what I saw from both teams there, but ultimately, Hungry Like Nephew gonna pull up and win this series 2-0.
Yep, taking the 2-0, and that's going to be the series, but we still have another one coming up very, very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to the North American Strikers League. I'm Borg, still joined by Potat, and we're now for our second series with the Bozo Bunch. Completely reformed, new roster. Only one who stayed is Dropletto against Wee's Little Bees, the best team in nasl, some are saying. We'll have to see if they can back that statement. Potat, how you doing still, and are you excited for this game?
I mean, hey, we're still looking good. Last series was a heater, and this series as well is looking to be pretty strong. As you know, or may not know, Wee's Little Bees did end up 6-0ing Demons Raw, the first group to do so, I think, in a regular season. And it doesn't matter if it was Fudgy Waffles and Sedekai Noob or whatever. People try to debunk it. Nah, Wee's Little Bees got that 6-0 onto Demons Raw in the last week. So they're looking to be a really strong team coming into this beginning of the season. And we saw Bozo Bunch reformed, as you said. Merchant now in that gold box instead of Obscure Breads. And you got Streak in the midfield swapping over from the gold box as well. In exchange for Eyes. So I'm interested in seeing how this is all going to play out. All these players, have that experience, know what they're doing. So I'm interested in seeing how this game's going to play out. And this is looking to be a pretty good match.
Yeah, and if we're taking a look at the draft here, we are on Atlas Lab, first map yet again for the second series in a row here. It's going to be a Fight or Flight Stinger start. And if you look at the comps on both sides, everybody except Dropletto actually is going to be running the Fight or Flight drop on that Zentara, going to be going for the Stinger. Merchant on that comfortable Luna, and Streak on the Now. Whereas on the other side, we're going to see a little bit more core control with Wee going to be on the patented X with the Kai midfield backed up by that Juno goalie. So this is going to be pretty interesting little exchange. I have a feeling it's going to be a very explosive game as we have the Zentara, we have the Juno, we have the Luna to fly in. And we'll have to see if things get taken here, as the first goal barrier does get taken off fairly early, and the second one follows shortly after as Wee finds that one. He almost goes for the strike war, but Merchant gets a great strike war win, but he can't do it 2 times in a row because the Giga Blast is there to knock him back into his own net, and Wee's Little Bees with a commanding first point.
Yeah, a really good play from the side of Wee's Little Bees, just forcing that core all up into Merchant's face on that Luna. And as you know, the Luna just as a character doesn't do a great job of holding it down. You really have to practice those strikes. You gotta place those strikes really effectively. And against that X, it's gonna be pretty hard to when he's up standing in your face and just blocking all your abilities. But for the time being, Merchant has been doing a great job. And even though that first goal went in, the side of Bozo Bunch is looking still pretty comfortable.
Yeah, looking still comfortable. Streak going to be getting a little bit of pressure dealt to him, but he manages to dodge a lot of that utility and actually runs forward with that core flip and finds the shot. Not really much that Wee's Little Bees could do. And a great little counterplay from Streak, dodging that X primary and just running forward for that power play. Going to be setting his team up for success here as they go on to the third point. Dropletto taking a big chunk of damage early and now is looking very scared, as the X Maximus might be looking to take him out soon, but Drop does a great job of evading everything he needs to. Carmine with that flip is going to look to move in here, but Zaxmack actually takes the midfield role here for a time being and tries to keep the core forward with the Slimes as much as possible. And now Carmine with the flip doesn't really get anything for it, as Streak has that proximity drone to keep it out. But a great little KO there actually on the Merchant from Wee, going to be giving a power play to his team, but shortly after getting taken out for himself. At least the Wee's Little Bees get that barrier compensation for now, and they get back their goalie in Merchant for the time being. So Wee coming back online as well. The power play going to be giving Wee's Little Bees an open barrier, while the Bozo Bunch not going to be getting too much quite yet.
Yeah, and now it's all up to the side of Wee's Little Bees. They have their barrier up. We're going to be able to see if we, just right there with that primary, or with that bull rush into the strike, is going to be able to redirect it into the goal just like that. Some really good defense we're seeing coming from Zaxmack, as some may know, role swapped in between seasons as well. Just like Vaughn here, we got all the role swappers in this block, and really good defense, as I was saying, just right onto the other team, the team side of Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, Bozo Bunch struggling with the defense. When you have Merchant on your team, it's definitely no surprise you're going to be a powerhouse offense, and you're going to have to put in a little extra work on the defense with the characters that he plays, especially on the Luna. I would know that incredibly well if you're playing with him for the entire offseason. but the plus is that you get that amazing KO and that amazing goal potential. They find the KO early onto the X, and now they have that power play to play with, but they need to be careful because they do have an open goal barrier, and Zaxmac does have that flip to clear it out straight to Carmine if need be, kind of keeping Merchant in check, kind of in his own goal box for now. Dropletto now with the Stinger, trying to keep damage onto Carmine as much as possible, and Carmine looking for the KO with that Giga Blast, but not quite going to find it, but the X Maximus does, as he takes away Dropletto off of the pitch. Now Merchant needs to find a clear here, and he does, away from Zaxmac's flip, and he has to use a flip of zone for the slime. They need to be careful now. Streak with the clear, going to be taking it out for now, but the Bozo Bunch need to be careful, but they find a KO onto Wee, who tries to find the KO onto Merchant. Everything is going crazy here on this nasl day. The Bozo Bunch are in a commanding lead yet again, but they just cannot find this goal. Zaxmac is holding it down over and over again, and Wee finally respawns for now. Carmine now going down. It's another power play for the Bozo Bunch, who are just finding so much core control, so much presence, but they need to get this goal, or else it will be for nothing, and they do, as Dropletto gets the hit stun onto Zaxmac from behind, and the core rolls in from Streak.
KOs fly in left and right thanks to that Luna and that Zentaro, and that now as well from the side of Bozo Bunch, all working together to knock everybody off the map, and that's exactly what you're going to see here. If you're the Bozo Bunch, you're playing more of that damage comp, and if that X is off the board, that's not very much of a brawler that's all going to be standing up on you. And great job as well here coming out from the side of Bozo Bunch, just forcing things forward.
Forcing things forward, getting both barriers, and that's what you get when you have Merchant on your team. You have that Luna forward to fly in and secure everything that you can't secure yourself, as Dropletto and Merchant work together to get both goal barriers. Not quite able to find the goal, as a great stop from Zaxmac on the goal line manages to keep it safe for now, and they do find the KO now. Dropletto with the credit on the flip, going to be taking out Carmine, who some say the star of Wee's Little Bees here. Going to be tough without him, as the power play needs to be held by Zaxmac and Wee. They're doing a great job so far, and they managed to hold, showing they can do it without him. Carmine now back online, going to be giving Wee's Little Bees a little bit more firing power and a little more core control with that Giga Blast, taking out Merchant actually, and getting the power play back again for Wee's Little Bees, who now on the other side are trying to find the goal here. Wee looking for the hit stun, looking for everything he can, but Streak used to be a goalie himself, and he's showing why he was. Does a great job to hold it in time for Merchant to come back to fly in and get that goal onto the top side. Set win for the Bozo Bunch. Going to be securing them that first pick.
That entire set looks so, or that entire point looks so powerful on the side of Wee's Little Bees, but ultimately Merchant was able to get that respawn and came right out with that boost to just knock the core straight into the net off of a little fly ball, and we're gonna see Bozo Bunch rewarded with that first pick here. We're gonna get explosive entrance locked onto Dropletto, that twin drive locked onto the now for Streak as well. This could be pretty big here. You got that extra dash range, you got that extra secondary more heals coming out from Streak, and honestly, that big fish isn't gonna matter too much since that Deadeye got taken away, but I think both teams got a really good draft here. We got that Adrenaline Rush, has been catching a lot of stray kills here. Carmine with that Kai is going to be able to get some more of that damage, and KOs are flying already, and all sorts of damage and stuff is coming out from that draft.
We getting that Adrenaline Rush proc off right after he gets it in the draft, so definitely seeing the value, but not quite able to get both the barriers here on the power play. Great stop from Merchant here on the other end to keep things safe for now. Looks like the Bozo Bunch are going to try to slow things down as much as they can with this core. Dropletto, with that Dash Awakening on the last draft, going to be giving him a lot more tools to play with as a Zentaro here. We trying to find another KO, but not quite going to be able to get it, as Streak gets a great evade to keep things safe for now. Merchant with the ultimate and with the strike, going to be getting things opened up for their team, as both goal barriers now for Wee's Little Bees are open. Streak now needs to be careful. He might get taken off the pitch, but no, it's actually going to be Carmine getting taken off the pitch, but Streak does end up going down, and the Adrenaline Rush from Wee going to be working out here, but Dropletto with a great ultimate, a great Oni's Blade, going to be getting the strike reset onto the bottom side, allowing him to get that goal. So great job from Dropletto to recognize that he needs to score now.
Yeah, Dropletto catching that core, catching the Blabo off guard, using that special and just forcing the core into the net. Even with the teammate off the board, the KOs here are going to be really powerful. I think it's going to be who can get those KOs first, and if not who can get the first KO, who is going to be able to use these kills and these power plays to their full potential. As we saw in the last point, ultimately it was Bozobunch that was able to close that one out on the power play, but we has been getting a lot of these stray kills, a lot of really good bull rush into X Maximuses, and these kind of spots are where you really want to be paying attention. And just like that, they didn't even need the kill and they got it straight through.
They got it straight through. Merchant, not really any abilities to play on the defense there. We, with a great shot placement, going to be getting that goal, tying it up at 1-1. As you were saying, these KOs, I feel like, are definitely going to make this series, at least this first game, as we finding so much space with this X Maximus now getting that second barrier and might actually get the goal here. And a great pass up to Carmine, separating up the defense there, completely splitting them in half and getting it right through with the shot. Well done to Weasel Bees finding that little play.
Yeah, I think Weasel Bees is doing a really, really good job of just working together and kind of pushing the other team into a position that they can't handle. Because Zaxmac, with that Juno, has a lot more liberty in just going up and playing a lot more of that offensive playstyle and just helping out the teammates.
Helping out the teammates is Merchant now on the other end, getting that core forward and allowing Dropletto to get the free shot of his life on the bottom side. These points are going quick, Potet, so we're going to have to keep up here as this 5th point of this second set is starting. Shriek now has that core flip, so they need to watch out. They might look for a little play here, but no, has to use it on defense because of a little bit of an unfortunate bounce, rather, on the defensive side for Merchant. Bozobunch now needed to get out of this corner, but Wee is hunting for that X Maximus. I can feel it. He's waiting for the opportunity to go forward, and there it is with the primary going to be taking out Streak and getting that adrenaline rush on the board, allowing them to get that power play. Now they're looking for the second barrier here. The barrage going to be doing everything it can, but a great flip from Merchant, going to be digging it out for now, but there's only so much you can do, and actually that's going to be clearing it for now. Merchant with the extra size and Dropletto with a little bit of help, going to be clearing it completely from that power play. So well played to Bozobunch to clearing it there and getting their team just a chance to win this set. Carmine now taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful as Dropletto is looking for the KO, but not quite able to find the rush as both health bars running low. Carmine, no barrage. Dropletto now getting healed by Streak, going to be helping a ton and getting that orb as well. He is not actually staggered. That is the bug coming in, so needs to be careful. A great little flick from Dropletto, not quite going to be able to find the barrier. Zaxmac is covering absolutely everything and has been playing pretty good defense the last couple points as well for the Weasel Bees, and that's all the time that Carmine needs to put it in the top corner after a great dribble on the top side. Merchant just had nothing to cover that.
A very intense situation there, but ultimately, with that second 0.5 of the 2 sets that we've seen, we're going to see Weasel Bees have been able to close this one out, and now we see some pretty strong awakenings on the board. It looks like we are going to see that recovery drone coming out for Wee, that more size, more damage, not more damage, but more cooldowns with that adrenaline rush scaling, and you're gonna have a big Wii just right in your face. As well, you also got Streak with that now, having more range on those cooldowns, more primary, more speed. So that's gonna be pretty big here. And Cast Less as well for Carmine coming out is gonna let you have that speed for just a little bit longer. That blazing pace is going to last for a decent while for you.
There's one thing, though, that we didn't manage to talk about is actually the hot shot coming in for Merchant, which gets both the goal barriers right off the bat, but Wee actually comes in with the help, I believe, of a Giga Blast, managing to get that KO, putting them in a great position to get both barriers, which they do. Now they need to be careful as the core is going right past them as Zaxmac, the great little play, jumps forward, abandons his goal, puts all on the line, and manages to find that goal, pushing it straight through Merchant and Streak.
As you said earlier, those cores are flying into the net. These
there
points
it is
are
again.
going so fast, and already off the kickoff, we're going to see that first barrier go down, but that Sowboys angle going to prevent the second. And right now, it's all up to these teams. These core is going insanely fast. The goals are just flying, and these kills are really what you want to see here, because with these fast goals that we recovery drone really just taken out, all of this speed, so much happening in just a short amount of time. These teams are really going flying.
Teams going flying, people going flying left and right, barriers going flying as they both go down now for Weasel Bees. They need to be careful as there's an open net, but Zaxmac is getting taken incredibly low by the Stinger Zentaro, so needs to be careful. Wee buying enough time and space with the adrenaline rush threat there on the X Maximus, going to be getting that last barrier for the Weasel Bees, who managed to turn some things around here as Dropletto tries to find the KO into Carmine, but Carmine is just not going down yet as Streak and Merchant kind of playing double goalie now for just a little bit. Keeping things safe is Zaxmac as well. Merchant now on the top side with Dropletto, going to be getting it right through as Zaxmac just has no abilities to hit it back through. And a great little play from the goalie in the forward on the side of Bozo Bunch, tying it up at 1-1.
A really good play from Dropletto and Merchant, just working together, getting the core straight through that Zaxmac without any abilities up, as you said. And this is really what they want to be doing here, is if they can just force the other team into a bad spot, if the Weasel Beast has been doing a really good job of just forcing this core forward, but if that core is forward, then you don't have anyone back.
Don't have anyone back, and Merchant needs to be careful with that this game, but has definitely been doing a pretty good job so far. After all, it is really hard to just stand on top of the X all game, so I would understand it if he wants to get out of there very soon and often. In this game, the hotshot helping him keep the core forward as well. Streak kind of playing a bit more goalie and defensive this game just to keep things safe. Dropletto now keeping the core forward as long as possible, but it's so hard to do when you have a Juno Slime in your face every couple seconds. Streak now with great dribble off the middle, keeping things forward for now. Zaxback might have to blow the flip very soon, but a great little defensive play from Carmine allowing him to keep that there for now. And a great Slime actually taking off Merchant from the field, and a great flip from Dropletto almost getting the goal, but Zaxback answers with a flip of his own, and it's going to be a small little power play for the Bees, getting that last barrier, but they might get the goal as well. Merchant does come back online, but they do still have core control. They do still have a chance, but a great play from Dropletto with the ultimate into the passive slash from the Zentaro, putting it in the top side, and the Weasel Bees try all they might, but the Bozo Bunch are standing on top.
Incredible play from Dropletto there. I thought that would have been going out, but that passive just ended up pushing that core straight through in a situation that I did not expect. But Zaxmac has been doing a really good job so far of just being where he wants to be, even though the character isn't there. And ultimately, when you're not there, though, that leaves some opportunities to mess up, and that core just went straight through. In the end, they're losing that passive from Dropletto, but that's what you really want to be not seeing if you are Weasel Bees.
Yeah, Weasel Bees need to be careful, and there we go. We're seeing it again. These cores are just flying around. It's really hard to keep track of them, especially when you don't have the abilities for it. Merchant now flying forward, trying to get the goal, but not quite able to find it, as a great Luna ultimate going to be getting some evades through, so Carmine now might need to be a little bit careful as Dropletto looking, always hunting for that KO. Almost gets the goal, but a great save from Zaxmac on the other side. Going to be saving things for now. Merchant now with a great play of his own against Wee, who is out of abilities. Not going to be able to find too much now, and has been losing a lot of the strike wars too against Merchant. Merchant been doing kind of God's work, as much as you'd expect a Luna to do against the X, and I suspect a lot of that is actually due to the size on to the Luna, just allowing the strike range to be a little bit easier to go for against this X in your face. So lots of plays coming through from both sides here. Dropletto not quite able to find the goal here off that flip earlier, and the core going very dangerously close to the back of the net on the side of the Bozo Bunch, but another great save from Merchant on the goal line. We're just seeing it over and over again. An attempt from Dropletto into an attempt from Wee. Which team's going to crack first, as we see a pass from Streak with that flip going over to Dropletto, but it's going to be the Giga Blast that actually breaks the stalemate, putting it in the top corner, and there's not really much Merchant can do when you're just getting sat on by an X.
Yeah, that core went kind of Mach speed there, all flying all over the map. Just like that, and Wee has been doing a really good job of just trying to keep the core forward, but ultimately that size, that big fish, as you mentioned just a little bit earlier, onto that Luna from Merchant is going to be really, really useful in terms of an X that's just standing right in your face. He's going to have far fewer opportunities if you're Wee, and those strikes are super important with the character like Luna, so that little bit of exercise has been coming in so useful, and I'm excited to see how it's going to help out in the meantime.
How it will help out throughout the match, we will have to see, but right now both the barriers are gone, so Merchant needs to be careful, and he's getting bull rushed into the back of his own net, and there's nothing that he can do about it. Carmine and Zaxmac pave the way for Wee to secure that KO, and Carmine gets the goal credit to secure this third set. In a very, very close one, I might add, and now they're going to get rewarded. They have the team player, they have the spark of leadership, they have all the choices in the world. What are they going to do here?
Yeah, it looks like we might be getting... I don't know what Zack Smack wants. However, we're going to see a team player picked up for Merchants Luna. That's going to be a lot more core speed for you going all over the map. And we're also going to see Monumentalist picked up from Zack Smack now to block off streaks now. Monumentalist now was nerfed a whole lot, but ultimately that Monumentalist Awakening is still super powerful on her. And then also on the same side, actually, we're going to be able to see Carmine with that Reptile Remedy has more stagger scaling as well with that bulk up. So this could be pretty interesting to see how he uses this, because now it's going to be a lot harder. That Kai is kind of like a brick wall in terms of health, and so it might be pretty difficult to kill just like that.
Yeah, Carmine, all the health in the world, gonna be able to survive and basically play his game as much as possible. Always nice when you're playing Kai and you don't really have to worry about getting KO'd too much. But Dropletto does have a lot of damage, and there is still a Luna, so you have to still respect it overall. But it seems like they're changing targets here. Wii going to be staggered immediately, has to run all the way back for the orb. And now the Bozo Bunch have a little bit of space to play with here. Streak now bringing it up to that top corner. Dropletto just waiting for abilities in order to do something here. But a great play from Wii, keeping that core forward as much as possible. But they're going to clear it for now. As Merchant actually goes down another Giga Blast. I mean, Carmine just has the craziest Giga Blast I've ever seen in my life. I mean, some shades of Vaughn here on... shades of Prime Vaughn with these Giga Blasts here on the Kai. Doing so well, allowing the KO, allowing that last barrier to go through. And now that the power play is over, Carmine has the flip in order to secure this goal. And there it is. Finds the pass on the Wii, who finds the top angle in return for that pass. So great, almost a great save from Merchant there, but it's not going to quite be there in time as Weasel Bees are starting to take away with this game.
Carmine is taking up such a massive presence in this game. It feels like he's not really the size of a bee, but maybe like a human-sized bee, if I had to say, because Carmine has been doing a really good job, as you said, with those ultimates, with those Giga Blasts, just forcing the core, forcing the other team, into the walls, and just like that. And this is really what you want to see here if you are Carmine, getting those kills, getting your team some kills, especially with all of that extra damage that you're going to get from that bulk up. And you really want to be doing that if you're Carmine.
Yeah, you definitely want to be getting these kills with the Giga Blast, but those are really, really difficult to get over and over again. And he's doing great on the core controls, so Carmine trying to lead his team to victory here. Zaxmack kind of been quietly helping out from the back as well. These Slimes definitely getting a lot of utility out of Streak and making Merchant's life way harder as well. So well played to him, and we just being a menace right now, as we can see these bull rushes and these X Maximus is almost getting these KOs over and over again. And with the Adrenaline Rush, it's been a threat all game. We're just waiting for Bozo Bunch, see if they have anything in them to get out of this defensive stalemate here. It feels like the flip from Merchant going to be getting things for now, but it seems like Bozo Bunch just cannot find the core control they need actually to get out of here. It seems like it's just the Carmine show, and with the core over and over again. Dropletto, though, does have the flip here, and he might be able to find something if he can get to the corner. And there we go. We find the barrier, and we find the primary with the flip, and that's what we needed. That's what we said for the Bozo Bunch to come back in this game. It's 1-1 now in the fourth set, with Dropletto getting that goal credit.
Both of the brawlers had their flips up for so long, and it just provided so much pressure, and it kind of scared off the goalies. You know, it made it a lot more difficult for them to defend, because you got that flip right in your face, and ultimately that's what ended up helping Dropletto get that goal into the net. And now we're gonna see the energy has been super strong from both of these sides, but it's really gonna be up to seeing what Carmine and we can do with these, because we already saw Dropletto get that flip going, but now Carmine has that flip up, and I'm interested in seeing how this is gonna turn out.
Oh, there we go. We're seeing it right there. Carmine having to use it for defense, trying to keep things forward as much as they can for now. They are getting a lot of the core control this game overall, and a little play from Dropletto. They're actually almost with the primary, getting that last barrier, but Zaxmack getting back to it on time. The momentum boots and all the speed from the Juno going to be helping out 100%. And I can't believe Bozo Bunch are actually saving this, forcing out the flip from Wii, and actually saving the flip as well, and saving it again, third time's the charm. It does not even matter. They're saving everything. Merchant just spacing everything he needs to do, and Streak helping him out just enough to keep this core out of that barrier, which had no business being still up. Another great save from Merchant, keeping it from the bottom side there. Dropletto now taking advantage of the core, going to be getting that last barrier for himself. Streak with a little bit of an off dribble there, almost giving it away. But a great play yet again from Dropletto, the primary down to speed up the core, and then uses that momentum to put it in the top side. Well played to Dropletto, puts his team up 2-1, and now is giving them a chance to win this 4th set.
So Lunch played kind of insane there. They just didn't let that core open up their bottom barrier, and Streak with that goalie blood was super effective as well in that defensive line, just helping out Merchant, keeping the barrier alive. And right now they do lose the barrier, but ultimately that Zaxmac taken off, that's that recovery drone taken out, and Bozo Bunch is looking super comfortable here in this point as both barriers go down for the side of Weasel Little Bees.
Yeah, Weasel Little Bees need to be careful here. They are back on the field here, but I think Bozo Bunch might have found a bit of a strategy in order to beat them. Zaxmac has a normal amount of health. Dropletto does have the damage to KO him, and with Wee's recovery drone going down as well, they can look for these KOs, and there it is. Dropletto finds that KO onto Wee and getting them a little bit of a power play here on the bottom side. Merchant now bringing the core up with Streak. Great pass to Dropletto, who wins the strike war on to the top side, and they are going to secure this set. It is going to be a set 5 game Bozo Bunch versus Weasel Little Bees. I never thought I'd say that in my life, but here we go. As we get into the draft, there's a lot here that we can take.
Yeah, that whole set was kind of a skill showcase from the side of Bozo Bunch, and now they're going to be rewarded with some pretty good awakenings here as soon as they pick them up. But we are going to see Carmine getting that extra special, using those Giga Blasts. We've seen them get like 4 or 5 different kills, if it's only that. But we're also going to see Dropletto gets that specialized training, is going to be able to deal some more damage, provide some more pressure onto Zaxmac, onto the defensive line of Weasel Bees. And I think also that prime time for Merchant, that primary is probably one of your best defensive awakenings, or that primary is just one of your best defensive abilities. There we go. If you are that Luna goalie, and so that prime time is going to be really useful to have up. Just lets you play both offense and defense at the same time, and that's exactly what you want to see if you're Merchant.
Definitely what you want to see, and I think everybody kind of getting what they want. Carmine, with how many good Giga Blasts he's had this game, I'm definitely a little bit scared for Bozo Bunch with that extra special. And there's Wee with that extra size and that adrenaline rush now getting procced off of that KO. Going to be putting the Weasel Little Bees into a commanding position here, getting that power play, getting that last barrier, and getting the goal all in one bit. The triple emote flash, they're all happy to see it, up 1-0 in this 5th set now. Looking to secure this game quick here, and I think Bozo Bunch need to be careful if they get taken off the pitch. I feel like the Weasel Little Bees are just having these great power plays, and there we go. Yet again, these Giga Blasts have been on top all day, and Dropletto now needs to stall as long as possible with Merchant before Streak comes back online. They have a couple seconds. They're going to be losing one barrier. Will they be losing the second one? No, Streak comes back, and now they can finally play the game again, but then they just need to be careful. These Giga Blasts are dangerous, as we trying to find Dropletto there, but Dropletto getting out in time. The Slime with the Deadeye almost taking him off the pitch, but it's going to be safe for now. Getting that now ultimate and the orb are going to be topping him off, but Carmine and Wee getting taken a little bit lower, as Drop definitely has a good amount of damage, but not quite able to get the full KOs, as the amount of healing with the Reptile Remedy, and Wee just standing there grabbing every orb and getting every barrier too, and every KO with that adrenaline rush, just finding everything you need. And there's another Giga Blast. Oh no, it's all going downhill for the Bozo Bunch, but Wee with the primary actually getting his own barrier, but it's not gonna matter. It was just for the fans, as Carmine puts it in the bottom side anyway, and they're up 2-0. Set game point here for the Weasel Little Bees.
That was such a crazy set. Weasel Little Bees just fighting their win condition and taking it as far as they possibly could. That massive extra standing up right in your face if you are Merchant is very scary, and Wee has been doing a really good job just sharking the entire time. Maybe he's not a shark, but he's a bee, just covering the entire barrier. Now both barriers down. Ooh.
Merchant getting that goal there. I mean, crazy point there. Everything kind of just went down immediately, and then that hot shot rocket was just too fast for Zaxmac to react to, and gets the goal credit on that. And now we're up again as we get yet again an explosive entrance start on the Zentaro, getting both of the barriers. Streak needs to be careful though. He's been getting taken out by these Giga Blasts and by Wee all game, and now both the barriers are going down. for both teams here. Dropletto has the flip. They have everything here. They need to get this goal if they want a chance, and there it is. Another quick point, another 20-second one to be exact. If Dropletto getting this goal with the help of Merchant and Streak, it's now going to be a set 5.5.
This is some crazy game going on right now. We've seen these players just pop off, have so many really great moments, and then all of a sudden the other team has their time in the limelight as the Bozo Bunch has managed to score 2 goals in such a very short amount of time onto the side of Weez Little Bees, and now both barriers down for the side of Weez Little Bees. This is putting them in a very scary spot, even with that Massive X all up in Merchant's face.
And needs to be careful. Zaxmac running forward has to be a little bit careful as Dropletto has that explosive entrance, but going to be using that secondary for now. Wee looking incredibly low, but does have that recovery drone. Merchant with the core flip, going to be feeling pretty safe, and I'm a bit scared for Weez Little Bees as the core flips on the side of Bozo Bunch are looking frightening. They're looking scary as Dropletto trying to do it so without it. Shriek now going to be getting a core flip in that bottom corner, and a great pass up to Dropletto, going to be putting it right past Zaxmac, and it's not going to be enough for Weez Little Bees as the Bozo Bunch managed to clutch up. They managed to secure the game in a set 5.5 banger. Oh my goodness, I cannot wait for the second one now. I did not expect this to be such a crazy series, but here we are, the Weez Little Bees and the Bozo Bunch taking us all the distance. Now I'm going to be taken to a game 2.
A heart-stopping little final there, as Weez Little Bees had such a great opportunity, and so did Bozo Bunch, and they took all of the possibilities that they could. And I mean, honestly, every single player played incredibly that time. Merchant on the Luna was able to just keep that core away from the net, even with Wee just standing up in Merchant's face with all that size, all that pressure. Luna can't do a whole lot, and Merchant was able to just do so much despite that. Also, we saw Streak use that now. This was able to heal up his teammates, kind of force the pressure, force the damage onto the other team, onto the side of Weez Little Bees, rather than taking the damage themselves. And Dropletto, of course, got so many breakaway plays, got so many opportunities, and was able to take them all so very far. And then also, on the other side, we saw Weez Little Bees, Carmine, had so many incredible Giga Blast kills. We got 6 there. We caught so many players on the Bozo Bunch off guard, got 7 kills, and just crazy game. Incredible plays from both of the teams, and if that's game 1, I'm excited to see what game 2 is going to happen, what game 2 is going to look like.
We'll have to see. It is going to be on Inkies, and we will be getting that draft momentarily, but looking back at the stat sheet, I mean, Streak putting up as many saves as Zaxmac, with Merchant still having more saves with the 94. So combining, they had more than double the amount of saves on the other side with a Luna goalie. And then obviously, you know, Streak, such a defensively minded player. And this is what I think people have been excited for to see with this Bozo Bunch roster, right? Streak, a very, very defensive midfielder, used to play that goalie, definitely likes to dribble, keep core control, try to, I guess, slow things down and keep the core away from the enemy team as much as possible. And with Merchant, the hyper-offensive goalie, right, going to be jumping forward, trying to create these offensive plays, kind of that duo together. If they can mesh well, I think this team has a very, very bright future. And then the solo plays from Dropletto, who's just been a storied brawler in the league for such a long time. Very, very great solo plays, manages to win a lot of strike wars, finds a lot of these great shot angles, as we saw this game, securing 8 goals for himself. Just a very, very cool, I guess, evolution of the Bozo Bunch that I'm very, very excited to see more of. And guess what? We're about to see more of as well as we're going on to game 2 right now. It's going to be a built different start with that bulk up as well. So looking at the size here, I'm expecting Rasmus, Kazan, some of these size characters, maybe even a Juliet for Wee, who definitely likes that character a lot. Lots of things that we could be seeing here, Potat.
Yeah, I'm maybe looking forward to. I know Merchant has those Vice and that Vice and that Luna as some of those bigger, more common picks for him, and so I'm maybe interested in seeing that built different here. Is a pretty good awakening on that Vice with all the impacts that he got, and of course, I'm pretty sure that the built different little picture is Vice's teddy bear or something, if I remember the lore correctly. So I'd be down to see the Merchant Vice coming out. I love the character on this map. It's super fun. But then also we are going to see, to begin with the drafting, we got that Rasmus band coming out from Weez Little Bees. So that size, super good on Rasmus. We're not going to see it here in this game. And then also on the other side, we're going to see The second brawler banned out from Bozo Bunch, that's going to be that Juliet. So also, once again, that Sai is going to get taken away, and I'm very interested in seeing how this is going to draft out.
We might be just seeing the X repeat for Weasel Bees. Drupletto, excuse me, has a lot to play with here. There is a size start, so there's not too many other brawlers. Obviously, the main ones being banned here away. X, not my favorite on this map, and it's actually going to be a Drakkar lock-in for the Bozo Bunch. That might just go goalie, because I know Merchant does like Drakkar goalie on this map. Just with that shotgun, it feels a lot easier for him to defend compared to some of the other things. There's no way it's a streak Drakkar midfield. I just feel like that's impossible. I don't think that's what's going to be going here. So I'm assuming that's going to be in the goal box, and then it will be a Zentaro run back for Drupletto, who I'm very glad about it, but he's slowly becoming a Zentaro one trick, a Zentaro one trick rather, and I'm enjoying it. Instead of the X Julie, that stupid stuff, he gets to play the cool Chad, super awesome Zentaro. God, he's so cool. I mean, I'm just kind of a fanboy right now, so I'll just let you take it away as we're seeing the Kai get locked in again, probably for Carmine.
I mean, this board guy might have a Zentaro type named after him. All good. However, that Carbine or Zaxmat Kai, I think is going to be a very interesting pickup here. As we see the Wii, I can only imagine that's the Wii Asher there coming out, and we're going to see. I'm interested in seeing what exactly it gets picked up between Carmine and Zaxmat. I know Estelle isn't as common of goalie, but also she's really fun to play, speaking from experience. So I'm very interested in seeing how this is all going to kind of turn out from the side of Weasel Bees. You know, that massive bear that you got on this Inky Splash Zone map is going to look pretty interesting, and you really kind of want one of those more offense-oriented goalies, because that means that you're going to have more range to kind of protect the goal. However, on the other side, you got the rune pickup for, as you said, probably it's going to be a streak rune, and then that Merchant Drakkar goalie, as we might expect. So this is going to be interesting. That Zentaro from Drupletto certainly proved its mettle in the previous game, and now we got that Drakkar and that rune. Interesting characters. I can't exactly say that I think they kind of picked into the Awakening start too well, but at the same time, those characters are both really good either way. So we could definitely see something strong, something big happening here from both of these teams.
Yeah, pretty weird comp from the Bozo Bunch here. I mean, the Zen definitely is really, really nice for sure, but the Drek goalie is not something we see a ton. It's pretty much just Merchant that kind of does that nowadays. And then the rune on Inkies is definitely not a common one, but I don't think it's bad either. You have the banish tool to play with the Splash Zone. Definitely can get you some kills or some pressure for sure, but I feel like I'm going to favor Weasel Bees. I mean, even with the Asher forward nerfs, I feel like it could still do its thing if you're just sitting on top of the goalie, right? And with Drakkar being the goalie, maybe he can find some sort of space here. And then the Estelle Kai, really, really good characters on the map in general, right? It has a lot of core control. You have a lot of, I guess, keeping the core forward potential. So we'll have to see how they use it as we're getting into the second game here in this best of three.
Yeah, and it looks like that is going to be that Zaxmat Estelle, so I'm interested in seeing how this is going to play out. I love the character on this map, and so with that with that bulk up, you're going to have a lot more life to live with, and I think Estelle, that's where she can kind of shine using that extra stagger. But also, we're going to see... we got that Merchant Drakkar has that strike shot going, as well as some extra size, maybe help you win some strike wars. But already, we're going to see the first barrier go down, and this game's looking pretty strong already.
And there it is! That's my thing! Drop, putting in the blick there on the bottom side. Beautiful play on to get that first point there for the Bozo Bunch, and Streak actually winning pretty much every single strike war there as well to get the core forward, and a great banish now, keeping that core forward here, showing us, I guess, why Rune could be good on this map. And one thing to note is that Merchant does actually take the build different here, and I believe that's just to help him keep getting the strikes against this Asher over and over again, and the impact damage is going to help as well, but what also is going to help is your forward, Drupletto, just winning every strike war and scoring on everybody, as we see 2 goals quickly going for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, you got that water cannon kind of forcing the entire side of Weasel Bees into a bad situation. And, I mean, that just leaves the entirety of the offense from Bozo Bunch available to get something like that going, where we see that barrier go down for the side of Weasel Bees, and once again, we got an open net. Every single player from Wee's Little Bees on the defensive side, and ooh, this is scary.
This is definitely scary indeed. Zaxmac needs to find something here. He's definitely been struggling all game so far, and there we go yet again. Dropletto just gets it right past him, and Zaxmac had the flip, but he was just too late on the trigger there. It goes right past him, and it's the first set gone within a minute, basically.
That set felt like that just went by in a flash, and now because of that flash, I think we're going to see some pretty good awakenings dropping down. We're going to see Zaxmac pick up that glass cannon, which means you got more speed, you got more damage onto your character, but at the same time, we've seen Dropletto and Streak both just attacking Zaxmac to basically no end. So this is going to be very interesting to see. We also are going to see that extra special come out for Dropletto here. That means you got more of those offensive pressuring situations, and against that glass cannon, I think it's going to be just a really good awakening to kind of knock that down. Same with actually that prime time coming out from Streak. A little bit less damage on those pillars, but also you have so many more pillars to attack the other team with. And finally, some more picks is that stacks on stacks from Carmine is going to be pretty big. Got more speed on the board, but you got to strike the core first, and it seems like Carmine is kind of getting stuffed out a whole lot.
Carmine getting stuffed out, and it looks like we getting KO'd on the splash zone. Dropletto with a great blick to, I guess, situate himself to get that clear from Zaxmac and just hit it right past him into the other side. It feels like the Bozo Bunch are in a commanding position, yet again, they just cannot be stopped in this game. Merchant feels super comfortable against this Asher. I'm not sure if it's because of the nerf or because Drakara is just great into the character. I don't not really know yet. We'll have to see. As Merchant bringing the core up to Streak. Now Carmine been a little bit quiet this game, and now he's off the pitch completely after a great little play from Dropletto using that flip to get the KO. But on the other end, the goal barrier is opened up for the Bozo Bunch, so they need to be a little bit careful. Merchant has to play a little bit more defensive. Great little banish going to be taking out Zaxmac. Merchant going invisible, scaring us a little bit, and actually getting the credit on the barrier there after the KO. So the play, or rather the power play, going to be getting the Bozo Bunch another KO, and it's only a matter of time before this goes in, but Carmine trying to go for the heroics, and a great goalie play actually going to be allowing Zaxmac to respawn. And he saves it for now, and giving enough time for Wee to come back online, so the Bozo Bunch not able to get the goal on that power play, and allowing the Wee's Little Bees to just get a little bit more chances over and over again here, but we cannot quite get the goal. Merchant's just hitting it away from him. Very, very hard for the Asher to actually score on this Drakar, who can just shotgun her away over and over, as Dropletto has a bit of an easier time against Zaxmac, but things are slowing down a little bit as the core gets put into the top side, forcing Merchant to get that core flip out. Here comes the water cannon again here, forcing Dropletto to evade, and we just cannot get this goal. Merchant is holding things like crazy, as Dropletto and Streak now have a way to opportunity to get this core, but Zaxmac has the flip. He should be okay. Merchant now keeping it forward on the other end. Now with the water cannon of their own, Carmine keeping it on the bottom side. Dropletto hitting it further into the cannon so Carmine can't get a hand on it. And finally, we, with probably the 18th try, gets it past Merchant.
Yeah, you're talking about that matchup might be a little awkward for that Asher, but you can see there, even if it isn't awkward, that Merchant is playing that matchup super, super well, just preventing Wee from really getting any of these opportunities. And as soon as Wee gets the core, Merchant has been saying, no, it's my core now, and just taking those opportunities away. And that's really something that Merchant just shows. Merchant knows the matchup, knows what exactly he wants, and while his teammate does get taken out, that goal barrier isn't down quite yet, so I'm gonna see what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, power play for the Wee's Little Bees, who are trying to get a bit of a resurgence in this game. Zaxmac trying to get a bit more comfortable, and a great little play with the barrage on Carmine, getting that barrier. Not really much Merchant can do there with no shotguns left in the chamber. Streak trying to bring it forward past Carmine, and he manages to do so. Dropletto now has an opportunity to get this barrier, but is able to get the core flip instead, which is definitely a good first step. Water cannon coming in, and it's looking a bit scary now for Merchant, who's forcing it on the top side, but he manages to defend for now, and a great banish. Gonna be almost killing Wee, but actually the shotgun for Merchant is gonna save him for now, and it ends up with the barrier, or rather the pass splitter, just keeping things out of the way, and Merchant unable to strike it. Bit of a weird play, but works out for the Wee's Little Bees.
Yeah, we was finally able to kind of force that core into the corner, and when you got that Asher in the corner, you know that a goal might just be inevitable. And great strike so far there is, oh my gosh, I'm talking for too long, even with that 10-second goal, and already we're going to see Weasel Bees taking the set in response against the side of Bozo Bunch. Now things are all tied up. Looking at this draft, though, I'm seeing some pretty interesting picks here. Zaxmac rewarded with that set MVP is going to be able to wait a little bit, I guess, let their teammates kind of figure something out, and already that Fighter Flight is going to fall down to Streak on that rune midfield. Going to give more opportunities, and Dropletto, once again, just like in the last game, has picked up that explosive entrance. So this is going to be pretty big for the side of Bozo Bunch. Honestly, we saw We's Little Bees win that last draft, or win that last set, but honestly, Bozo Bunch kind of picked up the better Awakenings in my opinion, and we got Merchant has picked up that Castle Last, has more opportunities, is going to be able to hide, sit in that Xeno Cloak a bit longer, just for a bit more comfort.
Yeah, and also getting the debuff, as you can see there, how long that lasts with the Drakar ultimate as well. But I think the biggest thing on the pitch you talked about is that dash awakening on Dropletto. We saw it last game. It really just opened up the character, and it made him so much scarier for We's Little Bees to deal with. And we'll have to see if it's a bit of a mirror of the last game, but these points are going quick. This is probably the slowest point we've had in literally a set, as Dropletto has that core flip now in the corner, going to be popping it a bit early, and it's not actually going to be amounting to much. Gets the orb to stay healthy, but Zaxmac looking a bit more comfortable now as he's settled into this game just a bit more, but Carmine now needs to be careful, looking incredibly low, getting an orb for now. Going to be playing in net, but a great little rune pillar there. Going to be getting that last barrier, and Dropletto now with the play, trying to get this last goal, or rather, as the barriers are down. The barrier up for Merchants, though, who's kind of just sitting pretty in the corner. Flip now from Wee, not going to be getting too much, as Carmine bringing it to the bottom side. They should be getting something here, and there it is. Merchant only has so much, but in return, Wee does go down with the flip now from Zaxmac, trying to get the goal, but Merchant hiding in the Xeno Cloak, not really sure where he is, but allows the Giga Blast actually on the other end. Merchant not even having a time to flip it as he gets stunned from the Giga Blast, just allowing the core to go right through. I mean, these points are insane. I don't even know how to cast these points. Just absolutely everything is going awry for both teams until the core randomly flies in. Inky Splash Zone, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Inky's is where the things that you know and love kind of go to rest, and now we are seeing in that last point we did see some really good defense. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's just in. Oh my gosh, Dropletto. I'm just trying to talk, and the core's already in the net. Dropletto didn't need to use flip, didn't need to use passive, and already both the bunch has responded with a goal of their own.
Goal of their own. Some of these quick plays for both sides, just back and forth. Who can find that opening first? Who can find that explosive little outplay? Depends on who's going to take the point. Dropletto trying to get one of his own, but Zaxmac layering the abilities very, very well, keeping it away for now. But now, out of abilities, needs to be careful as the flip from Dropletto could be dangerous, but going to be blowing it to try to KO the Carmine, but not quite able to find the KO, so going to be wasted as Merchant keeping Wee away for now. The inevitable force of Wee slowly walking towards Merchant over and over again, only to get repelled over and over again, just waiting for an opportunity to get this barrier. But Dropletto now looking incredibly low. Streak gonna have to do some of the heavy lifting as Drop heals up. Zaxmac looking to KO and almost gets the piercing shot KO, but it's gonna be the banish that might get the KO onto Wee, but no, it's actually not quite gonna get it in time, and now Wee has the flip without Merchant with one to answer. So the Bozo Bunch need to be very, very careful here. Any little mistake could be their barrier gone, and Wee popping that flip going to be securing it for them. So now no barrier for the side of the Bozo Bunch, and with the water cannon available, but no forward. I'm not really sure if they can score, as here comes the water cannon, but Carmine might try to do it all himself, and he actually gets the KO on the invisible Drakar with the Giga Blast, and he puts the core straight past them. Carmine with the solo play.
Carmine, Kai, and Giga Blast might just be a match made, and right there, even catching the Xeno Cloak, catching Merchant in that Xeno Cloak, was able to get that kill, get that goal, and now we're looking at We's Little Bees up in the set, but I'm talking for too long. Dropletto, every time I try and go on a tangent, it's just cutting me off, and now a 10-second goal. Bozo Bunch have once again just responded likewise, and No, we're all tied up. Sets, points. It's whoever's game right now, but whoever's going to win this draft is going to be looking very, very comfortable. I think this draft could be very big in terms of the rest of the game. And then Carmine, with that flip gone, is going to have a harder opportunity getting it through that Merchant goalie, but ooh, really good defense so far.
Yeah, great defense from Merchant, who not only defended the barrier, but also completely broke all of the stagger off of Wii with the help of the banish from Streak. So well done to the Bozo Bunch to keep things safe for now. And like you were saying, Dropletto sometimes just has these crazy shocker moments, right? Dashing, calling out one thing that Zaxmac does, and he ends up taking not only the barrier, but the point as well. So just one flash of brilliance from Dropletto will just allow the Bozo Bunch to win this point. But now that the power play is over, it is the chance for Weasel Bees to do something here, but not without anything to be said about it. Dropletto not using the flip, but not going to getting much for it. Merchant keeping the goal barrier safe for now, as the goal barrier is down for Weasel Bees, and need to be careful as we in the corner just not quite able to do anything. Oh. And Dropletto going to be setting up Merchant, who actually gets the accidental ultimate with the aerials range and the strike shot range. Going to be spitting on the core cross map from downtown, putting it in. That's the second set win, and they are now one set away from winning this series.
What felt like nowhere. An incredible Molten Bolt from Merchant, as you said, and now we're going to see Merchant rewarded with that team player pickup. That's going to be so much more core speed for your side, and so many more opportunities to just get the core away from you. However, what I'm also seeing is that Zaxmac has been able to pick up that hot shot, a really good awakening onto that Estelle. Carmine is going to have so much more speed between that Castellas, or not Castellas, sorry, between that Twin Drive and the stacks on stacks. So many more opportunities to just run circles around the other team. So this is going to be very interesting, though. And oh my god, Dropletto stopped cutting me short. This is the third one in a very short time period, and Dropletto already scoring in 4 seconds.
Weasel Bees screaming at you to stop trying to do your job right now, as Dropletto just shutting you up every time. A 4-second point there for the Bozo Bunch, who managed to just win the kickoff and then win the entire point right after a great little banish to get Carmine onto 1 HP now. But Zaxmac does answer back, getting that barrier, and winning a strike war, crucially evening them up here at 1-1. It feels like this game just, both teams just waiting for one thing to happen, and then everything falls apart. But one thing I definitely want to notice is on both ends, the goalies could be the forces to create that. You do have the hot shot, which increases the core speed on Zaxmac, and then you do have the team player on Merchant to yet again increase the core speed to make these plays happen. So I'm looking at the goalies here as the point goes a little bit slower. As I say that, it's only been 20 seconds and there's no goal yet, so definitely slower than it has been. Carmine looking incredibly low. Zaxmac needs to be careful. He's playing a little bit too far out of his net, but looks like he has everything handled. But no, he does not, as Zaxmac not there, and Carmine the only one to cover it, but it doesn't matter because he's staggered, and Dropletto just puts him in the back of the net with the core.
Where I think the past 2 sets we haven't seen the point timer go past 30 seconds there, and already Dropletto, using the fancy little tech, is going to be able to open up that barrier for the Weasel Bees, and already going to be able to score that goal. Dropletto, a masterclass in that rushdown game mechanic, and already Bozo Bunch is going to be able to close out that game. That the last 2 sets took probably 10 minutes, or no, probably like 3-4 minutes in total. I mean,
15-minute Inky Splash Zone game, ladies and gentlemen. And if you couldn't tell after what just happened there, Bozo Bunch won. That just happened. So Bozo Bunch did just win 2-0 against Weasel Bees, who started to come back a little bit in that game, but they really just could not quite find their footing. Dropletto with an absolute masterclass, 9 goals, 32,000 damage in 15 minutes, which is insanely crazy. He's buffing up his damage per minute stat with that game right there. And man, just warming my heart to see such beautiful Zentaro gameplay. Well done to Dropletto and the Bozo Bunch, securing that 2-0. Weasel Bees had a great first game, but they just could not quite find their footing on the Inky's Splash Zone. So, I mean, that's going to do it for us. Anything else you got to say about the match here?
I mean,
I don't even know what happened.
Look really good. It felt so close, and then it felt so far. Because we saw quite a few times after Dropletto got those really fast goals, Dropletto just ended up, or the other side ended up closing it out. Like Weasel Bees, I think got a 12 or something second goal right after Dropletto's 4-second. So it was a very much back and forth game, but ultimately Dropletto has just shown why he has been in the league for so long and why he knows what's happening. He knows what he has to do, and he ended up locking so many goals down. That 9 goals, 1 assist, with that being the only assist possible in the game. So incredible performance from both of these teams, but Dropletto, oh my gosh, just looks crazy.
Hey, looking crazy, and I love to see it. As great start for Bozo Bunch, now 2-0 on the season. Weasel Bees 1-1, still respectable, especially from a team who a lot of people expected to not win a single game this season. So already have 1 win, and then put up a good little fight against the Bozo Bunch there, who now, as we can see, are on a bit of a tear. So we'll have to keep up with them next week and see what is going to happen. As that's going to be it for me and Potat here. Thanks for listening. Thanks for keeping up. We still do rather have one series, and it's going to be the EKC versus Demons Raw. Can Demons Raw kind of step back up on their glory, or will EKC, now with their full roster back, going to kind of show everyone why they are still one of the best teams in this league? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the next series.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. We're here for the final match of the day, and it is Demons Raw versus Era's Kitten Club. What do you think, Weston? Who's winning this? And also, we have a crazy name off from Frightfully Fresh. Wow, last person
Brutal.
I would expect it from.
Brutal. Yeah, interesting because I think both of these teams had really interesting week ones. EKC playing with the subs, playing with Soren in the midfield on a laptop. And then, surprising for some other people expected it, but Demons Raw losing in the fashion that they did in week one, I think nobody really expected, getting 6-0'd. So we'll see how they can bounce back. And I think both teams are going to really be trying to find their footing in different ways this week with the new roster for EKC. And also kind of a different roster for Demons Raw. So really interesting matchup. Two teams that have been around for a long time. EKC with their long-standing roster being in there this week, and Demons Raw still trying to figure things out.
Yeah, and take a look at the maps here. What are your thoughts? Because these are some normal maps, relatively speaking, right? We're seeing a lot of Inky Splash Zone. That's been normalized. And here we're seeing AtLab, Taiko Temple, two of the top 3 most picked maps in the entire scene. And now we're here with the Gates of Obscura as the final one if we do end up going there. But the question is, will we be there? Because Era's Kitten Club, even with a sub, they looked powerful. Even with 2 subs. Even with 2.5 subs. Even with Soren on Hotel Wi-Fi, they looked pretty good. While Demons Raw, they did not look that good.
No, I mean they didn't get a set, so there wasn't much to build on. Not much to really draw back to. But really only one player from last week, Snake, is going to be even in the same position as that first time. And the same goes for EKC with NXDD being the only one. He was a brawler for, I think, the second and third game last week. Soren, his first game of the season in the goalie role. So really, it's in some ways kind of like week one for both of these teams, at least the rosters that are present for us. And we'll see who is able to get their first win of the season. The other team, I think both of these teams, even with the roster changes, predicted to be in the playoffs, and one of them is going to be 0-2. So this is a big game.
Yeah, and looking at it here, we're seeing some interesting comps coming out. A lot of damage from the side of Demons Raw, right? Definitely going to enable that Era X. But that comp is also going to be very fragile early on. It feels like they're going to really just get scored on if NXZD and Soren and Katsuna can coordinate. So we'll have to see if they can weather the storm.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to defend with that Finny era backline, I think, unless, especially when Julia is not being actively shrunk. So, Era is still in a much better spot than before this last patch, but we did have that micro patch. Going to be interesting to see. I don't think we've seen a ton of Era today, so how it shapes out in this game and Gumi playing it is definitely interesting because I'd expect more of a damage pick. But we'll see how that damage comp of Demon's Raw can stack up as Snake finds himself, like you said, getting beat up early in this one.
Yeah, and NXT taking a lot of damage as well, but dodges away from the card, survives to get the KO with that dash punch onto the brawler of Demon's Raw here, and without that, their offense does slow to a halt, but Fresh and Gumi are having a pretty solid time on the defense here. Gumi, of course, sometimes seemed like the midfielder in the midfielder goalie duo of Gumi and Kainoob, so right at home with Rightfully Fresh in the goal box.
Yeah, I think not going to be too much of a playstyle change, even though in a different position. NXZD this game getting the Juliet with 1-2 punch and taking the pump, so just going to be very explosive. As much as Demon's Raw is the KO comp, the damage comp here, every single time that NX is able to find those dash punches, it's going to be huge power plays for them. That time, they don't need it to find that second barrier. The goal does get open for Fresh. Snake now trying to find it, but Soren uses the core speed, gets it ahead to NX, who just misses the corner.
Yeah, but this barrier is still standing for Demon's Raw. Soren is holding, and with that barrier as insurance, can play a lot more offensively here. So much core speed across the map in overtime. What a fast first goal there as soon as they got the passing lane open. That's the power of the 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and Finny, her abilities take a little bit longer to come out, and the fact that all three members of EKC have 1-2 punch, I think, is going to make it really difficult for Rightfully Fresh. Especially as soon as we hit overtime. That core speed, like you saw there, is going to be a big problem as NX almost gets a KO there, but not quite finding it. But I think if EKC is able to get to overtime, especially if they're finding KOs like they might on Snake here, that core speed is going to be a problem for Fresh.
Yeah, 2 barriers down, though. Flip cashed out. Katsuna and NXZD, though, they have flips available if they turn the tides quickly. Snake going down. A power play for Era's Kitten Club and a barrier take as well. NXZD now the scariest player on the field here to the bottom side. Assisted, stolen by Katsuna for the second goal of this set.
Yeah, and really well played by NX and Katsuna. They baited out the flip from Gumi as well there, or from Fresh rather. So not a lot of energy on the side of Demon's Raw. They're trying to scale with this comp, and they do get an earlier barrier here. But I think the midfielders, the fact that Katsuna has 1-2 punch Gumi, once we get to overtime, took the build different instead. So that core speed is just not going to be an option, as we do have a KO on each side here.
Yeah, a KO on each side, but an open net at the back of Soren. Still playing confidently, though, walking nearly up to the midfield line as Gumi tries a little bit of offense of his own. But Katsuna and NX are just marching up the field. Snake, on the other hand, solo dribble play, but enough hit stun from Soren to prevent that from being the case. Gumi brought low as well in EKC. They're just consistently coordinating damage to create their advantages here. And if they find one more KO, that could be the end of the set. NXZD also dangerously low, though, so they gotta be careful. But the defense is also coming in here. Big finish in their goal box, not able to secure the goal just yet, as Snake being bounced around, getting KO'd finally in the triple take, not gonna score that goal. EKC once again on the prowl.
Yeah, and I think it's obvious no matter what happens this set, as a great save from Soren there, Snake is gonna be looking for survivability in this next one as Gumi gets it around Soren with the shrink. A great play there, so they do extend the set. But once we get to this draft, I think Snake is going to have to find some way to try to survive, because consistently, even when EKC's goal is open and Demon's Raw isn't, just all the pressure is being put on Snake and being put on the defense of Demon's Raw.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of downside there of the IME goalie, though. Very fragile on the defense, and Gumi exploited that with confident walking and striking. Has a flip available now to the bottom side it goes. A lot of resources burned, and Katsuna incredibly low, now unstaggered, though. And the window ends for the power play, or maybe it has just begun. NXZD with a flip, but without any stagger to speak of. If they can find a KO here, that would be huge. They're trying to play keep away from the Juliet. Unable to so far, though. And NXZD gets all the way back. Dash punch flip. That's the midfielder gone. And EKC just pushing forward onto the power play here. But the big finish will stall out quite a bit of time.
Yeah, over and over again, Demon's Raw just being forced to play so much defense. This time they do survive the power play, and NX, no energy, no stagger, gonna be KO'd by a great combo from Fresh and Snake there. So they find a power play of their own. We'll see how they can control this corner, but it's gonna be difficult to beat that Firewall Sentry.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy here as Soren under a lot of pressure, but the follow-up good pop will make it difficult for Fightfully Fresh to defend, and another KO comes through. Snake goes down. EKC on the power play here with a passing play around the black hole. The back pass to Soren, the back pass to himself, taking a long time. The insta-flip from Katsuna, none of it works so far, and the respawn comes in. EKC overcooked a little bit here, but they can afford to, as Soren with a 1-2 punch core speed will secure the set.
Yeah, you're just seeing that 1-2 punch over and over again. Eventually, you put enough pressure on Demon's Raw, and it just gets around them, Finny. Not enough mobility, not enough speed to get it around that with the strike shot this game. So as we enter this draft, I mean, I think Demon's Raw really has to go for damage that they set their team comp up for, and really has to find a way for Snake to try to survive the onslaught that EKC has been throwing at them so far.
Yeah, that fight or flight from Soren, but Soren being the first pick is a little bit awkward, right? With so much speed in the draft, you do want your forwards to get that instead. NXZD going to pick that Spark of Strength, try to scale in that way, but Snake, on the other hand, with the spec training, will likewise be a threat. But my eyes are on that team player. It's 1-2 punch, team player. Katsuna's going to be a core speed monster.
Yeah, we already saw the core speed being a problem for that Finny to try to defend. And especially with team player and 1-2 punch now. As soon as we hit overtime, and even before that, Katsuna with the core speed is going to be a force to be reckoned with. As Demon's Raw do find a KO, Snake barely lives that one, and they do get the goal open. So a chance here with a power play that they found early. Maybe that damage comp starting to work out. As a scary clear from Frightfully Fresh gets it around Katsuna. Snake's trying to find the goal, but nothing to be found yet.
Yeah, Katsuna did a very good job in the corner, keeping it away. Snake now pushing forward, trying to get the dribble, trying to get maybe an assist from Frightfully Fresh as the beam comes in, but Soren wins the strike war anyway. Really good defense by the EKC goalie, continuing to make sure Snake doesn't get the goal too easily, and Katsuna now in position. A KO found at the Snake, a power play for EKC once more, as the NATO will stall out for just a little while longer, but that's Gumi with no resources. That's Soren rotating the court around the world, and there's a crossfire from Katsuna, not quite enough just yet. And Demon's Raw, they survive. Snake gets a dash punch kill, and NXCD not long for this world either.
Yeah, the point turned around just like that. A misstrike is a little bit scary, and Soren pushing up with the flip, but just barely defended by Fresh. It gets around to Snake, not quite. Goes around Gumi. Soren doing a good job disrupting this midfield line and stalling out the power play, and they might have a power play of their own as Snake is staggered. Not quite KO'd yet. Gumi goes for the score with the flip, but can't find it. And now that team player, the 1-2 punch on all three members of EKC, is going to be scary here.
Yeah, but bounce back to NXED. Gumi looking for a dribble here. Soren forward to Katsuna, around Fresh, outside of the strike box. Perfectly played by EKC on the passing play. And Demon's Raw, they're getting so close, right? They're getting power plays of their own, but they're just not able to secure the full goal.
Yeah, it did feel on that point like they were finding their footing, like what they wanted to do with their comp was working more than in that first set. But yeah, like you said, still not able to capitalize quite as much as they needed to. Snake now changing the tune a little bit, and looks like he's going for a KO on Soren, or at least some pressure, some damage, but not quite finding it. One barrier on each side as Snake pushes toward Katsuna, who takes a lot of damage on that side. If they can find that KO, maybe they don't need to. They have the goal open now.
Yeah. One barrier available means that Fresh can play up a little bit more, but Snake all alone in the enemy net, taken out immediately. Gumi going for the 3v1, the triple shrink, not enough to get the goal here. Maybe if it was point 2, he would have a better shot, but I doubt so when there's 3 players striking on the other end. Still disrupting though, and still stalling out the power play. The barrier stands, and Demon's Raw are out of there.
Yeah, the Era doing a really good job stalling that power play. They're not able to score yet, and it just seems like every time Snake is alive, either he's getting KO'd or he's beating up on someone. Just seems like the plan for Demon's Raw, but no points yet to their name to find. And Snake once again being pressured to KO once again.
Snake trying to mix up Soren here, but the flip will make it an easy defense for now. And Gumi baited by the core near the wall. NXZD with all the core speed in the world. A rebound up to Katsuna. Team player core speed, 1-2 punch. Everything activated here for EKC as Soren sends it away. NXZD in position. Good defense by Fresh with the card. And the back pass comes through. Around the world it goes. And Katsuna once again with the back pass as the team player. Abuse is crazy from EKC. What a goal.
Yeah, despite the fact that Katsuna didn't play last week, hasn't been around for a lot of scrims, they knew exactly how to play that, throwing it back to Soren twice in a row. And an incredible play. I mean, you've seen so many. I think 3 out of the 5 goals here have been overtime, 1-2 punch from Soren, getting the core speed that they need. As Demon's Raw, at this point, is able to get an early KO and 2 barriers. Snake just misses the strike, but trying to fight back here against, when the points have gone longer, it's been really all EKC.
Yeah, and with the respawn coming in, maybe it's all EKC on this one as well. Snake unable to win the 2v1, the 1v2, NXED around the world. Good save by Fresh. But Fresh has had good saves, but I don't think he alone is enough to defend this amount of core speed here. He has had good moments, but these hit around him so well. EKC, they're bypassing the goalie roll, it feels like.
Yeah, and I think it's part of that draft, the fact as NXED gets the double stun and is able to take that second set for EKC. Yeah, I think it's the fact that they took all 3 1-2 punches is a big part of it. That start being really favorable for EKC, and I think they've played it as best as they possibly could have with some of those back passes, creating opportunities for the goals. As we hit this draft here, going to be a lot of damage on the board, heavy impact, stinger, and bulk up, but I'm not sure at this point how much that even advantages Demon's Raw.
Yeah, that bulk up, though, is so scary. It goes onto the Julie of NXED. That is so much survivability and damage. Meanwhile, Spark of Focus, yes. Cast the Last. It just feels like so little. It doesn't feel like a big game-changing awakening, and part of that kind of is due to the comp of Demon's Raw, right? They don't really have a comp that can suddenly out of nowhere become monsters. They're just slowly scaling, but slowly might be too slow against EKC.
Yeah, it feels like they needed maybe to find a way to get one of those first 2 sets, especially that first one was starting to seem attainable. But yeah, it doesn't feel like they got quite enough in that draft, but we will see doing a good job on this defense. But the barrier does go down. NXCD able to find it, and we'll see what they can do differently. But EKC being the ones finding power play after power play, the core speed, the KOs, and NXCD puts that first point of the set in.
Yeah, the core speed and the KOs. They have awakenings that let them do both. 2-in-1 combo deal, 1-2 punch, additional power, all going to benefit both the damage and the striking. And that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, on Soren you have 1-2 punch, and on Katsuna you have 1-2 punch and team player, and then NXCD just has 170 power. So it feels like they have absolutely everything going for them here as Gumi and Fresh try to control this corner. They do keep one barrier up, but it's Soren with that newly acquired heavy impact finding a KO on the corner. And now NXCD with the pumps, it's going to be another power play. We'll see if they try to make use of that team player again, but NXCD just trying to control the corner and not able to get it. So a good job by Demon's Raw there to keep their barrier up.
Gumi half health out of nowhere here. Has a lot of meter available, but EKC's damage comes in such quick bursts that if you're not preemptive, you're already dead. As NXCD burns the flip to secure that one. Gumi low as well. They could chain the power plays here. Fightfully Fresh desperately trying to keep the core ahead, but so many cooldowns need to be burned here. In so much danger from the crossfire of all 3 members. And NXCD gets in there with a dash punch. 1 goal left for EKC to take this first game.
Yeah, it's hard to see what Demons might be able to find here. They've been finding some KOs here and there, and they do have Adrenaline Rush on the Finny as something that they're really going for that game plan, as the big finish here is able to get 1. Gumi with a good angle to the top is able to get 2, so they have the goal open early. Snake with the stun, not quite able to get it past Soren in time before the flip, but they do hold on, and now like we've seen point after point after point, it's Snake. The longer he stays in there, he just takes more and more damage and KO'd once again, and 1 point away here for EKC.
Only 1 point remains here. EKC sending it around the world. The big finish stalls it out for a little bit. And the respawn does come in, but now they're back passing. They got the core speed, and that is curtains for this game. EKC secure a very confident win.
That last goal was kind of a microcosm of the entire game. They were able to find more KOs and then make use of that core speed to just barely get it around the Finny. Really well played by EKC there. I think the start and how they drafted was very favorable to the way their team wants to play, and it looked like they were just in mid-season form that time, even though it's the first time these 3 have been playing together this season.
Yeah, 9-1. Very, very dominant game here. And the gameplay showed it too, right? Sometimes it's a 9-1 and you're like, well, it was a 9-1, but it was close. Each point was close. But here it felt like Demons Raw, they never had control of the entire game at all. EKC controlled the entire pace.
Yeah, I mean, we had a 14-minute game there. We had 17 KOs for EKC, 5 for Demons Raw, and when we loaded in, we said, wow, Demons Raw going for a KO comp here. So just beat them at their own game that time, like you said, in control of seemingly every point, every set, it felt like. And we're going to see how Demons Raw can try to bounce back. This is now, their first 3 maps of the season have now been 3-0 losses. So it's a tough spot to be in. But it's best of 3 for a reason. They can try to fight back here. But I don't know if it needs to be the way they play that needs to change, if it needs to be the characters. But obviously, the way it's gone so far, they need to turn something around.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can do that on Taiko Temple. But when I think of Taiko Temple, I think, well, EKC, they're pretty comfortable on that map too, right? That's the map where they started playing the IME Brawler on NXZD. That's the map where they do a lot of goofy things, and that's also a map where core speed is very, very activated. So, what do you think? What do you think Demons Raw can do?
Yeah, I think if EKC plays exactly like they did last game, that would shape up pretty well for this map. So it feels like Demons Raw is going to have to change it up in some way. It might be putting Fresh on a melee goalie, which is what he's typically known for and what I think are good on this map. But it feels like no matter what, EKC is going to go for that same kind of game plan. We'll see if we see NX on the Amy Brawler, which would be really interesting and I think can be strong on this map. But a lot of it is going to be dictated by what we have in the starting awakenings. But yeah, it's an uphill battle here for Demons Raw early on.
Definitely an uphill battle. Among Titans and Explosive Entrance start. Does that change your opinion of anything? Or because you think that people are just going to go Among Titans, right? And that's a lot of speed. So that's going to change a lot. That's going to make it harder to goalie.
Yeah, it's going to make it harder to goalie and harder to KO at times as well. Yeah, I don't think you can try to go for the Explosive Entrance and go something like Amy and maybe... Yeah, like really go for the damage with that. I think you all have to take the Among Titans here. So yeah, the speed is definitely going to change the game. I'm not sure if it benefits one team really more than the other. But I am interested if Gumi will go for something more like what he does play Era in the goal box, but go for more damage and explosive play like you see when he's a goalie, or if he goes for something like the Era, which I think would be a decent pick on this map. But EKC recognizing that and banning it first pick here.
Yep. And other than that, I'm really not sure. I do like that they took away the Juliet. NXZD is so comfortable on that pick, and he has taken over games so often on that pick, right? But then where do you go from here? This draft seems like such a puzzle for Demons Raw, and with Katsuna on that Juno, that is another avenue of core speed that you have to worry about. This is scary, and I'm not sure which melee goalie, if they choose to go the melee goalie route, they'll put Frightfully Fresh on. Maybe they'll go with the Rasmus, which he pioneered, but it's really funny. The number one Rasmus goalie hater was Gumi, after all. That guy is known to be very vocally hating of the pick, and also notably got a high-profile loss to the pick in an S tier, I believe, but... Anyway, yeah, I wonder what the goalie pick will be, and it looks like it's Finney again. Okay.
Yeah, could have been an argument there in the VC between Fresh and Gumi about if the Rasmus should be locked in, because I think it would be an interesting pick here. But yeah, going for the Finney again, so trying the same kind of play style. Maybe this is what they had practiced and what they were comfortable with. The Rune as well is going to be interesting. I think will give Gumi more opportunities to kind of play make and not just have to be the Era, push the core up and make your X big. I'm interested to see what brawler pick EKC goes for. I was thinking they might pick the Amy first as sort of a flex pick. They picked the Amy here, but it could really be anything. But yeah, similar probably game plan for EKC is going to be the core speed here, as they do have Soren on the Amy once again. But we'll see what the brawler pick is to round this out for Demons Raw. But they did mix it up a little bit with going for that.
No. They're not going Centauro goalie Amy brawler, right? If they would, this is the time for it. Like if there ever is a time, this is it, and it's lining up. It's Taiko Temple, the NXCD IME Brawler, has been picked before. There's no way, right?
It would be really funny, and they locked it in a way that we really won't know until we load into the game. And it could they could still be debating it to this very moment of which one is going to lock in which character. The Kazan for Demons Raw, gonna be tough if EKC gets a lot of damage, but it really depends what role those characters are in. So the fact that you brought that up as a possibility is kind of stun locking me here.
And there's also more layers to this. This is if it does happen, it is not the first time Soren has done such a thing. He has picked Juliet goalie in nasl before. It's not impossible. His teammates hated him afterwards, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, and that's why I said they still might be debating it, because I don't think his teammates, even in the best of situations, are exactly fans of the Zentaro goalie. As we loaded in there, they're both hovering Zentaro, but it looks like it is going to be Soren on it. Wow.
Oh my. There's no way they win, right?
I mean, as I said before, not to like punch down on them, but Demons Raw has not got a set yet this season, and this is their opportunity. And if they were to not get a set again this game, that would be very tough. But we'll see how Soren pilots this. I've seen on stream, like in the last week, he has been playing this a lot in solo queue. So it's not like it's going to be a rusty pick for him, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but while I play a bit, can you look up the win rate of Soren on the Zentaro goalie real quick?
I sure can.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting factor here, as rightfully Fresh on the Fini once again, very comfortable on that pick, but the question is, will be able to weather storm. Soren playing eject button, playing offensive, looking for the goal here. Soren down to the bottom side, Katsuna as well, rightfully Fresh helps out on the defense. And they do get the strike or win, but Snake forced all the way back. So much damage here from the Zentaro, the Juno, and the Aimi. And already it is looking kind of scary for the side of Demons Raw.
Say what you want about it, but he is 10-8 on the pick in solo queue, a better win rate than his Luna or his Vice as he dashes in here with the eject button, trying to find a flip, but not quite. But so far, even with that pick, looking like all EKC early on in the same kind of story. Snake getting close to staggered here, able to regen a little bit, but that pressure is always going to be on. Soren going for the KO now with the ultimate, with the dash, and does find it there. Their goal gets open, but a KO found. We'll see if EKC can take advantage of this power play.
He's just clip farming at this point, but the question is, can he win while clip farming here? They got to watch out for that shadow swap, but they got to watch out for the angle by Katsuna right around the respawn Snake. 1-0 now, and EKC, they just look like they're playing a normal game.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too uncomfortable for them. If you were to look with the names off and you see Amy Brawler and Zentaro goalie, you might assume it's a Norms game, but they look comfortable, like you said, and looking just like the last game so far. Soren getting damaged a little bit. We'll see if Snake and Gumi can try to find some more damage, but Soren with that eject button pushing all the way in and able to find that first barrier.
2 barriers taken now. Snake, perfect top spin as he was getting knocked back. The hitbox stays active, the goal stays scored, and Frightfully Fresh gets the big finish while the core is stopped there. That's a big goal. Demons Raw, that's their 8th goal, I believe, this season. So they'll have to keep that up, though, because you got to score more than 8 goals to win a game.
Yeah, you definitely do. As Gumi uses the flip, able to find one so far. Frightfully Fresh went for the strike shot in the last game and now moving over to the momentum boost, which are stronger. I think that's sort of a symptom of the core speeds being so much of a problem. This can help you catch up, and a lot of the times as Snake finds a KO, the strike shot is not able to beat that core speed when you're in overtime, but the movement speed might be able to. As a great flip from Fresh. Demons Raw looking to find their footing a little bit more on this point as Snake pushes in, finds it, and they'll look for their second goal here.
Yeah, looking for the passing play. Snake bounced around the world, but still surviving. Still has the strikes in the enemy net. The Firewall Sentry helping out. And the Oni's Blade, 3 targets in the mix, so Snake is able to evade out of there. Good evade again to stay alive. The Kazan continuing to be a threat here as Snake goes in. The pillar setting up. Soren with the passive strikes, got to be careful here, but navigates the situation by sending it vertically. And now the overtime's hitting, but Soren's in so much trouble. Katsuna tanks the pillar, and EKC, they're still alive here. They're still defending, but they're only defending, and eventually the goal will go in.
Yeah, not able to find their footing on offense these last couple of points. So Demons Raw finally finding that groove that they needed in their first in that first map and in week 1 as Snake level 4, the only one in the game here. So kind of dominating this offense, and it feels like, you know, I don't know if there's a lot of people that have experience with the Kazan Brawler into Zen goalie matchup, but it does seem difficult for Soren to defend against all the abilities of Snake here.
Yeah, the main thing really is that he's proccing Slashing Strike a little bit too quickly. That's just the nature of Zentaro. I think a little while back, it got changed that Slashing Strike gets built up a little bit more quickly, and that looks like a bit of a detriment, because if Soren uses one ability in Oni's Blade in a defensive combo, it kind of looks like he's just building up that passive strike instantly, and that is a huge defensive liability when he jumps out of the net when he's trying to strike war.
Yeah, that's something to keep an eye on, of when that passive is up, if he just uses it in his net when the core is on the other side. I would expect to see that a lot of the time, because yeah, it can be a problem, especially against the Kazan. They do get the goal open here. Soren pushing ahead, had the eject button, but didn't take it back in time, and it gets just past everybody. So a first set there of the season for Demons Raw, as maybe the comp a little bit too ambitious this time.
Maybe just a little bit, and maybe Demons Raw are on track to winning this one here. As interesting draft available. Soren will either go for the team player or the twin drive, probably the team player here for the core speed, but no, okay. I thought that hover move was for Soren calling the twin drive, wanting to fly, but they'll just go for the team player. They'll get the core speed, and they'll get the utility here. Still a pretty rough draft for EKC, though. I think Demons Raw got a lot more.
Yeah, and that Timeless Creator on Gumi is going to allow the core to just stay into that corner, hopefully, for a long time for them, and that's going to be really difficult for the Zentaro goalie to try to defend. Something I didn't notice when we loaded in, but Soren and NXZD going for the explosive entrance here means that they're going to be a lot slower, and especially the fact that NXZD has pummelers as well means it's just going to be so feast or famine here. Of the speed is going to be such a detriment for NXZD every single time they don't have a KO on the board, but they are able to find the barrier and get the goal open early on here. We'll see if they can get back into their groove, but being pushed back by Snake and all that size.
Oh, what a cyber swipe by NXZD. Gets a passive triple take right on time too, because that was a KO coming through in the favor of Demons Raw. And touching on what you mentioned earlier, yeah, I think the starting awakenings were drafted pretty suboptimally by EKC. I feel like they should have just gone triple among, because the other team's always going to go triple among. That puts explosive entrance back in the pool, and eventually Soren's getting a dash awakening anyway. So just play with the less dash range while just giving your team more speed in general, and yourself, so you don't fall behind as much.
Yeah, they could have actively made the pool worse for their opponents and better for themselves there, but instead wanting to have that dash range early. And every time, like I said, that they don't have a KO, NXZD is going to be so slow and so hard to get away from Snake, although he does stagger him back. Both of them staggered. Snake getting thrown on every drum, seemingly, but not getting KO'd that time, as they will keep their goal barrier open. They find one on the other side, and NXZD finally KO'd there, just not enough speed to get away.
Yeah, a core stop there. Oh, Soren was going to go for the fancy core stall, but Frightfully Fresh said no. Accelerates the play forward once again. Katsuna, though, patrolling the midfield. A tiny Juno, but still winning a lot of strike interactions by hitting around. And now the core speed picks up for both the Rune and the Juno, but that's not to the benefit of EKC here, as the Rune truly activated, sending the core flying in the midfield. The Juno Slime's barely missing. Soren sending it forward, but unable to find any pressure onto the barriers here. Sending it around the world once again, but Frightfully Fresh fast enough to maneuver the core around. Finally, the barrier goes down, but it goes into the hands of Snake once more as the Slimes try to help out. Snake with the mind games, but no, it's Soren with the shot from the midfield. Dashing strike forward. Still not enough here, as Soren's got to be careful, but the Zentaro primary does win those interactions, and NXZD will catch the pass with the glitch pop. EKC 2-0 up, and this time they're looking to win the set.
Yeah, the Zen showing a little bit of defensive value that time, dare I say, as we got to overtime. And NX really with the hero plays there to find the goal. A great glitch pop to anticipate the clear out and able to find that. Not finding many KOs early on, which is really what you want with this pick, as that just barely misses and Snake doesn't even get staggered from it. So going to be down a flip, not find a KO, but they have all the pressure in the world in the corner, and Gumi's pillar just dribbling it a million times as the goal gets open. Has the flip here, going to probably have to try to use it defensively, as he does get it to the other side. whiffs it, and Soren trying to get it ahead to NXCD, just using every ability and stopping the core and doing nothing with it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say too. We're on the same wavelength right now because he burned every ability and achieved the same as just striking it to the top side, and now they've lost the barrier, and NXCD and Katsuna... This Ataro goalie has 0 feats, only aura. Oh, wait. It actually did something. The core stop covered all the options. That's the first thing it's done. That's the first time it's actually done something unique at all.
Yeah, just hype moments and aura for the send goalie here, as it does send it to the bottom side with a lot of core speed. NXCD dashes a little bit too far that time, as Soren almost died to the pillar on the corner there. Has to use the flip here defensively, and NXCD pushing ahead. 2 flips on the side of EKC, but a perfectly timed banish, not quite a KO. Gets bounced off again, and all of that energy of the side of EKC ends up finding nothing as Soren tries to push ahead and doesn't quite find the goal.
Open net now, a dangerous spot for Soren to be in, as Frightfully Fresh loses track of the core for a second. NXCD pushing forward as well. Fresh, you gotta be careful here, uses the flip just to be safe. Around the world once again, and Soren pulls it away from the corner. Stake now on the Madden Descent, but the Slimes will steal it away, and Snake is so incredibly low here. It's a strike war, though, by Katsuna from the midfield, just fast enough to win the set for EKC.
And 3-0 that time. It felt like the points were a struggle to try to score for EKC, but they did find all 3, and NXCD was able to be the MVP that time and going to be rewarded with heavy impact. A lot of really good picks for the Amy showing up here, but the dash range was already acquired by taking that explosive entrance early on, so not going to be too much of a problem. That fight or flight will be interesting to see who it goes to, because I think you really don't want the Kazan to have it, but instead going for the big fish on Soren. So considering the Among Titans is on Katsuna, that Zen is going to be absolutely huge now, and it ends up that the midfielders at the end of the draft are the ones who get the fight or flight and the stacks, the speed, but Rune infamously not great at stacking up those stacks, so going to be a struggle.
That's crazy. 5th and 6th pick, fight or flight and stacks is crazy. But that's the game we are in right now, and Soren, like you said, with the additional sides will have a lot better of a time. Double banish comes in, but Soren can't block the pillar with the Oni's blade. He's intangible, and although the only one really taking a beating is NXCD, so if he can survive, I think everything is fine, and he does. So Demons Raw unable to get a power play off of that. 1 berry down on each side as the core rotates around, and it's Katsuna with the Juno jump, who's the one taking the barriers down first. If Soren gets even a moment to fly, that could be huge, but it leaves the core a little bit vulnerable here. And now it's a dangerous spot to be in if you're EKC. Oh! The backwards bounce on the bumper on a KO?
Yeah, you see that with a clear sometimes where it bounces right back into your face, but I don't know if I've seen it with a KO on the enemy brawler. So Snake does go down. They weren't able to capitalize, so Snake's back onto the field already fresh, trying to get it ahead to him. As Soren, you can notice this size on the Zen is huge and a difficult spot there. And I know that felt good for Gumi to walk in and get the KO and the goal. Unfortunate for Soren, just nothing to do there.
Very, very unfortunate. And he waited too, right? He knew. He knew as soon as he pressed the flip button, wait a second, Rune covers all options here. And that's exactly what Gumi did when walking up, but Gumi covers all options for Frightfully Fresh, unfortunately. EKC gonna say thank you, and they're gonna be pushing forward for that goal here. The Oni's blade onto Snake, gonna do a little bit of chip damage, a lot of damage overall as the barrier goes down, but it's still looking good for NXCD. But a banish from Gumi will halt it for now. Snake, Soren going in, has to take the walk of shame though, and Frightfully Fresh just walks all the way up, is faster, gets it done.
We're watching a clip farm off right now, and these last 2 points, the clip farmer has become the clip farmee, unfortunately. The goalie of both goalies of Demons Raw getting the 2 points there. So the first 2 for Demons this time, not the footing that EKC had in that last set, and we'll see what they can do. I noticed Gumi has been finding a lot of really good banishes right when NXCD is going for those KO and for those scoring plays, so we'll see if he can continue doing that, as Katsuna with the slime is able to get it around Frightfully Fresh and find the early point. But Soren dashes through the pillar and gets KO'd.
We've gone from Soren trying to clip farm for himself to a Soren fails montage, unfortunately. And Frightfully Fresh has been adjusting to the position quite well. It kind of feels like he's stepping up a lot more, playing a lot of the more midfieldy role that Kaini once played, as the set is secured by Snake, and a lot of that is just that Gumi and Fresh are rotating more aggressively, and I like to see that.
Yeah, making great use of the momentum boots that he switched from the strike shot last game, the momentum boots this game, and really you're seeing the playstyle change as much as what is happening with Soren can be distracting. Really well played by Gumi and Fresh, especially, like you said, on those rotations. The extra special going to Gumi here, I already was talking about those banishes finding a lot of value, especially when EKC is setting up to score. That's going to be even more here. And Fresh getting that Spark of Strength is going to mean that there's a lot more power, a lot more cooldowns coming out. Reptile Remedy for Snake is going to help quite a bit, and I think this is a very strong draft for Demon's Raw. We'll see if EKC has any more magic left in them with this team comp.
Yeah, but right now it's looking like the magic's on the side of Demon's Raw. They're having a resurgence here, fueled by the goalie pick of EKC, and Gumi's looking confident. Fresh is stepping up. Everything's going right for them here.
Yeah, no barriers found on either side yet, as Soren ejects backwards and then dashes into his own goal, loses the barrier, but does win the strike war against Snake that time. But Snake, with all this size, pushing ahead and just able to consistently take advantage of the defensive deficiencies that pick has, but setting up in the corner really well here with the creations. Just waited by Fresh pretty well, but not quite finding it.
Not quite sure of that move here, and yeah, the core just gets stuck in the corner. Soren could have just waited for the core to reach him and struck downwards into his team, but instead he sent it right to Gumi, and the core gets trapped and Snake scores the goal, and everything's right in the world for Demon's Raw, and everything is going well. If you're not an EKC fan right now, this is a critical situation.
Yeah, I think yeah, the plan of going for the clips here might be backfiring a little bit as the double banish comes in. Somehow NXED is able to live there, then pushes ahead and gets the firewall sentry down, which might find a barrier, but really great patience from Fight Play Fresh is able to set that up. Just feels like the offense is way too much for this pick to handle, and Katsuna dribbling it around. Just no size, so hard to win those interactions against Snake, and we'll see if Snake's able to stay alive this time. Just not finding the Pums picks that you really need for this Amy pick to click.
Yeah, there's the KO, but Gumi trades it right back here. Good dash by Soren to deny the flip for now, and Katsuna with the dribbling play to the bottom side. A strike war win. Wait a second, Katsuna going for everything here, and Frightfully Fresh will defend it. Gumi will maintain the flip here, and that is really bad for EKC as Gumi sends it right out of the reach of Soren, 1 goal away.
Yeah, they found the KO, and it was a very clutch play by Gumi because that was definitely going to be returned onto the other side. Soren also used the core flip, so just no energy on the side of EKC here to try to fight this last point, try to extend this game as NXZD gets KO'd. That extra special for Gumi putting in dividends, and Snake finds the double barrier, the big finish in there as well. Feels like there's no hope for EKC, but somehow they're able to hold on for now.
And Katsuna with a great strike will win in the midfield. 1 barrier down, looking for 2. The offense roars to life for EKC, but Gumi and Snake continue to press forward, continue to press buttons on NXZD's face. And unfortunately, that IME is not long for its world. Has to burn abilities to get out of the corner, but these slimes are looking a little bit devious. Fresh not getting mixed up though, and the core shielding NXZD. EKC with a little bit of life here, sends it around the world. Gumi now the biggest threat, but the only threat here as Katsuna backwards to NXZD. Sets it up perfectly, and EKC, they're still standing.
Very well coordinated play that time by EKC, which is kind of what we've been lacking this game, I think. So able to find that one. And NXED picked up the prize fighter in that last draft and now at 2 stacks. So maybe, they've been close to a lot of KOs on Snake. Maybe getting that second stack is what they need as Soren tries to save NXED. Ends up that they both take a lot of damage, not KO'd yet. But going to be a scary situation, and that second banish from Gumi is close as the extra special as Soren dashes all the way in, but not finding anything that time.
In the corner too, doesn't have to strike back fast enough, and Snake looking to close this one out. The big finish, not quite enough. Struck away by the members of EKC. The teamwork coming through, but Gumi and Snake. Gumi taken out. Soren in a dangerous spot, but manages to get out of there. The triple take, making it so scary. And a flip trying to take out NXZD, unsuccessful. The IME stays standing. If they can contain the core here, prevent Fresh from walking up with the flip, that would be huge. But Snake's covering the other side. Such a dangerous situation for EKC to be in. NXCD almost goes down. Snake with the mind games, but Soren sends it away. Past the big finish, gets the barrier, burns the flip, rightfully Fresh. Not quite enough here, and Katsuno wins the strike war. EKC, they're in a good spot, but Snake has all the pressure, and Snake wins the strike war to win the game for Demons Raw.
2 flips on the side of EKC, but neither of them able to get in range to disrupt that play. The dash range from Snake and the flip on Frightfully Fresh for most of that point just made it so difficult to try to maneuver the core ahead in a safe way, not get scored on, and it turns out all the range from that Kazan, the size as well, was just a little bit too much. And our once a season EKC locking in some random goalie pick has passed, and not resulting in a win this time either.
Yeah. Low key though, what if they did it next game? Because the start was awkward. I think they completely misdrafted the start as well. So this wasn't the best showing for the Centauro goalie if you think about it. So I think it would totally be fine for EKC to let Soren play it again. Maybe?
Yeah, I mean, anyone can try to clip farm, can try to disrespect when they're up 1-0, but who's doing it in Game 3? That's the people that, really believe in that Centauro goalie pick. So locking it in here would really show that they really believe that it's what they need to win. So we'll see what they do, or if they go back to something more traditional in this third game. But if they were to bust it out here, it would show, a different level of confidence against this team.
Yep. Demons Raw, however, they're the ones looking confident. I like how Fresh was a lot more active in that game, powered by the momentum boots, and Gumi as well. Looked a lot more confident on the rune than the Era. So Demons Raw, they're going to look a lot scarier heading into Game 3, and it's going to be on Gates of Obscura. What are your thoughts on that map?
Yeah, I think the rune for Gumi having that kind of range of influence pick is really what he does well in the goalie role, playing things like, Amy Vice, being able to get in and make things happen out of nowhere. I think doing that in the midfield role as well makes a lot of sense and looked a lot more comfortable for him. The banishes that he was finding as well were really impressive in that last game. So yeah, as we go to Gates, a very can be similar in a lot of ways to Tycho and how you want to pressure the corners and how you can take a lot of damage in there. But I think melee goalie's just so much stronger on this map, and especially with the hotshot start. But the adrenaline rush as well, tempting. Going to be really interesting to see which direction each team goes, because I think things like Mako, things like Atlas are really strong here, but I don't know if any team really wants to play them, even if they recognize that they are very strong here.
We'll have to see how it goes here. Demons Raw first pick on this hotshot adrenaline rush start. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of core speed in this one, and it will be a little bit ridiculous, and I think the melee goalies will be locked in, and I think that will have a Dubu and an Atlas or something of the sort, just hitting the core back and forth between each other, because it's a hotshot start, and it's a little scary.
Yeah, you would have to expect that the Juno or the Rune might get banned here, and then the other one might get picked, which might kind of create a situation where Demons definitely doesn't ban either of them, and then maybe EKC doesn't ban either of them, and each team gets one. It's kind of if Demons bans the Juno, then they have to ban the Rune, and vice versa. So those picks especially are something to look for here, because I think they're both very strong on this map, and especially with that hotshot start. If they both get banned, we could go to more of a game where we're seeing the adrenaline rush get picked. But I think most likely we will see those melee goalies, and potentially both of those picks or neither of those picks.
Yeah, I think that's exactly how it's going to play out. Like you said, those hotshot abusing midfielders are going to be very high priority. Heading on over to the Brawlers. Not quite sure. We might see a resurgence of the IME, but probably not. Probably something a little bit more picked. Although the IME Brawler is, of course, normal for NXCD. EKC have picked it a long, long time. But I don't know. Gates Obscura is interesting map where I think I would value a lot of self-sufficiency to pair with that core speed. I would value speed on the midfield picks to make sure that you can keep up, but the Rune is left open as a bit of a challenge, it feels like, with the Luna band, and I think EKC are going to pick that Rune away then. it just handed to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they did go for the Julie in the first pick slot there because I think X is very strong on this map. You could have left both of those picks open for yourself and taken the rune away at yourself instead. But I was going to mention Estelle also a really strong pick with the hot shot, and it is picked here. So maybe the rune does actually come back all the way around to Demon's Raw, and it was a good pick to get that Julie early on if that's what you wanted. So yeah, the rune. I'm surprised you go for the. Well, Estelle is very strong right now, and very strong on this map. So it is interesting. There's kind of 3 of those hotshot abusers, and we really only mentioned 2 of them earlier. So that complicates it even a little further. But EKC taking Amy for the 3rd game in a row here.
Yeah, and with that Rune Finny coming in, this is both a core speed and a KO comp, right? The debuff coming in from the Finny, the Adrenaline Rush going to be procced onto that Juliet here, and Demon's Raw making sure to take that Julie away from NXDD, I think, is the key thing, right? Even if X is theoretically better, I think they value not having NX on that Julie Brawler, and instead, we get a Zentaro and
They
an
wouldn't do it
Aimee.
again, right?
They wouldn't do it again, right?
I mean, it's the same conundrum. It's Amy and Zen, and we won't know until we lock in.
Okay, I
maybe they had the
don't think
stream
they're
open.
doing it because Soren said I have the
don't think
opportunity to do something really funny, so they're definitely planning not to. They're definitely planning to lock in the Aimee and the net, but what if?
What if? The thing that Frightfully Fresh as the lobby owner here needs to do is re-roll it until Soren gets first pick, and he will pick the Zentaro.
We'll see. We'll see what happens when we let into the game, which should be in a couple of seconds. Hopefully, we'll get an interesting match here, and I think the start will make this game extremely fast-moving and also slow at the same time. You know when the core speed's so high that the game state just doesn't progress at all? I feel like that's what's going to happen until a KO happens, and then everything's going to happen all at once.
It might, but we did see, we thought maybe the melee goalies would come out in this 3rd game, but they didn't. I'm interested for Soren here, assuming he's on the Amy. If you go for the hot shot for the cooldowns, or if you try to lean more into that KO playstyle and take the Adrenaline Rush, I would imagine it's hot shot here because you're not going to really guarantee you're involved in those KOs. But it's something interesting to think about, I think, for both teams of how much you go for the core speed, how much you go for the KOs. But it is just the Brawlers taking Adrenaline Rush this time, and it is Soren on the Amy.
Yeah, it is not the craziness that happened last game. And although I think on this start, it would be pretty good. Relatively a lot better than the previous start, right? But anyway, it's a normal game of Mega Strikers.
Praise be, it's a normal game. But we do have 2, ranged goalies on this map, and personally, I think the Finny, if you get pushed back on defense on this map, can be really difficult to navigate those corners just because your abilities come out a lot slower than the other characters at times. So if EKC can find consistent offense, kind of like they did in that first game, I think Fresh could really struggle here. But going for the momentum boots, trying to really keep that core ahead as much as possible, more like they did in that last game, is going to be the game plan. But it is NXDD finding that first Adrenaline Rush proc of the game, using the core flip and getting it past the triple take here.
Jumi barely survives but gets taken out by the passive strike afterwards. A brilliant first point from EKC, showing why they won the first game. NXDD happy to have swap picks with his goalie here, and it's Aris Kitten Club.
Yeah, happy to have not a Zentaro behind him, but be on the Zentaro himself this time, as evades the banish there. Probably would have been KO'd with how close he was to the wall, so a great job that time. The pillar in front of Soren does get that first barrier, but Snake being pressured once again, and every time that NXDD can find those Adrenaline Rush procs, as he does right here, it's going to be so scary, so difficult for Frightfully Fresh and Gumi to try to defend, but doing a good job winning the Strike War so far. Almost a good clear, but ends up being doubled instead. Lost the Strike War, and Katsuna sets up a great stun and a great goal for EKC there.
This Estelle, you mentioned it before the draft, during the draft, but it is doing so much work for EKC. It is securing the goals, it is providing hit stun, it is following up on the angles, and of course it is doing chip damage, important chip damage that NXCD needs to start getting the ball rolling on the KOs. But here's a banished double pillar coming out from Gumi. Here's a perfectly timed punch after the flame flurry from Snake, and that's one berry going down, looking for two. The triple take good, but not good enough to get past NXCD and Soren, and that's a KO onto the enemy brawler here. Snake goes down, the cord through the portal, and EKC are the ones with the power play.
Yeah, and the problem, if you want to call it a problem with the team comp, is that Gumi, as he sets up a great pillar, able to get that open, not quite the goal though, and both goals are open. Snake isn't getting the adrenaline rush procs, as Gumi a great pillar that time to set up the goal. If Gumi finds the KOs off of these banishes, that means Snake isn't necessarily getting the adrenaline rush procs as consistently as EKC is when NXCD is going to find the KOs. So we'll see if Snake's able to find more damage and pressure later in the drafts to be able to get the adrenaline rush procs himself. But that could be a problem for them if they're just not able to get that explosiveness that NXCD is here, as Snake finds himself very low in the corner here.
Yeah, but EKC, they missed a lot of abilities. Snake kept low, but a good evade will keep him alive for a little while longer until NXCD gets the cooldowns back, finishes off the KO, and Adrenaline Rush refreshes them just a little bit here. Rightfully fresh. Now the target, one barrier down. So hard to cover that massive barrier here as the Fini went up close, and EKC is exploiting the weaknesses of the pick quite well.
Yeah, and you know, those momentum boots are never going to be up when you're pushed into the corner like this. It's just so hard to defend consistently with those slow secondaries. You really want to be using them offensively, and they haven't been able to as much as they want to. But Snake is able to match the core flip that time, pushes into the corner, and it's actually the card from Fresh with the assist, finding the goal. So all evened up here by Demon's Raw, and despite all the KOs that NXCD is finding, they're able to push it to a 0.5.
Yeah, well played on the setup there after the pillar from Gumi, and they have a lot of meter to play with as well, right? EKC running completely dry, while Demons Raw have plenty, but they don't choose to spend it. Gumi lets the barriers go down, and now they're in a bit of trouble here. One KO could blow the game wide open. The big finish though doing a ton. The flip as well, and right past the firewall sentry, perfectly timed by Snake to take away the set in the favor of Demons.
Just all Snake those last 2 points, finds the KO, finds the perfect angle off the opening goal with the flip there, and it's going to mean a draft win for Demons Raw, but it will be the Zen and the Amy picking second and third here, so a bit of a tough break. Gonna go for the Timeless Creator just like Gumi had in that last game, and you saw a lot of dividends there, but it means EKC is gonna have 2 picks here to try to really get that damage win condition online, but they do go for the team player this time, and we saw that work really well for them in that first game.
Yeah, and that damage win condition is looking a little bit scary here. Potential to scale with the Sparks as well. For Katsuna, more cooldowns, more damage. NXCD, the prize fighter. That guy was the one getting the more KOs in the earlier part of... Whoa! That Julie dash gets caught by the Zen primary to slice and dice. The prize fighter stacked, the Adrenaline Rush procced, and EKC, they're looking on pace to win this set.
I feel like you usually see that the other way around, where the Zen dashes and gets KO, but that time it's the Julie who goes down. They're able to get the goal open, not quite find the goal, and Snake trying to set up in this corner, do what he did those last 2 points in the last set, and the Julie ultimate might be able to make it happen, but well-layered strikes by EKC are able to keep it online for now, but Snake and Gumi just doing a great job keeping the core in this corner until NXCD now is able to get it.
Oh, Snake going for a weird backwards dash punch play. I'm not quite sure what was the goal there, and they get a KO. They take a stack off of NXCD, now limited to 2, and Katsuna low as well. Oh, that flip barely not KOing. The Demons Raw though still in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, not only not KOing, but then Gumi was just out of range for the strike, so wasn't able to get the barrier there, even though they struck early. But it's Snake this time, getting the Adrenaline Rush proc, only able to find Might of the Colossus in that last draft, but it's been enough to find KOs more consistently than the last set so far, as Snake dribbles ahead, setting up, almost finds it in the corner, but Soren with enough speed, but a perfect pass by Gumi. Snake puts it in the corner and just really taking over these last few points.
Well played here. And we'll see if they can keep replicating that performance. They are really finding the setups. They're finding the possession in the enemy net, and that's true for both goalies, right? Both the Aimi and the Fini suffer up close, and We're seeing a lot of that here. The knockback canceled, but the damage taken by Katsuna, blown up by the returning card here. NXZD as well comboed off. The prizefighter stacks being erased as we speak, and Soren's hit stun forced to burn the flip. It is all Demons Raw. They have the damage advantage, and they're pushing it all the way.
And sometimes I think all you need to see, like a basketball player, for example, all you need to see is a free throw go in, and then you have your rhythm. And maybe all Demons Raw needed was to get, those first few sets and get that first map pick. And EKC gave that to them with those last picks. Now it just seems like they're firing on all cylinders. They just needed to see something work out, and now Snake is able to set up. They're somehow able to get it out of the big finish that time, and they keep their barrier up, but still in a good position for Demons Raw as Snake tries to set up.
You gotta watch out though. Katsuna coming in, not quite enough to secure it though, and Katsuna now staggered, but they don't mind the portals enough. A good pass comes through, NXZD catches it, and Fresh not happy with Gumi on that one. EKC, the start of something perhaps, but they're still low on meter and they're still low on health every single point.
Yeah, and 2 points into this set, that's where you hope this prizefighter from NXCD would be stacked all the way up, ideally, but only one stack because they've been able to find the return KOs pretty consistently, but might be able to find a second one here. Has to use the flip to not get KO'd himself, and really looking for this KO, and able to find it with the passive that time on Snake, but loses it right away, gets KO'd by the card right in the corner, so not going to be a power play for very long, and going to be right back to a 2v2 as Gumi sets up in this corner.
Perfectly played by Fresh, a critical snipe to keep the game in the hands of Demons Raw here, and Snake walking up, Fresh passing forward, looking for a floater, but Gumi strikes it right into Katsuna here. The offense slows a little bit, but these timeless pillars make sure that even if the core gets stuck in the corner, if the pillar's placed in time, everything is fine. And there they sacrifice the barrier to try and keep the offense going, but NXZD, a pretty big threat here, takes the barrier. The core kept in the corner a little bit longer, and Katsuna and NXZD take out the goalie and secure the goal.
Yeah, no ad rush or prize fighter for NXCD that time, but I think they still won't mind it. As much as they're going for the KOs here, I still think when Zen has it in the correct portal side corner against that Finny, it's going to be so hard to defend consistently. And as much as they can go for the KOs here, if they can just create that situation as much as possible, I think they can just win on getting the barriers, getting the goals, and exploiting some of the defensive weaknesses that pick has. So we'll see if they can do that. But so far, a lot of defense being played at this point. Nothing yet, but Snake and Gumi are setting up in that corner, but Snake taking a lot of damage.
Taking a lot of damage, but also taking the barriers here. Gumi to the bottom side, trying to do the solo offense against 3. The pillar, the timeless. Enough? No, not quite, but the big finish is. And despite the KO coming through, despite the brawler being taken out, Demons Raw still staying stable. A flip out, but a good defense by Frightfully Fresh and Gumi. And eventually the crossfire comes through, but so much damage on the NXZD, who has to navigate around the pillar, but it's an impossible task. The barrier still taken by Soren, though. Wait a second, despite the power play, it's still an open net, but Snake going for it all here. Gumi with possession, looking for the pass down. Snake with the strike war on the goal line. Will secure the goal, and we're headed to 0.5.
Yeah, once that evade was used by Soren, all Snake had to do was walk it in and be patient, and that's exactly what he did. 0 prize fighter stacks now for NX is going to be difficult to find that adrenaline rush, and they might just have to win through core control, but they're way down in energy here. Fresh, Gumi, both close to a flip, and we'll see what they can do this point, but Snake finding himself low early on, even without that prize fighter stack for the damage.
Gumi building up a lot of meter though. If Snake can stay alive, this is huge for Demons Raw, but NXZD and Katsuna, they're pushing forward as well, trying to get the Quangle from midfield. Is Katsuna unable to so far, and Snake stays alive. Gumi with the flip available still around the corner. The timeless activated. Lots of rebounds coming through, and Snake's the one who stays alive. Almost gets another KO. Katsuna running, blinking away, trying not to get taken out in this critical power play, and the respawn does come in. Snake taken low, taken out. And suddenly, EKC, they're in a decent spot.
Yeah, almost able to keep it in that corner past the sentry, but not quite. NXCD didn't get the adrenaline rush from that KO, so not going to be able to create quite as much as some of these others have. But Fresh has the flip get answered, and then mistimes the strike just a little bit. So the goal, despite all the KOs, despite all the pressure from Demons, is able to get open for them. First, a great catch with the finish, and they're able to keep it up for now. NXCD trying to find the strike, but it's the team player, much like we saw in that first game, down to Katsuna, that's able to get that set on the board for EKC.
I think they're remembering how they played in game 1, how they were so dominant, and that is exactly what gets them the win here, like you said. And this draft is looking a little scary as well, but my eyes are on that fight or flight for the forwards here. Extra special, of course, with the Firewall Sentry, but there's so much speed available here.
Yeah, a lot of speed available, and unless you're double denying it here, the stacks on Rune is going to be a little bit harder to build up. I don't think Gumi has been getting KO'd very much, so I don't think that's a concern, but it's just going to be the speed. But because EKC wants to go for the damage so much, they were able to let that fight or flight drop all the way down to Snake. So it was the right play after all, because both members are able to get the speed. That'll keep them away from these KOs from NXZD as much as it can. But we did see the 1-2 punch going on to NXZD, and the build that he's building up here is going to be very scary for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, and we'll see if Demon's Raw can survive, because right now Snake is getting battered. So much damage taken so early, and Katsuna has a lot of presence on the map. Basically unkillable, and that lets NXZD run away easily when the midfielder's not under fire. Running away with it are EKC at this point.
Yeah, and the way that Demons was able to get a lot of these points was Snake finding those return KOs, but not going to be able to do it on Katsuna as much with that Reptile Remedy. So really, you're going to have to be going for NXCD, but NXCD is just going to have so much more power and kill pressure than Snake does. So it's a very difficult game for Snake to try to play here, as NXCD is just constantly fishing for these kills, and the Banish, unfortunately, lasting a little bit too long, and Snake not able to find it there and finds himself staggered.
Trying to find some damage here still, and the pillar will protect Snake from being taken out, and there's a card from Frightfully Fresh. What a Rube Goldberg machine of a KO, as Gumi with a flip to the top side will secure the barriers. One passing play trying to get through with the pillar. Gumi with the dribbles to the top side it goes once again. Katsuna now stalling it out, and the important thing is Katsuna is unkillable basically, and that is just such stability for EKC, right? But with that Reptile Remedy, Katsuna just doesn't get taken out.
Yeah, and the hot shot creating the core speed that they need, you know, a lot of what we saw in that first game. And Soren with these turrets is able to keep the defense more stable. Snake and Gumi aren't able to go into that corner and really push for the damage on NXCD and Katsuna quite as much as they were early on, because those turrets are up seemingly every single time. But a great setup this time in the corner from Gumi with the pillar, able to get that second barrier open and close off the portal angle. Really advantage point for Demons here, but we've seen already EKC has been able to turn some of those around.
Snake taking a lot of damage here. EKC, a dangerous spot, but NXCD will play some Zentaro goalie here and block away the core flip. Gumi stuffing the corner while Fresh gets the crossfire. Good goal here for Demons Raw, but the question is, can they keep it up?
Really well played and coordinated goal that time. It felt like early on the point just fell out of EKC's hands, so not really able to set up what they have been throughout this set. And NXCD down to just one prizefighter stack here, so maybe taking that KO win condition off just a little bit, but they don't quite set up the pillars right, so Katsuna is able to live as Reptile Remedy if they can get the core to him, but even just the base stagger is enough here that they're just not able to find those KOs like they were in the last couple of sets.
Yeah, that Estelle is unkillable, and maybe they can find the goal though, as these pillars are doing work against the Firewall Sentry. The big finish as well as Frightfully Fresh rotates it around. NXZD building up a lot of meter, but the same can be said about Snake here. Katsuna and NXZD in the corner pushing forward, but Snake drops back to help out, and Gumi now on the cross trying to find this barrier, and NXZD also playing even more Zentaro goalie, but we saw what happened in the previous game. It's not enough, and Snake will bring us to 0.5.
Yeah, and it feels like Snake is doing such a good job staying alive in these points, not letting those KOs run away for EKC, and then just every once in a while showing up like that and doing it all himself. That time as a great Crystal Thorns from Katsuna, almost able to find a double, but just the single. But enough can be said for Snake's ability here to stay alive, not give those adrenaline rush procs, and then, you know, take advantage of the few opportunities he has to score, like he did in that last one, and like he might be doing again here.
Snake looking forward to Strike War wins, trying to find the hit stuns here. The core speed all around the world, but a good glitch ball by Soren. But EKC's defense is looking a little bit shaky here, especially when there's so many resources available. Flip for Gumi to the top side, through both Katsuna and Soren right around them, perfectly angled. 3-2 is the set win. 2-1 is the set advantage. And Demons Raw look to take their first series win.
Yeah, and just one set away for what was such a convincing EKC win in that first map from falling apart and just being another loss column here as we get into the draft here. The Spark of Strength going to be denied away from Katsuna, not let more cooldowns get on and more damage potentially on the board, which I think is a smart pick. The Monumentalist from Frightfully Fresh as well is going to be a little bit more damage and a little bit more control with those ultimates, but we do see Heavy Impact and Super Surge going on to the Amy and Zen. So if they're trying to find Adrenaline Rush procs, that's probably the way to do it. So once again, I think Demons Raw, the biggest thing they can do here is just try to stay alive and not give those explosive plays to NXED, which is how they were able to win that last set.
Yeah, Snake is so activated right now as well, right? On those scoring attempts is looking very, very solid. Was the key to the previous goal as well, taking the turret. And if, again, like you said, if they can stay alive, it is so important. But EKC get more off a KO than ever.
Yeah, and Snake here being pushed away, and I think that Fighter Flight falling all the way to 6th as somehow the flip kills NXED that time. The Fighter Flight and the Adrenaline Rush giving Snake a lot of cooldowns, not able to find it himself, but it's Gooby pushing it into the corner, and the card by Fresh setting up the stun. The fact that Snake was able to get that Fighter Flight 6th in the draft a couple picks ago, I think has been really the key to turning this around, and meaning that he's able to stay alive so consistently and not give NX those KOs that he wants.
Alright, well, it looks like Demons Raw are just completely blocking off the corner with 3 different circles of the same size. Frightfully Fresh continuing to maintain the barrier. A lot of meter built up for Gumi as well, as Snake is incredibly low, but gets the elusive off in time preemptively, knowing the Oni's Blade is coming. Amazing defensive play from Snake and Gumi, forcing the offense here. The crossfire from Frightfully Fresh comes in yet again, and Snake's in the midst of everything. Despite being staggered, he has no fear.
Yeah, just staying alive, even doing some damage of his own, as the Monumentalist on the Finny there, able to set up enough size to get that barrier. And Fresh now with these momentum boosts just allowed free reign, finding a lot of value with these cards and with the ultimate, but they do finally find a KO onto Snake, but no proc for NXED that time. Gooby trying to push ahead with the teleport, but finding nothing yet.
NXED now trying to send it through the portal, trying to set up Katsuna a little bit here, but they might have focused on the portal a little bit too much. It leaves a lot of room for Frightfully Fresh to get it out of there, but a good strike by Katsuna. Strike War win will make sure that the barrier is taken, and on the other end, NXED is off getting a KO. The barrier taken by a Strike War from NXED, and a flip available for Soren just in case. Flip through the portal, looking for the goal, but Frightfully Fresh is a little bit too ready for that one, but not ready for the core speed here. The passing play to NXED will get EKC on the board in this set.
Yeah, and the team player, we haven't seen it prop up a lot of times, but it really is a win condition for EKC if they can consistently find the plays like they just did. And that time they were able to KO Gumi. Snake doing such a good job staying alive even with these slick kicks. But if they're able to find the occasional kill on Gumi as well, that time it was able to turn into instant offense, and a great strike by NXED is able to keep the barrier up there, but Snake finding a lot of damage on the Soren here.
Yeah, Soren's Strike Wars have been key to keeping this game alive for EKC. And right now, though, he is the one who is alive. Snake is and will punch it in despite being hit by every single remaining ability on the side of EKC. Snake continuing to perform here, and now they're 1 goal away.
Yeah, 1 goal away for EKC, or rather Demons Raw turning it all the way around from 3 maps in, hadn't won a set, to they'll just be another 1-1 team, and no shame in being that at this point in the season, but still another point to be found. EKC gonna be looking for those KOs and still has so much explosiveness in their comp in the picks that they have, but it might be Katsuna who gets KO'd in the corner here.
That's basically the only way Katsuna can die, right? Either a really crazy dash punch or the Banish Pillar. And that is what is the case. NXED brought low as well. Demons Raw looking to close this one out. Slowly but surely they advance up the field. They have so much meter. They have basically 3 flips here. As long as Snake stays alive, that is huge, but doesn't get the hit stun this time. The Monumentalist, big finish, not quite enough. And EKC, they survive. They get the core out of the corner.
Yeah, they survive all that energy as well, but Gumi clears it right into the turret that time. Fresh almost lets it go in. but keeps his cool, has the flip here to use on defense. Katsuna getting pushed down a little bit, but like you've said, that build just makes him a little bit unkillable. But now NXDD has the flip, gonna try to use it for a KO, potentially, doesn't use it for the goal, but Fresh getting pushed down as well, and the team player here gonna make it very difficult to try to defend, but misses Katsuna just a little bit, but the corner bounces it right back to NX, who finds a perfect pass into the corner.
W Fresh though, he kept the flip alive. He knew that the goal was going in with all those team player overtime passes. He just survived, made sure that energy was there for the next point. And now Demons Raw still have a big win condition. They blow up NXED. They have more than a win condition here.
Yeah, still holding on to that flip, and we'll see. Finally uses it here, pushed down into the corner on the wrong portal side, but the fact that you have room means you can just set up those pillars and have it really, the portal not be a factor that time. Snake wins another strike war, pushed into the corner. Great evade clear by Soren, is able to get it out, sets up the turret, but a great strike by Fresh is able to get it out in time, and Gumi doing a great job holding on to this defense. This point feels like it could go either way, and it's being pushed in, but Fresh just holding on.
Oh, and there we go. Snake gets the core once more, and Demons Raw will secure their victory here over EKC. And, you know, I think that puts one player's MVP candidacy to rest. Kainoob will not be the MVP this season.
That's a great point, because I heard you guys talk about it last week on the stream. Kainoob will not be winning another one this season, but really just fantastic mental fortitude, really, to turn that around after that, you know, what happened in week one, what happened in that first map, to be able to come back and win 2 maps. And that game was not easy to play. You know, as much as Demons Raw, you know, it didn't go to set 5, Demons Raw was able to deal with some really scary builds, some really scary situations that EKC threw at them, and just what resilience they had to be able to pull that back and win it.
Yeah, and this iteration of the roster also, I think we mentioned earlier, but it does look pretty strong, right? Frightfully Fresh. Really, it just looks like a nasl goalie. He does not look out of place in the goal box, and I think Gumi being allowed to fly like that is a lot closer to the old Demons Raw, because Gumi was flying even when it was the old roster. I really like the gameplay they showed. They looked very synergistic, and Snake, of course, performing incredibly well.
Yeah, felt like a big adjustment last week, going to Gumi and Gumi in the goal box still, and Fudgy. But this time, like you said, just Gumi still trying to do the exact same things he would do with Kainoob on the roster. And you see 3 goals, 7 assists that time. You know, more goal participation even than the brawler Stake, who also, you know, deserves flowers for how he played, especially just staying alive in those last couple sets against the builds of EKC. Just a really impressive performance. And like you said as well, Fresh coming in, you know, hasn't played, I think, any games in any of the leagues this season, but just really looking like he belonged in that game.
Yeah, and well, things are looking up for Demons Raw, but we'll see just how one member of Demons Raw thinks about it on the post show, perhaps, if any of them are available. So don't go anywhere, everyone. We'll see you soon after this short break. Hello, everyone, and we're here with two of the winners for today. We got Liari from the Bun Bun Bonanza and Average Alex from PP Legends. Let's start with you, Alex. How are you feeling after that big win against Return to Form, a team that you already beat in the qualifiers, but it was a little bit closer this time?
Yeah, it was a little bit closer. We feel good. We broke the barrier. It's going to be really easy to win now because we did it once. That was the tough part. There's no way we go as long as we have without winning again, right? There's no way. That would never happen. But just to comment on RTF, they should let Hungry Boy go slick kicks. I heard some insider information. They should let him fly. Slick kicks pretty good.
Damn. Well, we'll see what happens there. And the biggest win of the week was Bun Bun Bonanza, the 10th place team from last season, beating the first place team, the champions, the overlay team, Showtime. Liari, how'd your team do it?
Yeah, we hadn't won a nasl game since season 4. We have never taken a set off full roster Showtime. But I went in really excited this week. I really wanted to win. Put a ton of hours into the game. Grinded Luna, 50 games of solo queue. My team also put a lot of effort in. We just had a game plan going into this week, and we executed on it. Did a lot of damage, killed them a few times, and won. It was really nice.
Yeah, and take me into a little bit of the Luna pick, because Bun Bun Bonanza also picked it last week too, right? But on Lilybun there. But the Luna looks really, really good in this series. Without spoiling too much, I guess, what was like the thought process behind locking it in and all of that?
Yeah, we basically, me and Lily sat down at the beginning of the week and went through every midfielder besides Estelle and Juno because we were really confident that Showtime would approach us with the strat of banning Juno and picking Estelle. Um, and Luna actually fits even though Luna's a very damage-oriented pick, if you look at how Bun Bun plays, I don't get many core touches. Lily and Scyther are kind of running the show and doing a lot, and I'm kind of like getting really high-value plays. And I think Luna really enables that style. Previously, when we played Luna, I would dash too much for fun, but I tried really hard this week to rein in that habit and also like get better at dashing in general. So when I did dash, it would go well. And yeah, that was basically just the idea. It was a strong pick that doesn't require the core a lot and can still do a lot in the game.
Right, and Gumi, who is finally here, kinda, sorta. It was a bit of an interesting series against EKC. I guess walk me through how you were feeling during that series.
Yeah, so we actually had a really good plan into EKC. We'd been scrimming all week against Centauro goalie because we knew that if game 1 we made it look like we were trying, but we actually just got blown out, 9-1, 9-0. That was our whole plan. So that game 2 we figured, yeah, they'll probably pick Centauro goalie, right? So we'd been practicing against it all week. So we were very confident that we'd be able to take down the Centauro goalie. And then obviously momentum is the most important thing in OS. Once we take down the Centauro goalie, game 3 is just a walk in the park. So that was kind of our plan going into it.
Okay, well, I guess it was a walk in the park. How's playing with Frightfully Fresh?
Honestly, he really surprised me, especially in game 3. He played so well, especially defensively. It was actually insane. Like, there was a couple times I'd be like, oh, I accidentally TP'd out, my bad, fresh good luck. And then he would just clear it out like twice in a row just for fun. And sometimes like he would hit it back into them just so he could clear it again. Like, that's how confident he was.
All right. Well, we're gonna keep it short here. I need to go prep for the entire 10 best of 3s tomorrow again. So let's go right to shout outs. Liari, who do you want to shout out?
I'd like to shout out, first of all the folks in like the Bonanza server who cheer us on. It's really sweet to see like people wish us well every week. Also Lily and Scyther, because I mean they knew that I really wanted to win this week, and I feel like they matched my energy and really also wanted to win. And pulling through, it felt really good.
All right, Alex. Who are you looking to shout out? I know I saw some requests in chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna ignore them. I think Hungry Boy's right. I'm gonna shout out to Hungry Boy for being a double agent. They fell for it. They took him as their starter position. He actually threw on purpose. You know, all part of our plan. I hope it was worth the 4 digits we dropped. So that's all I have to say. No other shout outs. No further comments.
No one who was involved in that nasl East first season? No?
Nah.
All right.
I would remember.
Yeah. Well, Gumi, as someone who was once known as the king of Disneyland in that season 1, who are you going to shout out that close us out here?
I'm going to shout out Fudgy Waffles for making day 2 at the Portland Regionals in the Pokemon trading
Wait, he made
card
day
game.
2?
Yep, congratulations, Fudgy Waffles. It's a good day.
Go Fudgy Waffles.
Whoa. Well, I'm blown away by that news. Day 2 is crazy. And with that, thanks everyone for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for 10 best of 3s in a row, which I'll hopefully start earlier so it doesn't end at 1 a.m. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Goodbye.